battleground is set for the ultimate showdown.
You're not going to want to miss a single second this action. Every single one of these teams here, they've truly given it their all to make it to this stage.
With $30,000 on the line, one team will emerge champion. Thousands of PUBG Mobile warriors across 5 nations have fought to get here. 11 teams from the PMNC South Asia Wildcard semi-finals. MAKPEN, ESPORT, Team Classic, 922, Stronger Esports, SITM Esports, RGC Opex, Astra Esports, Esports, Victor Gaming, Bad Intention XBet, Equinox. 5 teams from the PUBG Mobile Pro League, RGC Esports, Gremlin Storm, A1NB Esports, 1952, Seal Esports. These squads have proven their mettle, but only one can emerge victorious.
All these teams are going to give nothing easily.
Who will ascend the South Asian throne?
PMNC right now one of the most important tournament for us because এখান থেকে আমাদের PMPL qualify করতে হবে, otherwise কোনো chance নাই আর।
Who will claim the title as champion?
তো আমার কোনো টিমের প্রতি চ্যালেঞ্জ না থাকলেও আমার নিজের টিমের প্রতি একটা চ্যালেঞ্জ আছে। হচ্ছে কি মোস্ট ভ্যালুয়েবল প্লেয়ারটা যেটা আমাদের টিম থেকে আসে।
There will be no room for error.
If you do not perform today, you are.
Every move could be the difference between victory and defeat.
If you miss out on this opportunity, you are missing out to play among the stars, like from the likes, the biggest names of the region.
They put it all on the line one last time.
আমাদের PUBG Mobile Dream হচ্ছে বাংলাদেশে রিপ্রেজেন্ট করা PMPL
to make their mark at the PUBG Mobile National Championship South Asia Wildcard Grand Finals.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the 2022 PUBG Mobile National Championship South Asia Wildcard. My name is Ian, I'm joined by RZ on the desk, and boy oh boy am I excited for these next few days. How are you doing, my man?
I mean, I am doing great, and you're obviously right. It has been a very long journey. We started at 25th November with the in-game qualifiers, and finally we are at the last step, the final stage. And in a couple of more days, maybe, and we will have the champion of the South Asia Wildcard 2022. This is the grand finals. Obviously, it's going to be very interesting. We got some teams coming from the semi-finals, and we had some invited teams as well.
Yeah, 100%. And look, I think the really special part about all this is that journey that you mentioned of the teams who've gone from like the last couple of months just battling just to get to this stage to reach PMPL and like the trailer said, to battle it out with the stars really. So we'll have to see which teams are able to live up to that, because we've got 4 new teams joining us from the teams we haven't seen before. So for them as well, a lot of pleasure to be directly invited into the finals, Ozzy.
Obviously, the teams that are coming up from the behind in the in-game qualifier, then we had like group stages, then we had quarterfinals and semi-finals, and finally we had the grand finals. They are coming with the momentum, like we talk about SITM Esports, and generally they have a train of momentum while coming to the grand final. The teams that are coming into the invited into the grand final as well, obviously they're great, don't get me wrong, but there's a bit of disadvantage on their side that their hands are not exactly very warm.
Oh, 100%. And that crucial warm-up factor basically is going to come in clutch for all of these teams to try and make their mark. But like you've explained, Ozzy, we went from in-game qualifiers all the way to now this week in the grand finals, and like you can see, 5 teams are going to be proceeding to the PUBG Mobile Pro League, and that's where you want to be. Every single one of these players, that's what they dream of, that's what they strive for, to go to the PMPL, make a mark, and go to that world stage and all beyond. So I think right now it's going to be on every single player's mind, and that's why this first day I always find crucial, RZ. It's all about what kind of start you can get to.
Obviously, and that sets up your confidence and your momentum going to the next 3 days as well. But in our format as well, we have in-game qualifiers. Like, well, by the way, that's like the thousands of participants per playing in-game qualifier. Then we got 250-16, then 128-64, 32-16. Then we have finally 16 the grand finals. And let me remind you what these teams and these players are exactly fighting for. As CA has mentioned, that it is obviously the qualification in the PMPL, which is the next stage in your pro league, in your journey as well. But at the same time, we have a huge amount of prize pool, and that these teams are exactly fighting for. And it's going to be the $30,000 prize pool, with the number 1 getting 10,000. Obviously, it's divided very fairly and beautifully among the 16 teams. And as I reminded you, these 16 teams that are already qualified is getting something out of this tournament already.
Yeah, exactly. They've already bagged at least a chunk of $500, but the prize, of course, is at least that $1,750 in the top 5, with, I'm sure, for eyes like teams like SITM, eyes on solely that $10,000 prize in that number 1 spot on the top of PMNC South Asia Wildcard 2020. And look, we all know how it happens. It's all about what kind of game you're able to display, where teams like SITM, of course, have been very well-rounded in their approach. Equally, they get placement points as compared to elimination points. I've got my eyes on bad intention here, RZ, because that 1 elimination point, it may not look like much, but when teams start really popping off, it can really build up.
Obviously, and I feel like a placement point, it really matters in this game when you're in the top 4, 8, 10, 12 and 15 points. But when you're from 5th to 16th position, it really doesn't matter. Even if you take out a whole squad, you're maybe at like 6th position in general in the game, which is really difficult to get into the top 6. So in terms of elimination points, they will start building up. Teams will be looking to get aggressive, maybe at the start of the game, maybe during the game as well. But this is their strategy going to be. But we have the grand finals in front of us. We have the top 11 teams that came from the semi-finals. We have SITM, Bad Intention, Stronger Esports, Victor Gaming, Equinox, Team Classic, B Esports, NB Esports, Astra, MAKPEN, and RGC. They came from the semi-finals. They battled it out as well. They had a wonderful time. We got some close competition, but we have 5 invited teams coming in from PMPL last time.
Yeah, so Gremlin Storm, A1NB, TRZ, 1952, as well as Seal Esports. A lot of pressure on them because they're coming into teams like you mentioned who are well warmed up, who've gone through a lot of trials and tribulations and learned from them along the way. So teams with a relative amount of experience, but of course these are teams who've tasted that PMPL before, and I'm sure will look to once again maintain their mark. So we'll have to see how that clash works out, where teams have a lot of momentum, but they're going into rosters that are well caliber enough to be invited directly into the grand finals. So large expectations from those rosters specifically. But what do you think, RZ? Is there any roster that we did not see perform well so far, maybe just turn up in the last moment?
I mean, we had like right in front of where Victor Gaming, Equinox, obviously they performed very well throughout the semi-final. They had their moment, they had their low as well. But we had B Esports as well, especially Team MAKPEN. These are the team that had was striving or were trying their best to make qualify for the finals barely. Even I feel like Team MAKPEN as well, while coming into the last days, they were like barely, but not like barely, they were actually barely qualified into the finals by actually competing in like 12 or like 11th or 10th position. So yeah, these are the teams that had it difficult in the semi-final as compared to Team SITM, Team Stronger Esports, Team Equinox and Team Classics as well. So these are the teams I will be looking out for. Have they changed anything? Have they made it any kind of better? Because as we have talked about these grand finals, or like 5 invited teams, obviously they already have played PMPL. They are the best of the best, and they are invited in the finals. So these are the teams that I'll be looking out for. Have you done anything differently? What is the strategy going to be? And are you able to overtake your like semi-finalists in generally?
Yeah, 100%. And for me, one team to look out for as well is going to be RGC Opex. We all know the story with which they've reached the grand finals week right here by coming through in the very last matchup and moving inertia back to the down 5. So Opex, they've definitely been down in a bad spot, and really it was their discipline that got them here. So I wonder if they just continue playing it safe all across that grand finals and try to somehow sneak their way in towards that top 5, because it's going to be easier said than done, man. We've got plenty of talented teams. We've got a lot of Kraken talent who are really looking to make their mark. And talking about specific talent, right? It's those two teams that I'm looking at right off the bat, SITM and Bad Intention. SITM for obvious reasons. I mean, come on, look at their points. They're well and beyond everyone else. But Bad Intention, RZ, for Matt, he was our top performer last week and he was just going out of his way in the way he was able to set up Bad Intention.
And the rest of Bad Intention, the roster from Bad Intention was nowhere near those top players. Math was just dominating their top performers, and he was by a big margin. He started really great and he kept the momentum going. Maybe I thought it was a fluke, maybe he had his day, but he had multiple days of semi-finals. So yeah, it is Bad Intention and Math at the same time. Stronger Esport had a good start, then a bad mid of the semi-finals, then a great last day and the last day. They have the same amount of chicken dinners as compared to SITM as well. But this is the difference between SITM and Stronger Esport. Same amount of chicken dinners, but it is the every other game that you see SITM almost making it to top 4, top 5 with some amount of kills, maybe 10 points, 11 points, minimum of like 6 to 7 points as well. So this is something that every team should be looking out for. When you span into those 4 days, it's not just about how many chicken dinners you get. It's about those 24 games and how you perform in those individual 24 games. Are you consistently good or not?
Yeah, like if you look at their points versus their total, right, it's more than an average of 13 points per game, which is kind of insane. But this is what we're talking about with regards to individual players. Matt has gone above and beyond, like almost less than 1.5 hours less than the play time for Desert and 10 more eliminations, which really speaks to the style of both of these players. Desert always that long-standing clutch player for SITM to make sure they're able to get across the finish line, consistent in every single game, as compared to Matt, who's like this bright fire. He burns fast and hurts a lot of teams, but he dies young as well.
I mean, look at that in generally. 214 points for Bad Intention in the semi-finals, and he is contributing to the 1/4 individually in terms of elimination. Maybe maybe more than 1/4. That is his sole contribution to his team's qualification into the final. SITM, they have like 90 or 120 points divided among the top players. They have obviously a great team, but Bad Intention, he might just use a bit more support in terms of like elimination coming from his team. But we have the schedule in front of us for the grand finals day number 1. We are gonna see 2 Erangels, 2 Miramars and 2 Sanhok. Obviously we're gonna start with Erangel, the default map. Everybody loves this map. They started with this map, even me. I don't know about CA, but we're gonna go into the Miramar and then we're gonna go into Sanhok. So we'll have a bit of everything. It's gonna be interesting. It's gonna be long drawn out maps as well. It's gonna be long range fire, close range fires. We'll have some unpredictability. Maybe we'll have water circle as well. So let's see what the grand finals hold for us.
Ooh. Actually, on Erangel, I'd love to see a Sosnovka circle. I think the way the teams can be set up around a Sosnovka circle can be absolutely beautiful. But like you said, it's day 1. I think all eyes on Erangel really, because it's day 2 and day 3 where the randomness of Sanhok I feel like really start to kick in. But day 1 is usually a lot more standard in all regards. Teams looking to settle in, and that's where we'll find out which teams are going to be the protagonists right out of the gate, battling for that top 5. Because it's sure to be, if you end day 1 in that top 5, you're feeling very confident about yourself, and that's going to help you further along the line.
Obviously, but as you mentioned out the game number 1, it might be just your nerves or maybe just the pressure building up. The game number 2 might be a bit slow. The game number 3 of like the Sanhok, you cannot predict it obviously every single time where the different player, different team coming up and winning it. So the first 3 games, it will be very difficult to predict who's looking really strong, who's looking different, because obviously I feel like we might have just 3 different winners in those 3 different games. But as we will have like moved on to the half the day, or we have completed half the day, then we will have a better understanding how the picture of grand final is going to be, how it's going to look out as well. So that's going to be interesting. But game number 1 in itself might just set the tone for a lot of teams, how they feel, how they react, and how, like, I don't know if people like team do this. They are not supposed to do this maybe, but they define a lot of their energy and their confidence from the game number 1 of the day number 1.
Yeah, 100%. And that it's because you go into today with all the nervous anticipation of the last few days, the small break we had between the semi-finals and finals, and you use that time to prepare yourself. So if your preparation doesn't work out, if you don't get off to a strongest start, it can cripple the strongest of teams and put a little bit of doubt in their heads, which then affects their performance in day 2, in day 3. And that's why teams have to be clinical today. We cannot afford any massive mistakes or stragglers getting caught out or any anything like that. I think every single team is gonna have to be on their A game because it's grand finals they won. It's literally now or never. There's no further summit. Oh, I think unfortunately my man RZ has faced a couple technical issues, but that's okay. We're very close to starting our matchup. I'm sure he'll join us very, very soon. And like we were talking about, right? A lot of teams have some crucial storylines in picture. We talked about SITM. We have bad intention, RZ. I'm glad you're back. I also wanted to talk about teams like Victor Gaming, like Stronger, like you said. A little less consistent, more great displays, but here and there it was a lot of negative displays as well. Do you think they can shore up their form coming into this week and be consistent?
I feel like that's gonna be a big fat yes. They probably are going to the PMPL, not because it was the average amount, the average point that you figured, like you discussed a bit earlier, the 13 points per match is something that I cannot get out of my head. It's not like chicken dinners. It's not like 1 or 2 games. It is definitely going to be those 13 points per match. So it doesn't matter if you're Erangel or Miramar or Sanhok. Doesn't matter if you're getting the winner chicken dinner. Doesn't matter if you're getting a lot of those elimination points. It is how they are performing in every single game. If you span it out maybe over the 5-6 days, they might just increase their lead. So I am definitely expecting SITM to coming in with that train of a momentum and to keep it going. But one thing that I'm not like I want to know that's big of a question is like how will they perform against those 5 teams that got invited as well.
And that's a big question. How will they be able to stand up their mark to the invited teams? And we've basically got 3 categories because of that. We've got teams that were in the top 5 to 6 in our semi-finals week, which are looking like they should be able to shore up any weaknesses they might have had, head into this week looking strong. We've got our 5 invited teams, which are wildcards, because if you look at it on paper, they should be also some of the top 5 teams looking to go back to the PMPL. And then the bottom 5 is really what catches my eye, because I think those are where we can expect the biggest upsets. Like one random team from there comes out just in the form of their lives this week and pulls off the miracle run, where they haven't been good across the PMNC 2022 wildcard, but in this final week where it matters most, that's when they make it count.
And we have different expectations for these 3 different categories. The first expectation for the top semi-finalists is like they keep the momentum going, and the second one is at the same time for the bottom 5 teams that made it in the semi-finals. Will they be able to do something differently? Have they changed something while going to the finals for those 3 to 4 days break that we talked about before going to the final? This is your time to prepare. That's a different expectation from the second category. Then we have those wild cards coming in, those invited teams into the grand finals. What will they bring to the table? Is this going to be one-side domination? Will they struggle as well, or will they just fall off against the momentum of these teams coming into the grand final? So yeah, these different expectations from different teams, different questions being answered, and I am very excited to know okay, what is going to be.
Yeah, it's certainly a day where we have a lot of questions, and a day we're going to end with a lot of answers, but also expectations for how the next few days are to unfold, who our top teams are, and which teams we can see just got unlucky today, because there are sure to be some teams who are just not finding their right groove today. And I think that's what is going to be extremely crucial, especially for teams like SITM, where I've seen many a times in tournaments like this where you're the apex till the very end, and in that week, I don't know, something just goes wrong and you fail. And for SITM, if that happens, that will be absolute heartbreak. But we've seen this team before. I think they're almost too well conditioned to let that happen.
Obviously, but at the same time I want to talk about RGC. The way they placed in that last game, the way took that Astra Esports from that 11th spot, that was quite impressive of themselves. But I feel like all they have to do is remind themselves of that mindset they had in that last game, or what we were able to do. We were able to take everyone out, we were able to get the winner chicken dinner, and we were qualified into the final. If they have that mindset, obviously they can do wonders. But if they start feeling nervous and maybe let the nerves get to them, maybe things will look very difficult for them. But as we're going to the grand finals, match number 1 which will be played Erangel, I'm gonna go toward the side of A1 and B Esports. It's a name that strikes me a lot. We have seen them play a lot as well into the PMPL. They have shown multiple times as well that they are a really great team. So let's see what they do in the game number 1.
Yeah, 2 very different picks for us. For me, like you said, it's all about SITM continuing that form like they showed in the last game. And like you said about A1 and B, they're one of our top wildcards. So We'll find out soon enough, ladies and gentlemen. We're just about ready to head into Erangel. Which teams are able to get off to the grandest of starts, and if the game itself is going to bless us with some beautiful circles from the get-go. I'd love to see a Sosnovka one, but if not a Sosnovka one, where would you like to see a rare circle, if you know what I mean?
I mean, I would like to see it going towards one of those cities, maybe Pochinki, Yasnia, not just like towards, maybe closing in on like last cycle, and maybe Georgiapool as well. I want to see those compounds coming into the play and how teams play around those compounds, because it gets difficult in those last cycle. You don't know who's hiding behind those cycles. But for now, we have the grand finals, day number 1, match number 1, Erangel, and the plane path is right in front of us. It is going from Zerchi towards the Sosnovka military base. We have Pochinki, School, Rozok, right underneath that plane path. At the same time, that's a very normal, I feel like, default plane path. You shouldn't be unhappy with that one. You probably will, like, anywhere you want to go, you might be able to reach there very easily, unless you want to reach the top north, like rightmost island. I feel like nobody goes there. I tried one time, it didn't end very well.
Yeah, Stolberg is quite unlikely, but it is quite a safe spot to start off with, so maybe you'll see teams electing to play it safe, head on over there. But like you said, very standard flight path, just splits the map nicely into, gives access to every single point. And another thing for us to find out is if any of the 5 new teams decide to clash their drop points with the 5 existing teams, because they're sure to have read into it, seen the data, seen the other teams play out, and if there are clashes early, that will set us up. And I think there might just be in Pochinki. No, we get it. Let's go. It's a Sosnovka circle, baby. Let's go.
Yeah, let us go. We're talking about it. We're like, oh, it might happen, but come on, PUBG, you have just granted us our favors at the start, and it will be very interesting. At the same time, we have seen some clashes happening at the game number 1, because we have seen some like Team Stronger Esports right next to Team Seal Esports as well. At the same time, we have a bit of teams in Pochinki where we have Team Gremlin Esports right next to another squad. It's going to be Team Classic. It's not going to be easy as Hopeless has taken a lot of damage already. He probably might not be able to find first aid kit right at the start of the game, so things need to be careful. And at the same time, the way they are dispersed, this fight is probably likely to happen.
Yeah, we see that Pochinki clash nice and early. If there was ever a point to be contested, it had to be Pochinki. It's all about that lovely start you can get off to in terms of loot, and the easiest access you have to rotations all the way around. But to do that, you've got to deal with an opposition nice and early. We've got now Team Classic, a team that came through from the semi-finals. I'd say mid-tier in terms of their performance, not too great, not too bad either. And on the other side, Gremlin Storm, one of our invited teams right here in. Both of them in a bit of a stalemate right now, but I must say Gremlin Storm in the better position. Have Team Classic sandwiched in 3-1 split. Classic though can take advantage of that and try to isolate that single player.
At the same time, if Team Gremlin want to get out, they have the backside of Pochinki to get out. But with that, Kenny Oxide finds a beautiful nade connected to Gremlin Esports. Memo, he takes him down, and they might just looking to secure that elimination. Memo needs to be careful as he's on the other side of the road, and there are a lot of players from the Gremlin as well that is providing a beautiful cover right next to that house, and they won't let anyone cross that road. But Eric, he found himself a bit of like free path towards the other side of road, and now he's gonna go for that kill as well for elimination. Rowdy coming from the other side, he might just get spotted out, but if he doesn't, he might be able to provide a bit of like backstab, a flank angle. But on the other side of the map, as we talked about, we have Team Stronger Esports also taking a lot of fight from the like south side of the map, and the 7 will also lose his life. That's the first player getting eliminated from the game. But on the other side, as we were talking about Pochinki, after that knock, nothing has changed.
Yeah, it's still a bit of a stalemate. Gremlin Storm though, they've lost one player of their own. As Classic piling on the pressure, refusing to let them bring them back, and it looks like that those knocks will instantly be turned into finishes. Rowdy now coming through on the flank, not able to find any though as Classic continue that push, and they haven't lost a single member. But Gremlin Storm might just be one of our first teams to leave this lobby, and for it to be an invited one really sets the stage for what is to come. Rowdy now left all on his lonesome, the solo player on that flank angle just trying to run away for his life. I think he should just about make it. I don't know if he will get a vehicle though.
Yeah, but they have to be careful, even Team Classic as well, while going into this fight. Even if it's a 1v3, 1v4, it's a 1v4. He might just take out one of those players before going down, and we have seen those players, like, as they get a knockout, they're likely to secure those elimination. Or gets spotted, takes a lot of damage, but fortunately for him, gets into the cover. Rowdy go back into the compound, but as well he was doing that, he gets spotted by Hopeless, and Team Classic will easily wipe out Team Gremlin Esports from the Pochinki, and they got a great start. But as we were talking about a great start, it's not looking really good for Bad Intention, as they lost one of their players as well against Team Equinox. Equinox also lost one of their players. Dylan is using his nades exactly to get like some kind of knock, maybe some kind of damage, but it couldn't connect. So coming from another nade from the right side might be able to do some kind of damage, but Equinox player exactly spotted out.
I must say, we're off to the start of our day in quite a blistering fashion. These teams at each other's throats, refusing to bow down. Just they've put the pedal to the metal. It looks like we've certainly entered the highway to hell. And Bad Intention trying to send Equinox on the same road. They've got yet another knock, moving in for the kill. And interestingly so, I don't see Matt in the 4-man stack. So Bad Intention maybe with some couple different strategies right here. But right now their focus, of course, on finishing off Equinox, and they will not do that. Dylan instead gets knocked out. Gets finished as well. Equinox a chance to come back, but Cage, he's traded away, and now the backup is coming through, but it'll be too late. Cage is out.
I mean, Bad Intention got themselves two beautiful elimination, but at the same time they lost Talon, they lost Cravens as well, and even Equinox, the one player they lost in terms of like knocked on, he is also being revived. Mehdi coming from the left side, he's hoping to stop that revival process, but he is not in a great position to do so. At the same time, Kasset gets spotted, takes a lot of damage, but fortunately he got a cover right in front of him. He will crawl and will be safely into the he will be in a safe spot. At the same time, Bad Intention, one of the players is going to go out because this is not a fight they want to be a part of. It's already at a disadvantage. Mehdi has no first aid kits, no bandages. He has like down to 60% HP. Even Siam, he has a lot of healings, but generally he is at a bit of disadvantage as well, as they don't have like numbers advantage. So they really like to survive, maybe gets like 7 to 8 points. And generally in that case, Equinox had a bit of disadvantage going to this fight. They had lost one of their players, it got knocked down. They also lost Kage, but one of their players who was like surviving, that he was really good. He like knocked one of their players, got the kill as well, got the elimination, then also dealt the damage to the other player. So he took the advantage away from the other team.
Yeah, and right now just they're gonna back up, reset for each other, and look for the rotations inside, and those are going to be crucial. Our rotations right now quite dire for a lot of these teams, especially towards the Georgia poles, towards the schools, towards the northern points on the map really, who have to come all the way down because we've got the Sosnovka base circle now. These two particular teams, of course, part of our top 5 from semi-finals, so interesting to see that they're clashing nice and early, but ooh, Twist has got himself a nice Christmas gift in this first map.
And we have started, obviously we have off to a very aggressive start with the teams clashing with one another. It was a drop clash, but these were not a fight that was based on rotations. We had two teams fighting in Pochinki, then we had two teams fighting on the outskirts of Novra Pinoy. But it will start to look more difficult as teams will start to rotate towards the southern part of the map. We have VG coming in, we have SITM coming in as well, Team Seal Esports, Team Stronger Esports is already there, but Equinox, they are looking to cap that bridge, even VG as well. So any team that is trying to rotate from that the main island to the southern part, they might just get caught out.
I don't know why, but I'm feeling kind of evil today, so I have this feeling that the circle is actually going to take a northern shift after everyone comes into Sosnovka and end up towards the coast of the main island. And that will be a funny one, because it'll be like a scramble at the end of the day. But like you said, it was those drop clashes, and teams now happy to settle into their respective spots. I love SITM's position, just in the center of the circle more or less, and even if they have to quickly bail out towards the main island, they can do so quite easily. But MAKPEN here adopting a very interesting strategy. I think they're going to stick towards the coast, so that's going to be crucial. Those are the key points, right? You want to be on the coast of either island or be guarding the bridges, so it gives you easy access to move. And it doesn't take a sudden shift. It's basically a centralized shift and completely focused on Sosnovka once again. So this actually puts MAKPEN, Classic, TRZ and OPX in a lot of trouble.
But I was a bit scared because CA had a wonderful predictions going into this day number 1. He's like, oh, we should get a Sanhok military base site, and we got that as well. While he was talking about the main island, I was getting a bit scared for those teams, but fortunately for them and unfortunate for CA that we got a southern island circle.
Yeah.
But MAKPEN, you were right about them. Now they were in a great position to have the outcome or to have the plan A and plan B for both of those circles, and now they're trying to rotate towards the center part of the map through those water. It's a bit risky, but I feel like they'll be able to make it. So the thing that is going to get difficult is for TRZ, OPX to A. There's a clash that will probably likely to happen at the northern part of the bridge, because these are the teams that are looking to rotate through those bridges. But yeah, you're right. Look at that part as well. A1 and B Sport is right in front of teams. Stronger Esports, Seal, bad intention. There might be a bit of clash towards the southern part of the military base.
Yeah, Astra Esports as well, moving in towards that bridge. Like you mentioned, between TRZ and OPX, we're setting ourselves up for a multi-party situation right here, but it's all down to how these teams rotate. B Esports looking for the botation. One of our firsts already across the last few weeks comes in the first one of the day, and we're off to a brilliant start, I must say. When B Esports are walking straight into the lair of the demons. They've got multiple teams to deal with towards that southern part, and with several teams already having taken up key compounds and buildings in the base, you can't really go much. You just have to hold on to the edge of the island and hope that the next circle shifts will favor you. But it's all on that left side bridge that the focus is on right now. RZ, 3 teams trying to cross over.
Oh, and I want to know exactly what is going to happen between these 3 teams. MAKPEN at the same time, if they get themselves towards the South Island, they might just get themselves a few free eliminations if they situate themselves. Yeah, they situate themselves toward the southern part of that bridge, but unlikely to do so because obviously that involves a big rotation. We have a airdrop right in front of us, but I feel like nobody will be touching that. That's right in the center, that's obviously in the water, but at the same time that's in the center of those waters. So everybody will be taking a lot of risk if they choose to go for that airdrop. So I feel like that's a lot of loot just being wasted. On this other side, team TRZ Esports, they got themselves toward this northern edge of the circle, and obviously they have to make that rotation that we were expecting them to make. How will they do so? How will they cross that river part or the water part? Will they use the bridge? Will they go for the rotation? It's not going to be easy, but looks like right now they are not going to be going for any kind of those rotation. They're just looking to hold this part of the map for the next circle.
Yeah, just playing it edge to edge right here. It sure does eliminate the pressure of you getting flanked on or you getting pushed, but it does increase the pressure of you walking into a death trap as you keep trying to go edge to edge. And I want to see which teams actually choose to play those edges on the Sosnovka side, where they gatekeep the bridge and deny the other teams from getting in. It looks like Astra might be one, but to Sairi, he gets spotted out and he's going to have to back off. Still, he's got the vision advantage, knows where to expect TRZ from. He can call his team in for the backup, and we might see Astra looking to gatekeep that bridge.
TRZ, they spotted themselves to a really far on the far side of the map, but obviously I feel like that's just shots being wasted. Even if you're able to get one of those knocks, the player that gets knocked down will fall on the other side of wall, and you probably will not be able to secure those eliminations. Even Billy gets spotted, takes a bit of damage, but nothing concerning for either of those sides. One thing that is going to be concerning, that is circle 1200 meters away for TRZ. What are you going to do? Are you going to just waste those 40 seconds in your hand, or are you just going to rotate? And I feel like they were listening to him. They go like, oh yeah, we have a bigger things to worry about right now as compared to A. We got to get ourselves to the other part of the map, to the inside of the circle, and that's going to be a big question. How? And
I think they might be going all the way towards the right side circle, right side bridge, my bad, and look for the rotation from there. But it's going to be an interesting one for sure, because I think the way the circle is situated, considering it's 1200 meters away for them, must be it's taking more of a southern shift, which means that teams like Astra as well, yeah, look, they're very far away from the circle, so they're going to have to make their move, because it's already starting to move the circle itself. And these teams, though, in the mainland, Warzone gets caught out trying to access the care package and desert. With the help of teammates in QB and Giro, he's probably going to be able to flush out Warzone. And he's in a lot of trouble here, Warzone. The straggler might get caught up, but we've got fights erupting across the board as teams look to reposition and capture key high grounds and compounds. But oh, look at this. Victor Gaming pushback. Desert taken out.
And that's a very vital part of the team getting eliminated from the game number 1 right at the start of those like important fights. At the same time, Team Classic got themselves to the South Island. They got those 4 elimination points at the start of the game. Even Warzone going down, VG coming in with that support from the rest of the players. They got those vehicles. Spark probably gonna use that bit of utility to create some kind of fake cover and gonna revive their player. MAKPEN on the other side, they are just playing it very passively. They got themselves barely into the semi-finals and like they're just looking to start slowly, and that's the right kind of move. P Esports very right close to Team Stronger Esports, but unfortunate for Stronger, they lost one of their players right at the start, and the second player down in terms of Rolla. See, he's right there with those revival process coming in. Ryuk, if that nades get connected, he might just not get 1 but 2 players, but unfortunately for him, the nade doesn't get connected, but that's not gonna stop him from landing more of those nades. Rolla gets revived, but Farhad gets spotted on the other side from B Scooby and Team Stronger Esports. They're looking really wrong right now. Dexter, although on the other side, Team Stronger Esports providing some kind of retaliation, some kind of hope for their team. That's 1 player down. Somebody needs to go revive their player. On the other side, somebody just need to rush in. Decision need to be taken.
The flank, RZ. We have come in trying to crunch on Stronger, stuck in this compound, and that nade beautifully timed puts Farhad down to his knees once again. PUBG, they're a little spread out and they're paying the price because now with the circle coming in, they have 2 enemies to deal with. Their player's quite low. I think likely to get knocked out by the circle, so have to focus in instead on those fights. And Senior is able to make it count. Scooby goes down, but so does Senior. Both of these teams, they've assured destruction for each other at this point. And B and Stronger will likely finish each other off, but the question is who will come first.
Team Stronger Esports, they got down, they got eliminated. Obviously, they had a bad start. They already lost one of their players right at the start. Rolla got down, Farhad got spotted as well. But B Esports, they will not be very happy with the outcome because obviously they lost one of their players, Dexter. 2 of those players get knocked down as well. They will be revived, but probably they will not be able to revive Dexter as he will bite the dust. But we have A1 and B Esports looking towards the northwest part of the circle, and they spotted Seal Esports. They are trying to land some kind of damage. One of those players go down, but A1, rest of those players, he's just gonna go for that vehicle kill by the vehicle elimination. But no, he's just gonna park a bit far away. They're gonna go for those securing those elimination. That's the right kind of move, right kind of aggressive stance that they're looking to make sure that obviously they got a knock like on the far side of the map, and they're gonna use vehicles to get themselves. They really like to secure those single elimination points because they realize those matters a lot when you come to those qualification into the PMPL. When you talk about being number 1 or number 2, those 1 points or 2 points matters a lot. But A1 Esports, they're looking really good. Obviously they had a passive start, but they got themselves a really nice position within the circle.
Yeah. Classic though, suddenly finding themselves under pressure from MAKPEN. As this is the case of teams being able to gatekeep on the high ground, the edges of the circle, and the likes of Classic, the likes of TRZ, all of them who came in on the late rotations are now paying the price. Mad Cat taken down, Twist will finish him off as well, as these are the teams I'm talking about, just not able to make their way in. Classic losing their lives to the players on, and this circle has caught a lot of teams off guard today here, RZ. But some teams have been on the smarter foot, and that teams like MAKPEN, teams like A1NB, Victor Gaming, NBES, and OPX, all with 4 members left standing, which is going to be crucial because every other team has been chipped in one way or another.
Obviously, because the start has been very shaky for a lot of those teams as they were trying to rotate. They were trying to obviously got themselves into a bit of clashes right at the start of the game. They weren't looking for that, but A1 and B Esports, as they are trying to push into the circle, got themselves spotted. For VG, couldn't deal much of the damage as VG just got themselves on the other side of those hills. 1952, they're also looking to find themselves cover in those trees. It's not going to be easy to spot them, but obviously K9, obviously that's a wonderful name. K9 who spots a player really far away, but I feel like that it's going to be very difficult to land any kind of damage at this distance from a assault rifle. But A1 NB Esports, they need to be careful because they're out in the open. There's not a lot of cover that exists, and if one player gets caught out, you might not just find enough time to revive them. But yeah, things are looking very difficult for A1 as they are surrounded left and right by a lot of teams. They need to go back into those warehouse, maybe get like that dispersion might just not work out for them as like teams are coming in from left and right. But TRZ Momba, he gets spotted, takes a lot of damage to his vehicle, but he's still surviving despite that fact.
Momba just running through fire at this point, driving through fire really, and survives, gets himself inside the circle, so we'll be able to play that late salvage game for TRZ to a large extent, get as many placements as you can. But look at that northwestern point in the circle. We've got OPX, MAKPEN, and another team all surrounded in that same area. And OPX, they finish off MAKPEN actually, and now they'll have to deal with A1 and B And with Mamba not too far away as well, this could quickly become a hotspot, attracting many teams to this fight, especially with this circle taking this insane shift.
And we have a very small circle, and we still have a lot of teams alive. So the next circle is gonna be very, very deadly, as for these teams might not just find space to hold, or this circle will not have the capacity to hold these many teams. But A1 Esports right in the center with OPX on the south side of them, Team SITM towards the east side. We have Team TRZ and Team 1952, even VG as well towards the north side. OPX, they're also looking decent right now. They have not lost a single player, but one of the things that will be very difficult for them is to get themselves 70 meters into the circle. They've also spotted SITM. SITM, I feel like they've lost two of their players. They're just two surviving. But on the side, 1952, one of their players got a knock on the shot with a shotgun on the RGC Esports, and also is able to secure that wonderful elimination point. But I feel like what just happened on that side of the map, that you're able to use shotgun in these circles.
Yeah, it's quite a lot of short range fights along these trees as teams try to get set up on the rotation. We're seeing a lot of slam-ins happen. A1 and B in a position to do exactly that and knock out bad intention. And Rogi's picked up the drop, but he's not really been able to make much value of it, because it's like a mortar strike all around him, man. Being rained down by grenades, he tries to survive and he does exactly that. Instead, dealing the blow to 1952, and he should be able to finish him off. Secure his rotation instead, and you can see everyone is cutting the losses in disengaging these fights and looking for their spot in the circle, which makes it insane because we've still got 10 teams surviving and trying to hold on. As SITM now under a lot of trouble. They've only got one man left standing, and 1952 eliminated as well. I think teams are going to now start dropping like flies here, RC.
And obviously, I feel like the SITM, the way they came into this circle, they already lost two of their players right at the start, and now going again team OPX, they had like 4 players. It was already at a disadvantage, and obviously they got caught out by multiple angles with RGC just using those nades wonderfully. They are able to take SITM out of this game at number 9. Obviously, they had a okay game. They haven't got eliminations, but obviously, if they got themselves maybe in the top 4, top 5, they could have gotten some survival points. But that's just another topic for another time. But right now, we have A1 and B Esports right in front of team OPX, but they are still in the cover. Mehdi got himself caught out in a very weird, awkward position. He's in that shack right now. His deployed a lot of smokes, but even if you're not being caught out right now, what exactly is your plan? Takes a lot of damage from the circle. One more shot and you're probably gonna go down. But RGC Esports, they're not looking to get a bit aggressive or get a bit just aggressive against team that bad intention, obviously, because he was going for those rotation. But I can understand why, because obviously team RGC Esports is also being covered left and right, and they have to be careful before committing themselves to maybe those commitments. We have VG right behind them. They're looking to secure those wonderful elimination points.
And it's starting to become a really intense setup, especially with the way the circle is again shifted. It's basically on the edge of the cliff of this mountain range that teams are fighting on, and OPX in a very funny position, because if they try to go up, they're going to have to deal with a lot of pressure from the teams already in the circle. But right now, they're stuck in a low ground fighting against the high ground. So you can see Naeem and Raifa slowly trying to sneak up, and this fight might as well decide which team gets the chicken dinner, because both OPX and A1 and B, one of the last few teams with 4-man strong lineups. Victor Gaming being, of course, the other one. So this fight might just decide the winner if either team is able to cleanly finish off the other, and OPX certainly in a lot of trouble, as A1 and B, they've got a foot in both pies. They've got 2 players waiting at the edge of the circle to secure the rotation of the other 2 in, and 2 just trying to pin OPX down, while OPX just trying to run away with it, and they expose themselves. They're taken down.
Obviously, with the Sinister coming in, spots one of those play down, but no, OPX is still trying to provide some kind of hope and lively within that fight, but Hitman coming from the other side spots the rest of those players, does a lot of damage, and we have OPEX being eliminated from the game. Unfortunately for A1 and B Esports, they lost Sinister in that engagement, but they will be very happy going to those circle with those 8 elimination points, 3 players alive, and they're still in a very decent spot to get that wonderful winner chicken dinner. Now it has come down to Equinox. They're still surviving. VG have lost one of their players being being knocked down, and VG Con is just gone in this game by being blasted by a vehicle being obviously blasted. But A1 Esports, they're just on the west side of the map. Team VG, they have to be careful as they are in the center. They are just being surrounded left and right, and if they survive themselves, if they like survive this cycle, I feel like they might just get a winner chicken. And at the same time, I make it look easy, make it sound easy. It's not. Obviously, they are being surrounded left and right by some huge giant with A1, Team Seal Esports, Team Equinox, and Team NBES as well.
Yeah, and look, I really like A1NV's position here because they've got natural cover in terms of the mountain cliffs, so they don't have to worry as much. They get a lot of vision, get to expose Victor Gaming to the pressure of every single team trying to move into the circle. With every single team popping shots at Victor Gaming, it was a matter of when rather than if. As they get eliminated, we've got now 4 teams left standing, all on the edges of each circle, with A1NV being the strongest so far. 3-man standing, but it's not just about the manpower right here, it's about the shots you can land. And NB Esports almost cutting down Seal.
But things are going to be looking very difficult for Sek as he's looking to go into the circle. There's going to be the 7th circle that is going to be coming in. Okay, he just got himself towards the edge, but 45 seconds after 45 seconds, what exactly is going plan? Like, what exactly is your plan? 80 meters away from the center of the circle, from the edge of the circle, and you have no cover in front of you, not maybe a vehicle as well that you can use just to rush into the circle. It's going to be very difficult for Team NBES just to survive, or just for that player to survive. His only hope is right now that the rest of teams, they like just fight it out. Maybe he get himself in the top 2, but it's gonna be looking very difficult for him.
Yeah, considering both the players way far away from the circle are the single players, it's, I think at this point, really up to A1 and B, because Seal are not going to move an inch. The circle really favors them, so A1 and B, they need to be smart about how they make their move, because they have the manpower to take Seal down instantly, and if they do that, they get a brilliant position in the circle to then take a solo fight against 2 different players. It makes life very easy for them. So they're just trying to clear out all the angles, flush them out with the help of Util, but the shots coming in from Sek, they do the damage. Rogue taken out, A1NB being helped by NBES, but Sek reveals himself for his second, and he's instantly made to pay. The sole member of Equinox taking him out, and now he's just got 3 teams left as Seal, they lose yet another player. A1NB now moving in for the kill. They can see their chicken dinner, and your prediction coming through, RZ.
Okay, as like obviously one of the players from Seal start to get a bit aggressive. He was able to take one of those players down, but at the same time Hit1 was right there then to just trade him out. Now we have just K9 left with a Hitman. They are like, it's a 2v1. They have to make sure that they just be like take this fight collectively. If one player goes down, the other one has to trade him out. That's just how it's going to be. But if you take this individual fight of 2-1v1, it might just end up poorly for you. Have to wait it out. Kesek just trying to make sure that he barely reaches into the circle, but unfortunately for him, as soon as he stands up, he's gonna go down. Even K9 knows there's just a player on that downside of the hill. He's holding that high ground, waiting for Kesek just to get himself up, and he's just gonna wait for it. But unfortunately for K9 as well, he has got no utility, no smoke whatsoever to bait the other player out. Maybe there's kind of utility, some kind of utility on the Hitman side, but I feel like they know exactly where the last player from Equinox is.
Yeah, and they're just gonna play it smart. Hitman prioritizing the circle while K9 sets the trap for Kesek. Kesek's coming up to try and take Hitman out, and A1NB with a beautiful trap almost set him up, take him out. They pick up the very first winner chicken dinner of the grand finals week. Boy oh boy, beautifully done A1NB. 27 points.
And this is what we were talking about. Somebody needed to trade the other player out. As soon as the Hitman made himself vulnerable, he got himself baited by the Equinox player. The K9 was right there and then to trade him out, and he got a bit aggressive as soon as he heard the shots, saw the shots where they were coming from. He didn't know exactly the player's position, but he got themselves a bit aggressive. That's a sign of a very good team, of a wonderful team as well. You should react to the information. Hitman allowed your team to get to the information, and now what you do with the information, you go for that elimination, and you exactly went for that. That's a wonderful 1v2 pulled off as well. You had the advantage and you know how to capitalize it.
Yeah, it's a really nice trap, right? Because you might even assume that there's actually 2 people in that car, and both of them are going for the circle, so it makes sense to take that shot. But K9 just waiting for the Equinox player to get up so he can trade his teammate, and both of them played that very, very well. Hitman and K9, 4 eliminations each to get their team the chicken dinner, and more importantly, get them off to a strong start, where we had one of our first teams eliminated today, being an invited team. We also have our first chicken dinner going over to an invited team. Clearly shows you anything is possible.
Obviously, but look at that. 4 eliminations for Hitman, 4 eliminations for K9, 3 for Sketch, 1 for Sinister, and they got themselves a wonderful 12 kills right at the start of the game, 15 elimination points. That's 27 points for them. And obviously, looking at the way they've positioned themselves in the circle, the way they have taken those fights, I feel like that's a team that we definitely need to look out for. And we got a great competition for SITM as well. But SITM, obviously, it's just the game number 1. We cannot expect a lot of things happen to the game number 1. But look at that. We didn't know about Esports. Esports was continuously in those engagement in those fights, but they got themselves also those wonderful 9 elimination points.
Yeah, 100%. And look, Seal, I think they were really caught out earlier on in their fight when they lost 2 players, and since they only had 2 left, they were almost backed into a corner, and A1 and B were able to almost chip them away. Death by 1,000 cuts more so than just one brutal strike, and it did mean that they were not able to get the chicken dinner, but still a great game. I think over 20 points secured for them as well, so it should mean that they're now in a great position going into the rest of the day. And more importantly, they're feeling confident, because it's okay if you don't get the chicken in the first game, right? As long as you're able to get off to a good start, get a decent chunk of eliminations under your belt, and start feeling warmed up heading into the rest of the day.
And even if you haven't got a great start, it's just the game number 1, guys. Don't let it get to you. Don't let it be the defining moment of your day. It's just the game number 1. We have still 5 games left. You can turn the day around very easily. But we have Seal and Becca from Seal Esports and Hitman from A1 and B Esports as well. We have 5 elimination. He won that. We have damage dealt as well. He also won that as well. But we have more damage received on the side of Hitman, as he was part of maybe more of those engagements. We have more survival time, obviously, because A1 and B Esports just got the winner chicken dinner. But equal amount of knockouts from the either side. But as we were talking about Team A1, the things were not very easy for Seal Esports, as they were in the center of everything. They were being clashed left and right as well. Even after Circle taking a shift away from military base as well, they had to reposition themselves again and again and again. Even A1 as well, they found themselves a wonderful warehouse, and this is exactly what helped them win that winner chicken dinner as well, because they didn't have to make much of the rotation. Only the retaliation they saw was in the kind of OPX.
Yeah, exactly. And I think in that way, certain teams very much favored by the circle. And to add on to what Ozzy said, not only was it just our first game, so we shouldn't necessarily judge a book by its cover, but it was one of the craziest circles we could have expected, right? A completely Sosnovka one, which kept shifting further and further into the Sosnovka island and really caught a lot of teams off guard. So of course, the teams that were able to adapt came out on top. Becca and Rogi especially. Becca with the most damage as well as the most eliminations had a great game firsthand. But you look at the likes of Equinox, you look at the likes of Classic, and you look at the likes of A1 and B, we see a lot of different variety. Not just necessarily the top 5 teams that we saw from semi-finals week step up to the mark here in the first game.
Exactly, but at the same time, we have team the way the fight started had to happen happened at the start of the game between Team Classic and Team Gremlin Esports. That was wonderful. Team Classic took every player from Team Gremlin out as well without losing a single player. That was a wonderful early fight that they took. But we have the most valuable player from the most post match number 1. It's going to be Kesek 7K. Maybe because of his damage, maybe because of survival time as well. Obviously, because he was able to survive for that long, got eliminated right at the end of the game by Hitman, but he has been able, was able to get his team those sweet 12 points.
Yeah, and look, funnily enough, I think this really speaks the tale of what happened in the last match, where Kese was the most valuable player in the sense that he was left in a top 5 as a solo man and managed to pull out the second position for his team, playing it very smartly, very safe as compared to Sek that we saw from NBES earlier, who looked to take that earlier fight and instantly got sprayed down. So Kese playing that safe game really helped his team out. but is Becca, who is our top player from this game. So both the players have sealed really beautifully done in that regard, just continuously dealing out tons of damage. Now I want to see them in a position where they have the high ground, where the circle almost favors them in terms of the battle positioning to a certain extent and how they're able to respond, because heading into Miramar, that's what it's all about, your macro positioning as a whole and how you take fights. So maybe Seal will be more benefited there.
Obviously, and look at those top players as well. We have just Team Seal Esports and at the same time just Team A1 and B Sports. They are just dominating those like top players. But for now, this was bad intention, just taking it up against SITM. They got one of those players right at the start. But unfortunately for Team Bad Intention as well, they were just losing their players at the equal intervals of time. But for VG, the way they provided support to Warzone, even Team SITM couldn't provide some kind of retaliation or some kind of backup to their teammate who was just backup to the Desert, who was being caught out right out in the open. No backup, no cover was able to provide him. But Team Opex, the way they got themselves into the circle as well, that was quite impressive. But A1 Esports, they came into that fight against Team OPX with a lot of advantage. They were into the circle, as you mentioned a bit earlier as well. They have two players within the edge of the circle, then they have the high ground as well. So it was quite unfortunate for OPX, but it was none of their fault. Obviously they were at a bit of disadvantage, but that was Seal Esports just landing a lot of shots, going for those wonderful elimination from the other part of the map to the other part of the map, maybe the other part of the circle. So yeah, wonderful game. But we have the damage graph post match number 1 in front of us. A1 NP Esports with less damage than Equinox.
Yeah, Equinox were in a lot more fights, to be fair. A1 and B were just focused in on the rotations, and whenever they took fights, they won them nice and cleanly. So a lot less pot shots and a lot more surgical strikes, which I think makes sense given the damage difference, and it's not a lot, to be fair as well. So Equinox, definitely great game. Seal as well, a great game considering they only had 2 players alive. And similarly so for Classic, who had a great start but not so much of that great ending later on. So for every single team, clear things to fix, but my eyes really on TRZ and Gremlin Storm, because you've got the likes of Seal, A1 and B, even 1952 to a certain extent, not off to a bad start, but TRZ and Gremlin Storm, just poor game overall.
But one thing that I am very happy to see is MAKPEN and OPX, the position they are in right now. It's not a very wonderful position. Yeah. Obviously, they could have been done a bit better, but let's not be really negative here. They got themselves 7 and 5 points. Wonderful game for themselves. An average game coming up. Obviously, they can hope to make it better in the coming games, but it's not a bad game as compared to SITM, Songad Esports, TRZ, Astra, who got themselves 1-2 points in generally, and not much. But on the side of the match standing, we have A1 and B at number 1 with 27 points. Then we have Seal Esports at number 2 with 19. Then Equinox at number 3 with 18. These are the 3 teams that are looking really close to each other. Then we have NB Esports with a bit of gap with 10 points. Then we have VG. I mean, look at VG. You don't find them standing out, but they make themselves relevant when you talk after 2 days. When you think about where's VG? Oh, they are in the top 4. How did they get themselves in the top 4? There's your answer. They will always like 4th or 5th position.
Yeah, and I think one thing to really talk about is where is Math, because Bad Intention similarly had a poor game here. SITM and Bad Intention are top 2 teams coming in from semi-finals, not off to the greatest of starts. And while we may boil down to the fact that it's just one map, Math being missing overall seems like an alarming sign for Bad Intention. So have to see if it's just a 1 game, 1 day affair, or maybe it's just something that they won't have going into this week, which I think really changes expectations from Bad Intentions end. But 2 teams, of course, to keep our eye on are the teams dominating the top performers list. We've got Steel and A1 and B, 2 of our invited teams already very clear in their objectives to qualify for that PMPL once again. And teams that are going to be teams we will look out for, especially going into Miramar, because I think it's where a lot less randomness is likely to occur and a lot more teams get to be focused on their own playstyles.
And at the same time, I don't want this to happen. Might just happen as well that we got 5 invited teams going into those PMPL again, yeah. 5 those qualifying for the final. Obviously, I want somebody coming from the semi-final or into the grand final, somebody who them shining, or especially team MAKPEN and the team RGC Opex. Maybe they're able to turn things around, because obviously these tournaments, these events are the best learning positions, learning points. You get to learn a lot about your team, you get to learn a lot about your chemistry in general, and I feel like they might have learned a lot on this semi-final as well. So I'm looking and hopeful for the things to be turned around as well. But for now, we have game number 2, Miramar, coming up shortly in a few minutes, but it's going to be very interesting. Will A1 and B Esports like continue the domination as they got themselves a wonderful chicken dinner, or then any other team might be able to come up and provide some kind of opposition to A1 and B Esports? We got like great contenders like Seal Esports, we got great contenders like SITM. Obviously SITM couldn't perform, but it's just one game, don't get me wrong. Then we have obviously Opex, they were looking really good. Then we have TRZ Esports as well. They got themselves early eliminated as well, but they got beaten by a circle as well. Obviously the circle going toward the south side put themselves in a bad position.
Yeah, definitely. And I think for me the real question is not how all these teams are going to do, it's how you're going to do, RZ, because you're 100% success rate so far for predicting our winner chicken dinner. You know, so how long can you continue your 100% win rate?
I feel like, okay, I shouldn't be allowed to pick. Like, I don't want to pick. What if I don't want to pick? If I don't get, then I could have a 100% success rate because I only played one game. I won. So at the end of the grand finals, I could go and brag like, oh guys, by the way, I got 100% prediction rate. That's how good I am.
Yeah, exactly. Right. You can retire while you're winning, for sure. But I think it's going to be interesting to see how much of our expectations are what come out, our predictions in the matches, and how much of it is just the X factor coming in from individual players where, like you said, especially teams like Victor Gaming, right? They have a bit of an off game like they did in the last, but they're still able to eliminate a lot of players, a lot of teams, and keep themselves consistent in terms of the points in overall scale. So when they have good games, they really propel themselves up in the standings. So I'd love to see that particular team as well just have a pop-off moment today, because I think they can be one of the teams that upsets the natural order of things, and it's not the 5 invited teams that actually end up going back to the PMPL.
Obviously, but you doubling down on SITM, obviously that's a very interesting choice, and you are not letting your hopes for being shattered by a team bad performance. Obviously, you're like, obviously this is the game number 1. This is not this doesn't tell us the whole story. The grand finals team SITM are probably gonna bounce back, because one thing that I am like, tell me if I'm wrong or right, because they got 14 points, so they are they were number 1 for a reason. So I guess that's why you're probably going for them.
Yeah, I mean, I expect them to bounce back, like you said. I think we've seen even before on maps like Sanhok, they do struggle a bit when it's a really radical circle to a certain extent. They're a much more standard team, so it is funny to see when they're not just able to necessarily find their group, right? But Miramar, I think that's why I'm doubling down, because if it was Sanhok map 2, I might have changed my group. Like, okay guys, you can come back later in the day. But I think Miramar does suit them to a large extent. They get to play the slow, smart game that they usually prefer.
Obviously, I feel like in generally, Miramar could be a game that might just turn things around for a lot of those teams. They got a wonderful opportunity. The circle, even if it has taken to going towards an extreme, it might just. I feel like. You got a lot of chance, you got a lot of moments, a lot of easy rotations coming in. The things can easily things can easily turn around for you guys as well if you just focus on the rotations, just hold your ground as well, because it's not going to be unpredictable like Sanhok or unpredictable Erangel as well, because obviously Erangel was unpredictable just because of the circle taking a shift towards the southern side, but there will be no extremes in the map of Miramar. So if you're good, you might just be able to get a wonderful game.
Yeah, exactly, right? It's all dependent on your gameplay, on your predictions and your game sense as a whole. So, hey, let's head into Miramar and find out which teams are able to either continue the great start that they had set themselves up in Erangel in the likes of A1 and B, Equinox and Seal Esports, or if teams like SITM, like Bad Intention, TRZ, Gremlin Storm, all of these teams who didn't really have a great game 1, are they able to bounce back in? Oh, we've got a really interesting circle, directly vertical here, but all the way towards the eastern side of the map. So teams going to the likes of El Pozo, Valle del Mar, or even Chumacera to a certain extent will be slightly troubled.
Obviously, as teams who loves to play towards the western part of the map, they will find it a bit difficult. They might just go towards the second drop spot. Obviously, any team that are coming into the grand finals will have 2 drop spots, or maybe 3 drop spots as well. But let's see which team is going towards the western part of the map. Probably any team may use those road networks, but find themselves a good vehicles right at the start, trying to rotate towards the western side of the map. But there's 2 possibilities here. One is that a circle, if it forms towards the eastern part of the map, then you shouldn't do that. But if circles formed on the western part of the map, then you should look for those early rotations, as the areas of El Pozo, Monte, Ladrela, Tomasa, these will be completely empty, and you might just find yourself in a very great position, maybe at the center of the circle as well, because the major cluster is going toward the center or to the right side of the map. But unfortunately for OPX, I feel like they might have just lost one of their players right at the start, as they are really close to another team. But look at that, we have almost completely empty part of the circle, like whole part of the circle is completely empty.
Yeah, but OPX right now facing off against Seal Esports here. And Seal, they've already dealt their damage. I think OPX just looking to cut their losses, run away, play for the long-term game. So, despite it being Miramar, we've already had those early drop clashes as teams understand where each other are likely to go. And it's going to be in the second half of the day that we'll find out if teams decide to change it up to avoid clashes, or if they continue taking the fight. And either approach can be extremely exciting depending, of course, on a team's reasoning. But like you said, it's that northwest circle which leaves a lot of El Pozo, especially if you can get into the city, loot it nice and early, and take up the mountain ranges near it, get into that high ground. You can control a lot of rotations to and fro around that area, which constitutes a major part of the circle. So I'm sure a lot of teams will be scrambling to pick up some basic loot, look for the vehicles nice and early, and play on the rotation so they can get themselves in better spots in this first circle.
Team Seal Esports, obviously they got themselves a really great start. They might just be hoping to continue this wonderful the form they have right now. Even the last game was a wonderful game for them. They couldn't get themselves a chicken dinner, but they got themselves 9 elimination points and like maybe 10 or 8 survival points as well. So obviously they had a wonderful game. They might just be looking to continue that momentum. At the same time, we have Team Stronger Esports. They are also had a wonderful semi-finals, but they had their bad moments as well. As they had their good moments, it wasn't exactly a very smooth rise as compared to Team SITM. There were days where you couldn't find Team Stronger Esports, but if Team Stronger Esports had one of those days, it could be really bad. So I feel like if you're not having your day, you still should be able to secure those 25, maybe 25, 30 points in generally, at least 30 points, so that you are not completely wiped out of the game. Because right now, these teams that we have mentioned a bit earlier, Team A1 and B Sport, Team Seal Esports, SITM, they are looking really sharp, they are looking really deadly. SITM, just because of their momentum, Team Seal Esports and A1, they had a wonderful game. They have a very aggressive strategy. The way they have taken those fights, you might just not be able to catch up to them if you don't have a couple of good games.
Yeah, for sure. And the rotations are coming in. It's Astra Esports have actually taken up El Pozo nice and early. We got still creative fields left up for grabs. Monte Nuevo, the Power Grade Mountain Range as well, can be one where the circle shifts into a later date. So all of those positions absolutely crucial. But right now it's towards the southeastern part of the circle where there's a lot of intermingling. As I believe that's B, A1 and B and SITM all in the immediate vicinity of each other. And in fact, A1 and B in the same building, and it's just a solo member of B.
A1 and B 850 meters away from the circle, and let's see, you're right about the fact that there's just a solo member, but do they know about the fact that there's a player, or they don't know, as the hitman takes a lot of damage? But unfortunately for Dexter, he misses. And that is just one more free elimination that is just waiting on the side of A1. They had no idea. Maybe Dexter could have pulled off a 1v2, 1v3 as well if it could have taken down a team like Hitman. At the same time, Hitman would have been a very huge blow to the belt for Team A1 as he gone down. But Dexter now, with his surprise factor being lost, he's in a very difficult position now.
Yeah, he's pushed in towards the topmost part of the building, hoping to catch A1 and B out. But it's easier said than done because the backup has come through from A1 and B, and they have higher ground than him. The other two players moving in to finish him off, and Dexter, with a slight whiff just at the end, will sacrifice his life. A1 and B just being handed that kill on a silver platter, man. It's like Christmas came early for A1 and B in Miramar.
Obviously, and Hitman, he will be very happy with that outcome. Obviously, it was almost like he was done and dusted, but fortunately for him, a couple of shots being missed on him, and he was able to find himself cover. And now A1 Esports, despite the fact they were able to might have just lost one or two players, they got themselves one or two of those elimination as well. But this was just B Dexter trying to hide himself away from that high ground on the rest of the two players of A1 and B Sports. But the rest of two players coming from the bottom floors just spots him out, takes him down, and get themselves an easy elimination point. But both of those teams that we have talked about, A1 and Seal Esport, those who were looking really good in the last game, they also got a great start. Team OPX, unfortunately for them, one of their players is knocked down, but still he's not still out of the game, so there might still be a decent chance for him being revived.
Yeah. So I think other than that initial skirmish that we had for Seal, and of course the B player being caught out, it doesn't seem like we're gonna see much of action, of course, like we expect from Miramar. Teams focused in picking up their own spots, but MAKPEN with an elimination as well. So these teams off to a lovely start. Getting that early elimination helps you out, not just in terms of getting an early point on board, but more importantly, of course, in getting that momentum going and feeling yourself for the chicken dinner coming later into the game. But there's still a long way to go for that. So we'll have to wait and see how the teams settle into their respective positions to try and talk about which teams are looking the most likely to win it out. But definitely, I used to keep on the likes of Stronger, SITM, all teams that were in hotspot positions in the earlier parts of the circle and still are. SITM in a position where they can gatekeep both A1 and B Esports, so they just got to play it smart.
But B Esports, after they lost that fight, they're probably looking to avoid the areas of lost winners or the outskirts of lost winners, and they might just like to trying to rotate towards from the outer skirts of lost winners towards the edge or maybe towards the center of the map. But at the same time, VG, they are very much scattered towards outside the Minas de Valley and towards the Valle de Mar. So let's see how exactly they might just situate themselves. But on the other side, as we talked about, the empty part of the map is being filled right there and then. Team 2A made an early rotation toward El Pozo. They got themselves great loot. They can move toward the center. Team Bad Intention, Equinox, Team C, Classics and B, and 1952, they are situated toward the center from Hacienda del Petron towards the graveyard, and they're probably going to be looking to hold those positions. As we have seen a lot of teams just moving towards the center, I feel like this is going to be a very passive start to the game where we might just see a couple of knocks and obviously eliminations coming in, but there might just not be a whole fight erupted out on the various part of the map, obviously because towards the the circle has the capacity to hold everyone right now very easily. So there's not a lot of incentive to take those fights.
And I'm curious to see how the circle shifts, because it seems like the general consensus between all of our teams right now is that they're expecting a shift towards San Martin, towards Power Grid, and very much so still El Pozo, Monte Nuevo, all the slightly more outer parts of the circles left stranded. And SITM in again great position to try and gatekeep A1 and B, but they're gonna have to make the moves themselves.
But we have Seal Esports, obviously they got themselves as one more elimination point, and I'm curious to exactly how did that happen. But SITM, they are just rotating towards the good part of the circle. Oh, Hopeless got caught out on the side from the Ligro, and that's not gonna be a place that you wanna be in right at the game number 2 as well. And even Team Classic, they had a good start in the game number 1, but that's not a start that you were looking for. But for now, Dobu got himself a really great loot. He got 3 first aid kits, then manages some great energy drinks. Might should share one of them with me. I would be really happy to. But he got themselves level 2 helmet, level 2 vest as well, and he's looking to hold that position. Even got himself a wonderful Mini 14 with a great scope. But for Equinox and Team Classic, they are right next to each other, with Kage going in. Spots is one of those players as well. There's a second player being spotted. Nate coming in. He takes a lot of damage, goes down. It's still a 1v1. Kenoxy got spotted, but he's able to pull off a 1v2. There's a third player coming in. Might just get spotted, takes a lot of damage. Kenoxy, can you pull off a 1v3? And that's gonna be big fat yes. Team Equinox just falling at the hand of Kenoxy. It has done things have just turned around for Team Classic, and they were just shambling and breaking down. Kenoxy just shine in that moment.
Kenoxy just popped the heck off, and Classic off to that great start once again early into the map, where they did it in Erangel as well. Got 4 eliminations. That was a team effort. This was a Kenoxy effort, man. Pulls off a phenomenal 1v3, and Equinox are not going to be happy about that whatsoever, because that should have just been a free elimination for them in the pocket.
What a 1v3. The way he used that cover, obviously he threw that nade right at the start of the fight, even got the Kage down, then with that like wonderful spray coming in from a one like M4, then obviously changing his gun to the second one, he got the second play as well. I mean, it wasn't like exactly Equinox's fault in taking those engagement, but individually it wasn't. But as a collective team, yes, you had a 1v3, but you provided exactly 3 1v1s to that player, and it's not your fault that he was able to win it. Obviously he was in cover, he was able to utilize that cover wonderfully, but unfortunately for you guys, you could have like gone in together, maybe could have gotten that elimination easily. But for now, Astra Esports holding the top of the cliff, they are really at a great position. At the same time, Team Stronger Esports, they are in the cover. Roller at the top of the world right now, trying to scout at anyone as he can, but I don't know exactly what you can spot right now with that scope.
Yeah, it's definitely not going to be an easy one for him. Not exactly the right equipment for the situation he's in, but see Astra here, spot out Roller. Maybe Billy can take that shot. And look, these are the teams that I really favor going into the rest of the circles, because these high grounds can be so damn devastating. Look at the field of vision it provides you with respect to where you can expect rotations, where you can deny teams certain movements, and it really gives you a lot more options and availability to then play the rest of that particular match. But even NBE right here, Sinister just fell out of the car. What just happened there?
Team 2A Esports, obviously, they with that good of a position into the circle, the way they rotated early towards the center of the map from like they moved toward the El Pozo, now they were toward the center of the map, but unfortunately for them, they got themselves towards the eastern part of the circle, northeastern part of the circle, and now they have to rotate out. Obviously, this is not a position that you want to be in when it like the third or fourth circle is gonna hit. So they are looking to like get themselves into a better position, obviously, without wasting any more time. Even Stronger Esports, the position relatively to as compared to Team Astra Esports, they weren't exactly very much great. Obviously it was great in the last circle. They have to get to a better position, and they will be exactly looking to do what Team Astra Esports is looking to right now. But I feel like even from that angle that you held even Team Astra and Team Stronger, you couldn't get a lot of elimination, but in terms of information you had tons of that. And this is why the rotation is very easy. Without scouting, you could just easily rotate to any part of the like circle within like a lot of information. Look at that 2A Esports, they got towards them like almost relatively closer to the circle with that information, but not too much, because obviously there's like Team NBES holding that center of the circle, but Team Bad Intention towards the south. I feel like if the circle take has a shift towards the south, towards the western side, they might just find themselves a very good game. But for now, Team Classic and A1 might just get themselves caught out in a bit of an engagement as they're looking to rotate from the south side.
And SITM playing this circle very, very safe. They've continuously stuck to the edges, make sure to keep, don't necessarily want to take fights in positions that may not be good for them. As you can see, therefore, it's really showing them as a team who's concerned about how their progress goes towards this day. A team that expected to be on top. Yeah, man, I think Astra again in a brilliant position because of that high ground. Bad Intention though might just have something to say about that, and with Victor Gaming coming in late towards the southwestern part of the circle, that might end up being a quick hotspot if Astra elect to fight.
But for now, after that early clashes that we have seen, obviously with a couple of one team getting wiped out, at the same time as I was discussing that, Ryuk, what have you gotten yourself into? It's gonna be a 1v4 maybe, Ryuk, and still getting a bit aggressive against Team Astra Esports. Team Astra just holding that position. They might just not realize that this is just one player from Team 2A. Even you cannot get out. One player coming from the left, two players coming from the left side. That shotgun coming out deals just a tiny bit damage. Oh no, not a damage at all. And 2A just got themselves a really easy elimination point. It was just like it came running towards it. Like, oh guys, here's a free elimination that you guys could use wonderfully.
Yeah, exactly. Just simply handed into the hands of, I mean, for them, an easy pickup as they get to hold on to their position. Of course, rewarded by their position in the first place for them to be there. So, Astra playing this circle very, very nicely. But similarly, Victor Gaming starting to get aggressive as when nearing that 15-minute mark where the dominoes have been set up and things really do start turning tail as teams start looking for those rotations, get caught out. And ooh, look at this. We've got TRZ, Seal, Gremlin Storm all engaged in fights with each other. TRZ and Gremlin Storm not off to the greatest of starts in the first match. Now looking to bounce back here, RZ.
Bad intention. Oh, Team VG is rotating right next to them, but it's not complete bad intention as there's a lot of dispersion on their side. Damage takes a bit of damage, but Team VG, they're just testing their luck with every one of their players rotating right in front of Team the other team as well. But okay, Team NB Esport, they got themselves a really great loot as they're like an airdrop just falling right in front of them. But unfortunately for Seal Esports, I think they have lost a couple of their players. I have seen one of their players getting eliminated right there, like a couple of minutes before, and that's the second player going down on their side. They are not having exactly a very fun game, but as we were talking about VG making a rotation, they finally got caught out at the hand of A1 Esport. Oh, Astra Esports side takes a lot of damage but has to go back into the cover. But at the same time, they have to make sure that those vehicles are also parked safely, because teams that they're looking on the other side, they are look to destroy those vehicles or burst those tires out. But we have Team Equinox Twist at the same time. A1 Esports and Twist got himself a wonderful knockdown with Sinister going down and maybe Hitman also going down on the side of Team A1. 2 players left and Twist cooking that nade might just get himself a wonderful knocks and the second knock as well, but no, he might just not get it connected. Sinister still being revived. Oh, he's not being revived, he's very low on HP and probably gonna go down at the hand of Twist.
Oh, and this fight is so crucial because of the position in the circle as well. These teams need to try and finish it off early so they can contend with the pressure coming in from the others. And with 3 teams stuck in one building, he's starting to really pick up the pace. Victor Gaming, the last standing of Equinox as well as A1 and B are chicken dinner winners from our last matchup, and it's all down to Sketch. Because he's the one making the noise, he's the one looking to make things happen. But wait, did Akash just join down his own teammate? The nade coming through as the damage is taken away, but Sketch doesn't check his corners and instead he pays his life. Still, Equinox taken away, Victor Gaming staying alive. Looking to bring damage back online. K9 surely heard that.
But they are, the way he used that Molotov defensively, that was a wonderful use of utility. At the same time, Eric Cast, the way he might have been able to pull off that 1v3. I mean, he got one player down, he's able to revive his second player as well, and now he got his team to a 2v2 where they might just take out a potential A1 Esport, the last game winner chicken, like the last team, the team who won the last game. But at the same time, Seal Esports, who were looking very deadly at the start of the game and in the last game as well, they also got eliminated number 13. But we have a lot of fights going, like being erupted on the other side of the map. There are a lot of engagements happening. Team SITM, as you mentioned a bit earlier as well, they are not pressing a lot into the circle, even they find a good opportunities to do so. They're just holding those edges, playing it safe, and QB trying to spot out any player from A1 and at the same time VG, but unfortunately it is unable to do so because they are rightly into the cover and holding those compounds. Dobu exactly know where the other team the bad intention is, and look at their like multiple angles they're holding. They know the information of those teams left and right. Even SITM is dispersed. Even Desert is on the right side, the rest of 3 players is on the left side. It's a 3-1 dispersion. Giro takes a bit of damage, but nothing concerning for them, even if he goes down.
SITM in a great position, man. They're in that 2-2 split with 2 players keeping an eye on the house, where A1 and B and Victor Gaming have it occupied, and 2 players keeping their eyes on future circles. But the circle actually shifts away from them, and now SITM along with A1 and B and Victor Gaming will have to make their move. Senior, on the other hand, stronger, able to eliminate Astra, and we talked about that position as well. That compound being huge, if the teams are able to make it work, is now Victor Gaming looking to flush A1 and B out, but SITM or the Sharks in the dark, looking to pounce and take advantage of these two teams fighting it out, and they do exactly that. K9 with a knock now onto a cast. Look at SITM, they're starting to flank A1 and B, not in the greatest of spots.
Obviously, with the one player being left, he's in a bit of distress. Or at the same time, he has to make 90 meters, goes 90 meters into the circle. This is not a game that A1 NB Esports is looking out for them, where they lost 3 of those players. Ikas has gone down with the damage. He's trying to revive him. K9 might just go for those knocks as well, but obviously it spots damage. There's a lot of damage, but it's just a 1v1. At the same time, damage has a bit of HP. There's no utility. Okay, he has a nade being cooked out. Damage goes out. His way comes out of the room and takes him down. Team A1 NB Esports also being eliminated from the game right at the start. Damage have taken that fight wonderfully as he was in a weak spot. He was reviving his player. There was a bit of distress, but he exactly heard that nade being cooked and went out of the room to take that knock, and wonderful decision making from his side. But Team Classic, they are not looking really good as well, as Wanzi is the only player left.
Yeah, and he's in a very interesting spot, man. Stuck between 4 teams, Bad Intention, Stronger, and of course another team on his right, and he's hiding it out in a bush, hoping they don't catch him out. And it might just work out as Bad Intention. Their efforts focus towards Stronger instead. They've already found one knock and they're trying to push in, fighting low ground versus high ground and making it work with some far away help from NBES Esports. So it's all about not just taking these fights in the right manner, but making sure you don't get pot-shotted from all the way across the map. As NB Esports, look at the way they spread out. They're taking fights on every single cardinal point, towards the west with that Bad Intention play, towards the east trying to gatekeep Victor Gaming to a certain extent, and it will pay off for Cus taking down damn low.
Fortunately for him, he didn't go down, as he got himself back into the cover, and probably will be able to pull off that first hit. And NB Esports, they're looking really good, as we mentioned a bit earlier as well. They got themselves a really great cover, but with Bad Intention coming from the other side. 1Z was able to deal a bit of damage, but it is 7 who's going to now will be able to get that elimination. At the same time, he's getting a bit aggressive of Bad Intention, but right now NB Esports, they are all on SITM, as they got themselves a really great high point, and they are looking to pressure SITM on the low side. Team VG Esports, they are also taking a lot of damage from the last fight. 2 players only left behind. Team NBA Esports is fighting a multiple angles with Fist Boy coming from the left side. Icast is right in front of it, but the Fist Boy, he got better things to do right now, as to reunite with his team and make his way into the circle. They are 90 meters away, and they have to make that decision really quickly whether to commit themselves completely or to get out of that. But for now, Geo Sports damage takes him down, and we have only 1 player left on the side of VG. They're not going to be happy with that outcome, and damage also gets spotted again, and he gets eliminated from the game. And now we have only 1 player left. While I am talking about that, it's going to be the Bad Intention biting the dust.
And look at this, amongst all of this, just 1 team in the center of the circle, but really all eyes on NBE Esports, as they are in a great spot here to finish it all off. On the other hand, you've got Stronger now moving their way in with just 1 player lost, 8 eliminations picked up. Their fights have paid out beautifully, and they made several teams play. And amongst all of this, we don't even see SITM. Now they come in towards the southeastern part of the circle. Still 4 man left strong, with the only other teams being TRZ and NB Esports. And NB Esports, I don't think for very long, because SITM, they're moving in towards that very spot, looking to challenge them. But Desert, he gets put down, not knocked out though, just here, and he's able to back down, should heal up, and SITM likely to just cling to this cliff and hope it works out.
TRZ also looking really good at this and get themselves into the north part of the circle, and they are holding that edge. 4 players alive. Mad Cat got himself wonderful elimination, but Rex takes a lot of damage from SITM, got himself a wonderful cover, but Dobu gets spotted, but Rex also misses a lot of his shot, but now he's just going out in the open. Has to be careful, because SITM might just spot him out, but for now, Monda uses the nade from being nade just thrown into the sky, might just connect it, but obviously it's a big chance. TRZ takes a lot of damage from Dobu as well, takes Mad Cat down. But SITM, they're not looking really good, as Desert and Kobe is also being knocked. Jiro, they're still surviving. Dobe is very low in HP, but Jiro obviously has a lot of HP. Probably going to use that time to revive his player. TRZ also got a lot of time just to revive those players. These teams are exactly taking a fight, but not getting a bit aggressive with those knocks and those eliminations, because this is a fight that is not the last fight of the game. So if you get yourself too committed, you might just get eliminated from the game or lose one of those players. It's not this fight, it's about the chicken dinner that's in mind. But Stronger Esports, despite the fact they have been a part of a lot of fights, they're still surviving, but unfortunately for them, only 1 player left. Team Stronger Esports, Farhad is the only one surviving. A lot of shots coming from left and right, the vehicle being blown, and the Farhad is only left with 30% HP, but there's a lot of smoke being deployed on his side.
Oh, NB Esports, so they're still in that best spot. 4 players left standing, looking to contend with SITM, and I think that's where this match going to be decided, between NB Esports, SITM, and how TRZ are able to play it safe while those 3 teams fight it out. Because look, in the middle of the circle, we've got Stronger as well as MAKPEN have solo members, and the circle takes a southeastern shift, favoring NB Esports and SITM to a large extent. So TRZ now, they're gonna have to play it smart, because they're right next to each other here. RZ just hiding under cover, hoping that their opponents will make an unforced error, will commit a mistake, and they can pounce per every single team, and expect it so, because it's grand finals week. Will be looking to play its mark, but MAKPEN, their player, gets shown the door. TRZ with a beautiful nade. Now we're down to 4 teams left in this lobby, and 3 teams with 3 or 4 man strong.
But NB Esports, before they make that 2 or 3 meters into the circle, they're hoping to get a couple more eliminations, as they're looking to wipe out their competition before they make any kind of rotation, and trying to use the last second of those circle. But Rayrex is in a great position, at Giro cannot make a move without taking Rayrex out, and Rayrex will not be like taking any kind of peek, but that's the first team making a rotation. There's the TRZ, 2 players who are getting a bit aggressive into the circle, but the thing that's going to be very difficult is going to be Farhad. How will he get into the circle? He's farthest away, he's the only player surviving. It's not going to be easy job, but Dobo's first Rayrex out as well takes a lot. Deals a lot of damage. Farhad, as we were talking about like his condition, he has been able to take one of those players out, but unfortunately for him, he cannot get out of that risky situation. Rayrex get himself again out in the open. Dobu ran some shots through the smoke and gets himself a wonderful knock. TRZ, they are in a great spot still right now, as they have lost one of their players, but team SITM, they have lost QB and Desert, who have only Dobu and Giro left. The circle is coming out from behind them. They have to go into the high ground as well, and that's not going to be a spot they want to be in right now.
Right now, they're just looking to hug the edges of this cliff and hope that the other 2 teams, TRZ and NB Esports, they fight it out. But TRZ so far playing it safe. It's all up to NB Esports to make the move, and they do exactly that. Fizzboy, he finds one, but the immediate trade out on the other side as TRZ, they're able to bounce back, but not for long. The manpower of NB Esports reigning strong, and SITM still looking for that right moment. They're flinging the nades, trying to catch TRZ out. NB Esports with that high ground, facing off against both of these teams, and TRZ making sure that both their opponents feel the pain. Nades being thrown on either side. This game could all be decided on the back of one well-cooked nade.
TRZ, obviously they are like pinned down in a very small part of the circle. SITM, they have a wider part of the map that they're controlling, but the best control is where, as we were talking about the map control, is going to go towards the side of NBS, as they have got themselves a high ground, they have got themselves a numbers advantage as well, and they have the multiple covers. SITM being pinned down on the left side, team and TRZ being on the right side. A lot of big utility used on the either side. If NBS just wait it out, it might just like the competition will wipe it out itself, and they might find themselves an easy winner chicken dinner. And as we are looking about these teams, the attention of both of these teams are towards each other, and obviously Dobuk spots one of those players, takes him down, takes a lot of damage as well, but has to be careful because he cannot get himself commit to a lot. Dobuk takes a lot of damage as well. Oh, does he get spotted? Obviously gets spotted through the under the vehicle, but fortunately for him, he's still able to survive. 90 degree coming from the right side, take Giro down, but NB Esports finally they're looking to like do some kind of using some kind of utility to do some kind of damage against those teams, as they're like at an advantage right now. But a couple of nades coming from the NBE side, they have taken Giro out as well, but 90 degree gets spotted out from NBES, taken down, and now we have the advantage on the side of NBES.
Oh, NB Esports like we expected in that great position, unless Dobu pulls a miracle off. It looks unlikely. It's NB Esports to pick up the winner chicken dinner. But I would say SITM stronger. All of these teams that had a bad performance in TRZ to a large extent pulling off a brilliant map 2 in Miramar and really shaking things up. NB Esports with 23 points picked up, and we've got a new chicken dinner already in our very second map where A1NB eliminated nice and early. The standings are going to be absolutely wild here, RZ.
Obviously, we were looking at those 3 teams being left at the end of the game. NB Esports didn't have to make much of the effort. They had to just choose the right time to go for those knocks and those elimination, and they chose that time perfectly. As they were looking for team SITN taking that fight, and they exactly went for that third party and got themselves a wonderful chicken dinner, and all is going down to their position into the circle. But we have team stats in post match 2 with like team Khazai getting like 3 eliminations, Mondo getting 2 eliminations, Fizzboy getting 2 eliminations, and Sex getting 1 elimination. I'm quite sorry, ladies and gentlemen, it's a very difficult name to pronounce, but we have the most damage among these 3 players, and Sex only getting like 292 damage.
Yeah, Sek not with the greatest of games, but I think he compensated it with the fact that he was the lone player remaining standing in match 1 for Erangel, right? Where he got his team into that top 4. NB Esports now one of the few teams to get off to a brilliant start in map 1 and map 2, coming in top 4 in placements in map 1, and then the chicken dinner in map 2 with I think one of the most eliminations in the game as well, Stronger coming in close with 8 themselves, but with 2.486 damage. NB Esports going above and beyond with a beautiful performance.
But we have Khazai like on the left side with 3 eliminations, 707 damage dealt. He got like 119 damage received, 4 knockouts and like 26 minutes, 28 seconds survival time. He got the most survival time. Obviously, his team was able to get the winner chicken dinner. But we have Stronger Esports 7 on the right side with 4 elimination. He won that category. Then we got like damage received, like 218 damage received as well. He won that category as well. But the majority of the difference exists in those knockout. He only got 0 knockout. He was able to secure all of those elimination. At the same time, on the other side, like he got 4 of those knocks out on the side of other player.
Yeah, exactly right. And amongst all of that, to be able to do that, just beautifully done. TRZ though, man, being one of our bottom teams from match 1, Degree really turning up for his team here today. 4 eliminations, 2 assists and highest knockouts in the game overall. TRZ proving why they're one of the most look forward to teams, being an invited team out here. But also redemption for SITM to a large extent. Dobu with a high damage game. SITM looked like they're bouncing back.
Yeah, exactly. But obviously it's TRZ, VG, SITM, these 3 teams dominating this match summary. VG damage with the highest healing done. That's a bit of awkward position that you have put us into, because you got like highest healing done. As your name is like damage, you're supposed to deal damage to the other players. You got 2 assists for the Degree. But NBES is generally dominating in all of those categories. But we have the MVP for the match number 2 with Degree and like getting 4 elimination. The average is 4, but like look at that average damage. Like it's 237 as an average damage, and he has done 4 times more though, like damage. But like look at that survival time as well, like 25 minutes 58 seconds survival time, and we got 1 headshot on his side as well. TRZ, despite the fact they didn't win the winner chicken dinner, they didn't get the chicken dinner, they got themselves a wonderful game. And this was a team that wasn't like, probably we weren't expecting to do a lot, but obviously in the last game they got beaten by the circle, but this time they are proving themselves.
Yeah, 100%. Really stepping up to the mark here, TRZ. Showing that if they do have, of course, a little bit of a better chance in a circle, they will be able to make their mark, and a team to look out for going into the rest of the matches. And in that way, we've really set ourselves apart, because look, even Gremlin Storm had a poor game in Erangel, but they were able to, at least to a certain extent, bounce back, get a few points on board coming into Miramar. And I love that it's getting a lot more there's a lot more parity between the teams, in the sense that anyone can really pick up the pace in any particular map. We're heading into Sanhok now, because that's truly the map where anything can happen. But this was a special Miramar, man. I really think B could have completely changed the map around for his team if he'd pulled that spray off, and Dexter pulling that spray off. And I just to imagine what might have happened if he'd got that 1v2, we would have set up for a completely different game.
Exactly, but this was just Silly Esports taking a lot of damage, Rogue going down, but Team Stronger Esports, Zola coming from the right side, spotting the players from Astra Esports. Billy was able to provide some kind of retaliation, as he was able to trade the players out, but it was just a 2v1. But Damage and VG in generally, the way they have taken that A1 Esports fight, and Damage and Akas going in for that multiple shots, and obviously, and he wasn't able committing himself to revival of that like his teammate. He got himself out, but unfortunately he got himself eliminated at the hand of SITM later. MAKPEN with a wonderful spray, taking an 1952 out, like bursting their vehicle, and obviously they're like securing those knocks. But Team TRZ, they got themselves a really great position, but obviously after the 7th circle, they were pinged down to the like farthest edge of towards the north part of the map, where they weren't able to do a lot. They were not like a map control as well. There were not a lot of cover that existed. So obviously, them and SITM going down was just at the hand of their position within the circle. It didn't come to those mechanical skill. It didn't come to the numbers key advantage. It just come to a point where NBES had a huge like advantage in terms of like their map position.
Oh yeah, 100%. And even playing to that map position was their early rotation, right? So I think it's something we saw from the team in the very first game as well, where they focused in a lot more on the rotation, and it might not have paid off as much in the first game, but it most certainly did here. And I think that is the crucial part for these teams to make their certain fortune moments count and pick up chicken dinners like this, because given the fact that we have almost 10 to 15 teams to look forward to or off to a decent start to contend on, anything can happen, and it's these chicken dinners that will later count, that maybe that extra 5 points you got in the bag might get you a spot in the PMPL overall.
obviously. But we have mass standings in front of us at the post match number 2 with NB Esports getting 23 points. Then we have SITM with 19, TRZ at 16 points. Team Stronger Esports number 4 with 16 points. Then MAKPEN, that's a bit of a gap coming from the number 4th and number 5th with 8 points. Number 1952 had like an average game. Then Victor Gaming, Bad Intention, Team Classic, A1NB, Team Gremlin, Astra were able to secure like 3, 4, 5, 6 points. They earned a lot, but they are not exactly zero. The thing that the teams that will not be happy with this game is going to be Seal Esports, Equinox, B Sports, and RGC. Seal Esports were able, like, looking to continue their momentum. They got 2 elimination right at the start of the game, but they got themselves eliminated at the first part of the map as well, like before the 13th or 14th minute, and this was not a position they were looking to be in. But RGC Opex, after the last game, they weren't able to continue their momentum, but going into the next game, let's see if they're able to do something out of the blue, something out of the box, because obviously this is a team that has to be looked out for.
Oh, 100%. And look, RZ, our standings drastically shifting as NB Esports pick up that first spot on the back of just 2 points over A1 NB, who very curiously so didn't have a great game at all. While NB Esports, you can see, while they have lesser eliminations than A1 NB, they had a much more consistent placement in map 1 and map 2, which has got them that top spot. But SITM making the big moves after just 1 point in the first game, they're able to pick up a lot more here in the second and able to leapfrog themselves to spot 4.
Obviously, a lot of jump coming in from TRZ Esports already losing their position. Team Victor Gaming already also losing their position as well. So we got TRZ with 17 points, Team Victor Gaming at 15 points. But looking at those eliminations, we still have A1 NB Esports at number 1 with 15 elimination points. Seal Esports also a bit aggressive in the term of those eliminations. NB Esports, as if they're at number 1 still, but this is a team that is just generally looking to go for those placement points. But you need to be at a bit of both to make sure that you, like, even if you're looking to be the champion of South Asia wildcard, you need to be good at both of those things as well. But we have top performers in front of us with A1 and BK9 with 7 elimination in 2 games. Then we have Seal Esports again. Obviously, we had top performers like with Seal and A1 at number but we have like same classic Kenny Oxy coming in at number 4. Obviously, got a 1v3 against Team Equinox. That was a wonderful clutch.
Yeah, exactly right. And it really changed up how we've seen ourselves coming into this week, because look, to be frank, Classic didn't have the greatest of semi-finals. They had a mediocre one, I'd say. It wasn't bad whatsoever, but it was never consistent to a large extent. And for Kenoxy to pull that kind of playoff, I think is going to motivate his team a lot and really push them forward, because they had great starts in both map 1 and map 2. They're just not able to make it towards the latter part of the game and secure higher placement points. So a very clear direction for Classic to go, and a team that I'm going to be keeping my eye on headed into the next few games. But K9 continuing his run of form, he will maintain his top performance slot, and Seal similarly so. Rogue and Becca each picking up 1 elimination each, able to maintain the 2nd and 3rd spot. But hey, we're 2 matches down today, RZ. Now we head into Sanhok, where things really get spicy.
And looking at the Sanhok picture in front of us as well, we have Roan, and we might just see a clash as well in the map of Sanhok. But fortunately for a lot of those teams, a lot of clashes didn't happen exactly. There were not a lot of drop clashes, but Sanhok, obviously anything can happen. And while I was going into this game, I might just not say Seal Esports, A1 NB Esports, SITM, maybe these teams might just like take it all out on the other team, that they're looking really good. But Sanhok generally is a very difficult map to predict. The circles shift, you cannot get ahead of them, and if you're able to get ahead of those circles, you should teach us exactly how you do that. But this is the reason why that we don't exactly see the top teams performing in map of Sanhok, because it has always come down to who is in exactly those last circle, who is able to exactly predict those circles. Because if you're unable to do so, no matter how good you are at, you can't just come in from those edge, take the other players out and get yourselves a good position into the circle. You cannot snatch the circle away. That's the difference about this map and the other maps.
And look, considering the fact that we've had drop clashes in Erangel and Miramar already, I'm certain that we're going to get a lot more drop clashes coming into Sanhok overall, and I think that's how most likely is going to decide who's going to win it, because many a times we've seen teams that are able to get a clean drop clash victory are then able to rotate early, get themselves into a nice spot. They got the eliminations early as well, and they usually end up picking up the chicken dinner because of it. And boy oh boy, I have to say, I think predicting for this map very hard. But I've noticed Equinox, they've had a decent game 1, game 2, you know. It feels like they're on the grasp of being able to pull out a chicken dinner. So I've gone for Equinox here. It's a bit of a random throw in the dark, just as you would expect from Sanhok. What about you?
I feel like you're right about that fact. Even during the semi-finals, Equinox were like always end up like barely making it to the top 3 or top 2, but they were like had an average or above average performance. But sometimes they would shine. So that's a great performance coming from them. But I'm looking forward toward the SITM as their position within the game of number 2 Miramar. The way they were pushing the edges of the circle, they had a clear strategy in mind. Obviously, it couldn't exactly work out for them. They got themselves into the top 2, top 3. But right now, I feel like if their strategy is exactly the way they are playing, they might then get themselves in a good position into the circle, and they is able to capitalize on that and getting those elimination and getting the winner chicken dinner as well. Obviously, if anything can happen, as you like mentioned earlier, Sanhok. So things will be looking a bit difficult for them. But I feel like it's gonna be very interesting. At the same time, I'm a bit like curious on who's gonna land on those map of like on the city of Painan, as it's situated towards the center. Is the center point of those 2 islands. As we look towards the map of Erangel, it's Pochinki. We see Team Classic and Team Gremlin going for that center point. We might see a clash on the city of Painan.
Yeah, I think Painan, Paradise Resort, Bootcamp and Ruins are my spots to look out for, because I think those are the most high potential clash spots which teams will want to pick up early, because they have great loot, but more importantly they have great access to rotations overall. But hey, it's just a few more minutes before we go straight into that matchup, RZ, and I love the fact that you've come towards that SITM hype train, right? Because again, this is one of the teams that obliterated their opposition in semi-finals week. They really set themselves apart as one team, at least. If there was only going to be one team amongst all the other invited teams to go to PMPL, it would be SITM, seemingly so. And after a poor map 1, they were able to pull themselves back, and like you said, playing it very safe, right? So this is a very objective minded team, focused on getting their PMPL slot. They'll do whatever it takes.
And as we were talking about the great strategy coming from A1 and B Esports in the game number 1, we got a hint of that with the SITM in the game number 2. The way we discussed them, kept pushing just the edges a bit into the edges, not committing themselves a lot into those fights as well. Even when A1 Esports and Team VG were taking a fight right in front of them, where both of those teams were taking a hit, Team SITM didn't come out of their compounds and went for the third party, because it was a risky solution to those that situation. They were just trying to play it safe, and that is a decision that got themselves into the top 2 or top 3. But you're obviously SITM, they are the best in the semi-finals for a reason. Obviously they will be looking to continue that momentum, and I'm hopeful they can do that during the day as well. It's just out of 2 games, they got a wonderful game number 2, and let's see what game number 3 holds for us. But it's going to be very interesting, because as we mentioned a bit earlier, the Paradise Resort, the boot camp, even Painan, and let's not forget about Camp Alpha. I've seen a lot of clashes happening on the side of Camp Alpha, because a lot of circles that goes towards the northwest side of the map holds Camp Alpha in the center. That's why we 3 teams preferring that island as well. So these are 4 to 5 points that will definitely my point of attention.
And I hope we get those clashes, man. It's because you think maybe in Erangel, Miramar, you aren't going to get clashes. We got clashes, and we expect clashes in Sanhok. Imagine if there are no clashes, and that will be disappointing, because that goes against the nature of what we usually see from Sanhok, where it's action after action. And unlike the other maps where things speed up after the 10-minute mark, usually in Sanhok things slow down after the 10-minute mark, because it's usually a continuous set of action in the first few minutes.
I mean, it might be just CA, by the way, guys explaining what's the nature of the map. As for me, I just like to see some early clashes. I just like to see what's happening across the map. I mean, it could be bad for both of those teams. It could be good for one of them or both of them. I don't know. I just want to see some action. Come on. Good for us, obviously. We could see some 1v2s, 1v3s coming up. I mean, it was very, very interesting to watch and cast that 1v3 coming from Kenyoxy. I mean, I didn't expect that at all, but I was happy to see it.
Yeah, and hopefully players like that are able to pull off those X-Factor moments, because we've seen how NV Esports with just one chicken dinner is able to leapfrog themselves to the top. So day 1 is where the standings are very, very open. At the end of day 1 is where the consistent teams will start slowly setting themselves up at the top. While you're still in day 1, you can make it count. So several teams out there will still be looking to get off to a start. We've seen the likes of MAKPEN get an elimination or two here and there, but not really able to live up to the potential that they have. And similarly, Stronger, a team that we've seen continuously be amazing in the semi-finals run. They got 8 eliminations in the last game, so they've certainly come warmed up in terms of the firepower. But it's all about, I think, how they're able to translate that into a more consistent placement coming into Sanhok. So a lot of teams to look out for here, RZ. But what is going to be lovely to see is a bit of a radical circle, because we got weird circle map 1, we got normal circle map 2. It's time to, switch things up once again. Maybe give us that northern circle that we've seen before, like Hatin based or Paradise Resort based even. That would be nice.
Obviously, but looking at that plane path, who we going to favoring towards the southern part of the map, it's not exactly a lot of teams going towards the Khout at Mock area, but the Pioneer might just be getting a bit of clash landing as Team Classic and TRZ, they are looking to land in those areas, even A1 Esports as well on the outskirts of Pioneer, so that's a bit of clash that we were a bit expecting earlier. Obviously, Pioneer just being underneath that plane path also provides an incentive to those teams, but we have a very interesting circle, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to go towards the areas of Pioneer definitely, and towards the ruins area, so those will be coming in, those will be definitely coming in play. But things that will be difficult is going to for SITM, as they are looking to rotate from the north side, and they will be using that bridge, probably that's going to be camped out. So I want to see how exactly they may get themselves into a safer position. But for now, Team Gremlin Esports, 2 out of 3 times they got themselves into an early clash with Seal Esports right next to them.
Yeah, exactly, right? It seems like these teams have very similar playstyles, and we're gonna have to figure out who compromises in our second part of the day, or this is a clash we continue to see, because this is 2 of our invited teams clashing it out nice and early. No fear whatsoever as they look to take the charge against their opponents. But Sami, a lot of individual houses in the building, so enough space to hide out, and Seal just looking to clear it out piece by piece, while Gremlin Storm might just back off. They've only got 3 of their players here, RZ.
And at the same time, Team Gremlin Esports, you're right about the fact that it might be a difficult game for them as well, because obviously the game number 1 didn't exactly turn out great for them, as they got as they were the number 1 team to get eliminated. But GSM cooking that nade, but held his hand in exactly throwing that nade, got himself a bit back, retreated, but he needs to be careful as his position is being revealed. Sanchez is right in front of him, throws that nade, but just gets connected. Okay, deals a bit of damage on the either side, but Seal Esports Becca spots one of the players from Gremlin Esports, takes him down, and now we have the advantage on the side of Seal Esports. Obviously, they were looking a bit aggressive before they had the advantage, and now they're looking to capitalize that. Rowdy, the last player from the Gremlin Esports, coming from the behind, and with those shots being landed coming from Thompson, Team Seal Esports definitely have an idea there's a player on the other side. Sanchez also gets one of those players knocked down and able to secure that elimination. We have 2 eliminations coming on the side of Team Seal Esports. Rowdy also got himself into a very shaky position. Memo is also being spotted. Team Esports, Seal Esports is just like taking those players one by one.
Yeah, and looks like it's all gonna fall apart for Gremlin Storm with just 2 players left standing. And they're getting finished off piece by piece. There's 1 last player remaining, and I don't think he's anywhere nearby either. I think it was just these 3 players. So Seal win that drop clash, nice and easy, very cleanly done. And oh, you can see Rowdy, there he is, just trying to run away. I think he should be able to make it out. So Gremlin Storm, at least a part of them, never mind, I just cursed him. They spot him out, and Seal, they will look for the final finish. Make Gremlin Storm once again one of the first teams to be eliminated, and Seal on the hunt, looking to push it out. Rowdy not even able to find enough time to heal himself up. The moment he's spotted, he's gonna get sprayed down.
Is very low on HP, and obviously he couldn't get himself a lot of healing at this point as well. Maybe he just got one in those these little huts and little compounds. But Team Seal Esports is looking to seal the deal with those 4 easy elimination points right at the start. I made it like, oh, it's an easy one, but obviously they had a wonderful team coordination. They started taking down one of those players one by one, and even Becca as well. The way he got that initial elimination, that was the breaking point for his team. Rowdy is still looking to get out of this very risky situation, but unfortunately for him, there's not a lot of cover that exists in those areas, and he has to just crawl into this cover. But unfortunately for him, there are 2 players on the right side, 2 players on the left side, and which exactly position are going to use to cover yourself? You can cover yourself from Becca and Rogue, but what about 2 players coming from the north side? And if you just continue to hold that position, you might just get spotted out easily. Team Seal Esports, they are just looking up very aggressive, and they're not going to let that 1 elimination point get away.
Yeah, just looking to play it smart at this point and keep pushing and pushing. Play to the nature of Sanhok to a large extent, but currently they're in a great spot after that clinical victory over Gremlin Storm. They're very much towards the southern part of the circle. No flank expectation for them, and they can look to start circling in towards Painan, catch those rotating teams out, and continue to make their mark. But hey, what's even more crucial and even funnier to see teams happen is that we didn't actually get to see the early fight towards Painan. A1 and B just able to make it their home, and that's a bold statement because nobody contesting A1 and B for one of the most sought after drop spots on Sanhok clearly shows this team's strength, but more importantly shows their willingness to take those risks to get those better positions.
And I mean, if Seal Esports from the southern part of the circle, if they've taken out team Gremlin Esports right at the start, they got themselves a really great part of the map as well in terms of like Nakham to Camp Charlie. There's not a single team that can give contest to them. And if Circle takes a shift towards the southern side, they might get themselves a really great game. But look at SITM. Giro coming in from that water area, SITM, rest of those 3 players still holding those angles. I feel like they have just sent Giro out to scout those areas. I mean, to just hold that position as well if some team is camping those areas, and that's a great move. SITM not exactly committing 100% into that rotation, and since they have the time as well for the third circle gonna come in, and I feel like that's a great move, and I did expect that to happen from a team like obviously SITM. That's a team I could have expected that, but I don't see a lot of teams doing this with they send one player ahead of them and they go like scout that area and might just use the other team to come a bit later. But in Equinox, they're in a difficult situation as it's not going to be easy to cover that area for the how to get themselves across that bridge of Painan.
Yeah. All the teams now starting to settle in. This has actually been a relatively slower start to Sanhok, but you can understand why, considering the fact that the concentration of teams right now towards this southernmost island is absolutely huge. SITM, in fact, forced to abandon that bridge, leave desert there as they look for the water rotation instead, and they will be rewarded to a large extent. Tambang right now completely empty. Similarly so, you've got bad intention moving towards the Camp Charlie bridge here, and they're going to run into the likes of Classic, Victor Gaming, Stronger, so a lot of presence towards that southeastern part of the map where we might see that bridge fight pop off, but it's all towards right next to Painan in those small compounds where teams are now situated waiting for the next circle shift.
We have an airdrop in front of us, but Warzone getting caught out in a very off angle. He gets knocked down. Unfortunately for VG, that's not the first player going down. Damage, and what exactly is he doing as they have a hopeless? That's the second knock coming from his side. After Warzone going down, you might just have an idea there's a player on your right side, but VG, they have taken a lot of hit from the side of Team Classic. Only one player left. Gone is committing himself to reviving Icast. But exactly what is going to be the outcome as 2 players coming from behind? You are getting flanked. There's 1 player on your right side, 1 player in front of you. Team Classic have got you covered from every angle. Icast getting revived, but Gon takes a lot of damage from Vanzi as he's not in a very secure position. Obviously, Team Classic have taken VG out, and it is just because of their multiple angles fight. They have coming from every different angle, and Team VG had no idea exactly where to hide, where to look, and where to position themselves.
And again, man, Team Classic off to a brilliant start in a map. Now, they haven't been able to do so in map 1, map 2, but can they actually convert this into a chicken dinner? Can they convert this into a better position in the later parts of the circle and get a lot more placement points for them? And because that has to be the question. Meanwhile, Backup picking himself up an airdrop. And Classic, they still have to focus in on the rotations, but they got stronger to deal with before. So Classics, they're going to get a lot of fights heading their way in, and considering the way they've been popping off today, like you said, just circling in to Victor Gaming from every single angle, almost suffocating them to a large extent and not giving them a moment to fight back. Classic looking really damn good.
They might be just looking to continue the momentum, but we have team survival status right on the right side of us. We got 1 team eliminated right at the start. It's going to be VG. They are not going to be happy with this game, and they had a decent game in the game number 2, but that's a team that always have an average game, so they will be a bit disappointed. But unfortunately for them as well, their fans will be disappointed. But Team Classic, they got themselves the area of query. They are a bit dispersed right now. Obviously, they're looking for more of those information. Maybe the other teams are situated out, but Team Seal Esports, after getting those 3 early knocks. They have not been able to get the 4th player as well. Gremlin Esports Route is still surviving, is holding on in that wilderness, and fortunately for him, he might just be able to get himself a couple of survival points. It's going to be very difficult as the map of Sanhok is very, very harsh. But Team Stronger Esports using those vehicles to start rotate early and trying to find themselves a very comfortable position. But unfortunately for Sinor, he's really, really far away from the rest of his team, and this just might be too much. If the Team Stronger Esports get themselves into a fight, it might just not end very not like wonderful. It might just end badly for them.
Yeah, exactly right. Still though, Classic able to make their way in towards the eastern part of the circle. Is their next circle shift. It is really going to catch a lot of teams out, especially all the teams situated towards the small compounds just on the west of Painan. So if those teams are wrong in their predictions and the circle actually moves away from them, then that's where a lot of teams have the potential to find fights in those rotations and make them count. But hey, it's actually now that we're heading towards the 11 to 12 minute mark where we expect things to start getting a lot more dicey. But for now, teams just getting into comfortable positions. NB Esports should be able to get themselves towards this eastern bridge, and Bad Intention X very well situated across multiple tiny hills to mark out 2 bridges at the same time. So they're getting a lot of information for their team, which is absolutely crucial. Now, Stronger themselves coming in through the rotation, they don't really have a lot of spots to play unless they go all the way towards Tambang and Nakham, where towards that intersection leading to Tambang and Nakham, there are a couple of compounds they can pick up, but that's where it's looking really, really concentrated with B Esports with 1952, TRZ all situated. Now, MAKPEN spot out Stronger, and they're just stuck on the coast now, and it's really that bridge getting pumped up in terms of the number of teams surrounding it. Going to make it harder for the teams on the late rotate.
Team Seal Esports, they got themselves a wonderful vintage point, like high point, where they are like able to scout MAKPEN as well. Obviously, Pelzang gets himself into a bit of a risky position. One shots coming from Seal Esports is able to take him down, but unfortunately for Seal Esports, they have not been able to secure that knock. Obviously, that's a second player going down, and Team Seal Esports, are they going to commit themselves for those knocks, or they're going to rush toward those players? Because unfortunately for them, the distance is still too much. They're not able to secure any one of those elimination points because the distance is obviously a lot. You might be able to knock those players out, but they're going to fall on the other side of those walls, and with those knocks coming in, you're not going to be getting any of those elimination. And obviously, Seal Esports, I feel like they don't want to lose this high ground. They don't want to lose this position. Even with those 2 knocks coming out, they're going to commit to that position. They're going to hold that point, and I feel like that's a great move because they're looking for that bigger picture in mind. They go like, even if we commit ourselves into this fight, even if we try to rush the team MAKPEN, the time we get there, all of those four players will be revived, and we might just get ourselves caught into a 4v4.
Exactly right, and that's really where they got to play it smart. They've got to play it safe right here because these knocks are great. It continuously puts MAKPEN under pressure and limits their resources going into later fights, but you've got to still make sure you don't necessarily overcommit because you're in that great position on the high ground. Overcommitting may attract other opposition, and that's why the third parties really start coming in strong. But with just about 50 seconds for us left for the circle to close down, where do you think is going to make that shift? Do you think teams in their predictions are going to be right and it's going to make that shift towards the western part of Painan, all around those small compounds in the land? Or do you think the PUBG game has something else completely different in mind?
As much as I would like for that second later part of your question to be like true, I feel like it might just go towards those smaller compounds as more likely the cycle takes a shit away from those cities as well and go towards those outer part of the cities and like just out in the open where there's like little compounds situated. But after that early clash, look at that, just a bit of passiveness coming out from all of those teams. Obviously there's a knock we have seen on a lot of those teams, but it is just like 57 players alive after 14 minutes of the game. We didn't see that in the like first and second map, and seeing that in the third map, and especially on the map of Sanhok, that's quite strange and weird, believe me guys.
Yeah, exactly right. Our expectations just turning completely different. We saw lesser early drop clashes as well. So Sanhok really giving us a completely different fight, and potentially also because these teams are starting to of course get a lot more cautious as we near the end of the day, start feeling a lot more concerned about their positions overall, and really try to make sure they don't necessarily give things away. Try to keep themselves and their hopes to qualify for PMPL in their own hands, but is that bridge finally coming into play as NB Esports and OPX making that late rotation? Classic may just look at this as an opportunity to pounce, pick up even more eliminations.
But the circle has taken a shift towards the side of Nakham and towards the center of Nakham and Painan. And it's going to be Team B Esports right in the center. All they have to do, along with the MAKPEN, is just to hold this position. It's not going to be easy with a lot of teams coming from left and right. But Team MAKPEN, they're right next to Team Stronger Esports. I thought they were right next to Team Stronger Esports, but they got themselves a wonderful knock and obviously like elimination as well. And that's 3 points on the side of Team NBES. And there are 4 players alive. Also, the thing that's going to be a bit difficult for them is like they are 300 meters away from the circle. Also, it was OPX, but RGC Opex, like unknown, is the only player left. He's 80 meters away from the circle, and he shouldn't use those for like a gun right now, shouldn't use those bullets right now. All he has to do is make sure that he shows some kind of trigger discipline in terms of like he has no advantage going to this later part of the map. He just have to make sure that he gets into the circle, puts his head down, and just try to survive as much as he can. And obviously I think it was RGC, and that was a bit of like my mistake.
Yeah, it's okay though. I can imagine things are going to start to get chaotic in the next 16 minutes because we've got 15 teams alive. Can you believe this is Sanhok, ladies and gentlemen? Because only one team shut out. But I must say, Gremlin Storm as well as OpenX just on the edge of being pushed away themselves. So the fights most definitely to break out as Classic. They're now spotted out on that late rotate by NB Esports. And this is the plague we mentioned for Classic again and again for Kinoxi. 1v3 clutch master from the last game. He pulls one back. So right now it's just a 1 for 1 trade in Kinoxi. He's got to make a choice. Does he look to fight, shut NB Esports down, remove our chicken dinners winners from the last game from play, or does he go for the rotate? And Kinoxi, it seems like the answer is to fight, but for how long?
It might not be for long as well, as like he's taking a lot of damage from the blue zone. Hopeless is right now in a very hopeless situation. He's waiting for his team to come into that blue zone to revive him and have to make that big of a rotation. At the same time, Team NBS is holding the inner part of the circle. It's not going to be easy for Team Classic. At the same time, as I'm talking about Team Classic, look at the perspective of Team NBS. They're not really in a very good position. Okay, but one of the most wonderful shot coming from Akazai. He's able to take one of the players from Team Classic out. Now we're down to a 2v2, but they are not just going to stick themselves into commit themselves into this situation, because they already got themselves in a very shitty situation. They have to make sure they're like 170 meters into the cycle, and that's not going to be the easy rotation. Maybe on the map of Miramar, yes, but definitely not in this map, as there are a lot of teams still surviving and definitely a lot of teams holding those edges. So let's see, can they do that? But Team Classic, finally they are committing themselves to reviving their players. Kenyoxi taking a lot of damage, but I feel like he might just get revived and put himself in like a first hit kit as well.
No, that is the expectation, but it's easier said than done, as we might see a lot more healing battles in this game than we might have expected. Not enough teams have enough first aid kits though, you see, especially for Classic. They're gonna have to look to fight, and they're gonna run into impossible positions, just as Team Astra right here. Sairi on his lonesome, as 1952 have the power to pounce, but one of their players knocked out. They've got to play it safe, try to first get C-Wine back on his feet instead, and I think looking to now set up the nades, clear it up, and free up his position. They spot Sairi out. Oh, but they're not able to finish him off, and slowly but surely C-Wine running out of time. So 1952, they've got to make the tough decision, and they're doing exactly that. Going to get C-Wine back to their feet on the back of some cover of the smoke, but they all clump up together and almost fall prey to a single nade, but almost simply not good enough, as B Esports now pouncing in as the third party. They've managed to hurt Sairi, and that will help 1952 just move in for the finish themselves. They say thank you for the effort, and they'll take the point.
But 1952 getting a bit aggressive. Obviously, they got themselves a second point with the one player going down. But on this side of Team Equinox, things are not looking super good for now, as they have lost 2 of those players. Finally, Kesek 7 is able to provide some kind of retaliation, some kind of hope for their team by taking Sinister down. But they're still at a bit of a disadvantage with their 2 players bleeding right now. And A1 Esport had the numbers advantage. Team Astra Esports, they're on the lower ground. And not the Astra Esports. Riley is the only one left from the Astra Esports, as he's on the lower ground, 150 meters away from the circle. 1952, they might just commit themselves themselves into securing their last position. But I feel like they have a great game ahead. They could, if they get themselves in the edge of the circle, they might just get themselves a really good 10 to 12 points. They have to be careful. But on the other side of the map, NBE Sport and Team Classic, the fight that was happening for the last 4 to 5 minutes and still erupted out again with the Vanzi going down. And outside the play zone, Sinister also loses his life. But unfortunately for 1952, one of their players gets spotted out and he has gone down. But I might just see like they might be able to revive him as he's in a very secure cover.
Negro, meanwhile, goes down to the play zone. As we see now, all those late rotations hurting these teams. 1952 and TRZ trading the ball. So, as C-Vine finally finished off, 1952 may not be in the greatest of spots. But the same could be said about A1 and B. Stuck in Painan from start to finish. They didn't get contact at all. And they're now paying the price with nowhere to go and nowhere to hide. Can't even rotate because they'll likely get caught up. Two of their players have made it out of the circle. So, basically cutting the losses, playing on that 2-2 split, trying to somehow make it all work out. And we'll have to see if Sketch can pull off a miracle as we lose yet another team in Opex. Seal picking up the pressure and Equinox paying the prices. Now all of those fights kicking off for that high ground. SITM, Cage all taken down, but it's all this play area fight that is crucial. And A1 and B, man, what an enigmatic story to have two players still stuck in the zone and two players in the best spot in the zone.
But where is the third player is my bigger question going to be. But they have been able to spot it, twist out really on the other side of the circle. Not on this side of the circle, outside the circle have taken him down. Team Equinox is losing players one by one. But Sketch coming in from behind has already taken a lot of damage. One more shot and you might just be able to bite, like you're just gonna go down. Obviously you was able to like trying to stretch your lives. But Team NBS was able to like Team MAKPEN is able to spot him now, takes him down, and one more kill going in there, one more elimination going their side. 1952 also gets spotted. A1 and BS on the other side, they were able to eliminate all the Team Equinox out. TRZ also gets spotted by A1 and B. The fact that they have a great position into the circle, they are just using that to capitalize on every other team on the outer part of the circle, and they are just punishing them while they are trying to rotate. B ESPORT also gets spotted. TRZ, Mad Cat, one of the player goes down, the other player is just pulling off those bandages and first aid kit. How will you get yourself out of that compound into the circle is going to be the big fat question that is right waiting in front of us, and we might just not like the answer.
Yeah, it looks like it is going to be A1 and B, despite just being two-man strong, really able to put a lot of pressure considering that almost nobody else towards this northern part of the circle. They're able to gatekeep every single team from coming in and put in a lot of pressure and use the play zone to their advantage, but finally they will get some pressure from a team coming in from that top eastern side. I think they're four-man strong as well. But TRZ, Mad Cat caught out. Hitman will now eliminate TRZ from the equation. And we've just got 5 teams left to play. Seal, 4-man strong. BITX, 3-man strong. B, 3-man strong. But it's all up to A1 and B in this crucial position. Oh my god. Did they just 2v4 wall of MAKPEN? Why? Wow.
And that's a wonderful, like that was a great thing. But unfortunately for A1 and B ESPORT, the way they got themselves into a great position, that's not going to be the case for the last 7th circle, as they are 70 meters away from the circle. K9 tries to get out and takes a lot of damage from B ESPORT, gets knocked down. But fortunately for him, Hitman is right there to provide support. He revives him, and now they are back to 2-man. But the question still remains how you're going to get yourself into the circle. Comes on the left side, Team Seal Esports right next to Team Classic and Bad Intention, takes Eric out. That's also one of the squads being eliminated. 3 players from Bad Intention is still surviving. Team Seal Esports right next to them, but there's not a lot of utility on the side of Siam. But one player from Seal Esports gets spotted, takes him down. Mehdi is able to secure that elimination. Siam's position also being known. Solus is on the low ground. Team B is also right next to Team Bad Intention, and Team Seal Esports have to be careful because shots can be coming from left and right. AK9 also takes a lot of damage. Hitman goes down. Mehdi coming from the right side, has to be careful. Team Seal Esports might be able to spot them out. Rogue also gets spotted, but Mehdi is just hoping for that trigger discipline. Might want to get himself into a great position, going for that right angle, flank angle. Team Seal Esports, if they're not able to spot him out, that could be a really bad end to Team Seal Esports. But unfortunately for A1 and B Esports, as they were trying to rotate 70 meters into the circle, they got caught out, gets eliminated. Cravens threw a wonderful nade, but okay, it falls on the other side of the rock, and Team Seal Esports still surviving. Mehdi still holding that position. okay, he can use that angle to provide a great flank, maybe able to take 1 or 2 players out, but unfortunately it's going to be coming in. Look at that, Mehdi! You didn't expect that at all. Monda, while going down to the play zone, is able to spot you or take you down. While getting eliminated, he's gonna just take you with him. Unfortunate for team Bad Intention.
Oh my lord, that trigger control almost paid off. A Mondo coming in from nowhere shuts him down, hurting the opposition while he goes down himself, putting now B Esports in a wonderful spot, but not for too long. They were the strongest team in this lobby, but suddenly it has all fallen apart as Dexter left on his lonesome and Becca on the solo hunt to finish these two off. There's 2 free elimination points up for grabs for either team who might land a single nade, but Dexter still in the middle of the circle in their best spot, trying to make something happen. Meanwhile, SITM coming in from the west might catch the last to be out, and if they take out Dexter, that's 3 free eliminations picked up nice and easy. And Dexter, watch your back. He's trying to save his teammates. He's trying to outlive this fight, but SITM now coming in from the flank. Ooh, does Giro get spotted out?
Dexter, despite the fact that he's being spotted left and right, but he's still able to revive the player. But Sam coming in from the left side, spot Gio down, takes him and gets able to secure that elimination. Bad Intention still looking really good despite the fact they lost Mehdi. They're still in a great position on the high ground of circle. Unfortunately, they have to leave this position, go 20 meters into the circle where Team Steel Esport is residing. Team SITM, despite the fact they were looking also this decent, was able to fall at the hand of Team Bad Intention. But for now, it's going to be very difficult to see exactly where the circle is going. Where exactly the chicken dinner is going to go with the B Esports is still surviving. Team Steel Esports, 1 player from Team Steel Esports is also surviving, but Craven's coming from the left takes Soulless out, and there's an advantage being lost on the side of Team B Esports. Only 2 players left, but they're still surviving. They're on the other side of the cover. Only 2 nades on the left on the side of Team B Esports. Dexter is going to commit himself to reviving his teammate, and that's a great decision making coming from his side. Dobu on that angle is still holding this position. He's not making any kind of noise because he might just be able to provide coming in from behind, might just be able to get himself into the top 2.
Oh, and B Esports in such a awkward position right now, despite being the strongest team in the lobby with 3 players still available. They're in a very difficult spot, but Dexter relieves some pressure, shuts Siam down, and now they can move in to finish off Bad Intention. And Seal will do exactly that. Bad Intention taken out of the table as B now with 11 eliminations in a 3v1v1. They'll quickly take out Seal as well. And B Esports looking for the winner chicken dinner in a 1v3 fight with Dobu. But he finds 1, and that's all he will find. The trade for B Esports, they pick up the winner chicken dinner. And a massive 1 with over, I believe, 12 elimination points.
It was not at all strange for B Esports to get the winner chicken dinner. The way they were able to carry those 2-3 players into the later part of the circles. Obviously, any team had that number advantage, and they were the team within the circle as well. They weren't getting in a great position. Obviously, they were at the low ground, but them getting 12 kills on the map of Sanhok, that's strange. We have seen 4 elimination, 5 elimination, the maximum 8 elimination. 12 is a lot, by the way, especially on the map of Sanhok. You getting 12 kills, by the way, you're a great team. Obviously, B Esports didn't expect that at all from them.
At 28 points picked up, that's a huge counter. Now set themselves up in the standings for their future matches. And we're done with our first rotation of the day here, RC. 1 Erangel, 1 Miramar, 1 Sanhok, and we'll have to see how the standings pan out. Because I think the way these teams have played, everything's shaken up. Ryuk and Soulless with a monstrous game. Ryuk with 5 eliminations, Soulless with over 800 damage, displaying it phenomenally for B Esports.
And obviously, he got 5 elimination, 487 damage, 596 speed. But on the side of Soulless as well, he got himself 803 damage. So that is he more than all of his team combined. His team have oh no, not his team combined. Obviously, oh yeah, right, I'm right. All of his team have almost 900 damage, and he got himself 800 damage as well. He might just not get a lot of elimination, but he was just spraying all across the map, getting his shots connected. At the same time, he also got most damage received. So he was at the center of those fights. But what a game for Team B Esports. This is the kind of start you look at, generally look at the map of Erangel, maybe at the map of Miramar, but definitely not at the map of Sanhok. But we have head-to-head post-match 3 between Team B Esports and Team Classic. Even Team Classic as well got themselves 9 elimination. They weren't able to top bunch right now, top team, but fortunately for them, and a very good game coming from their side as well.
Yeah, and again we see Classic just very good in those fights, just not able to last for as long as they could, because I think if they lasted that long and had such good fights in the starting, they might even be in the number 1 spot after picking up a couple chicken dinners. So Classic, I think they're off to a great start for sure. Their firepower has looked very, very good coming into this grand finals week, but they'll have to work on getting better placement points if they are to comfortably secure themselves in the top 5 at the end of today. And we doing exactly that. Those 4 minutes can really make a big difference.
And obviously, these last 4 minutes of the game is where exactly a lot of fights happen, especially looking at this map of Sanhok. We had a very passive start with no team, almost one team getting eliminated in like 15-16 minutes. So you surviving on like 26 minutes, like having one knockout, like 96 damage, 487 damage dealt, and like elimination winning in every single category is also could be like linked to the part that he was just surviving in the later part of the cycle. His team was also surviving, and he was able to deal a lot of more damage, be in those fights a lot more than the player from Classic, just because like his team was also surviving. But we have like nice summary post match 3, and we have like B Esports dominating in those 4 categories.
Yeah, B Esports, like we talked about, had a phenomenal game. Soulless especially, highest damage, highest assists, highest knockouts. And Ryuk, his comrade in arms, able to finish it all up. Mondo, of course, no surprise, he has the highest healing done, because he came in so late towards that final circle. I'm sure he's definitely pissed Mehdi off, because Mehdi was on such a great flank. If not for Mondo, I think Bad Intention might have even won this map.
Definitely. I mean, you don't expect, like, obviously it's not your fault. What could you do? Like, obviously coming from the right side, you don't expect someone to be into the like blue zone for so long as he has done with the heal battle. But we have MVP for the game number 3 with obviously Soulless. He was like number 1 in those 3 categories. He got 4 eliminations, 26 minutes survival time. He got 803 damage, and he got 2 headshots. He's almost like above average in every one of those single categories. So obviously B Soulless also had a wonderful game. As we were comparing him with the rest of his teammates, he was also the one with the most damage, the most headshot, the most damage received as well. So in terms of like him being the fragger for his team, it makes obviously sense. But we have top players in front of us, with the team B Esports taking the 2 top spots. But Seal and A1, somehow they come again and again and again. Like, hey guys, don't forget us. Even if we got eliminated a bit early, that doesn't mean we are out of the game.
Yeah, exactly right. And it's funny because I think we're starting to now see a clear picture of the top teams in terms of consistency, at least in our matchup, where teams like Seal have continuously had players like Rogue especially and Becca perform to that top standards, pick up eliminations. And when you have teams like that, yeah, sure, some games may not work out the way this didn't, but sometimes you're going to pick up chicken dinners, and because of your consistent performance in every single game, that's what gets you into that top 5.
Obviously, and right now we have like K9, Hitman from A1, but this is the star of the wonderful for the team Seal Esports. They were able to take every one of those players from Gremlin Esports out by not losing a single player. But Monda coming in and team NP Esports generally coming in and taking 3 players of OPX out. Team RGC Opex, they weren't looking for that game, as they got like off to a rocky start. But this was the position that we discussed multiple times, A1 and P Esports, how they got themselves into a really great position, and after that they were able to secure 3 to 4 elimination points from this wonderful position. But the things got a bit different for them as they had to rotate out. But Team B Esports, the way they utilized their numbers advantage in those last cycles, obviously they used those fights and like took them out individually. They got into a fight with SITM, then they got into a fight with Seal Esports. They didn't take on those fights collectively, and that's like a great thing. All those of these players getting together and going for those fights in dividing and conquer. That's the right kind of mindset going into this game and that chicken dinner.
100%, and that mindset is what differentiating now certain top teams from other teams towards the bottom of our standings, like in the likes of Gremlin Storm, for example. Again, clashing with Seal early, losing their lives out. They're gonna have to figure out now, do they want that clash in our second rotation of the day, or are they going to look to play it safe? Because that will define their confidence as well. To give up your preferred drop spot for another team does definitely deal you a mental blow. But in terms of stats, right, you can look B Esports and Seal. The 2 of the teams we've been talking about had a phenomenal game, most of the damage done, and inherently most of the points picked up.
Exactly. I mean, they got themselves a really great point, but looking at the side of lower part of this match standing, we still have Gremlin, RGC, Equinox as well, and Astra Esports team. Astra, RGC, and Gremlin back-to-back bad performances from them, and they are not gonna be very happy with this outcome. MAKPEN, they are looking consistently average. Obviously, 4, 5, 6 points coming from them in every game. But they have to turn things, like they have to notch things up a bit. Obviously, if they want looking for qualifier for the PMPL, we have almost got done with half of the day number 1. Obviously, you shouldn't look for those like aggressive start. You shouldn't look at yourself. Maybe you shouldn't expect a lot from yourself in the day number 1. But at the same time, you shouldn't loosen up a lot where you end up maybe at the top, not like at 8th or 9th position generally. So going ahead, you at least get yourself 1 or 2 games where you're happy with the day, and with a bit of more I feel like confidence, you could go into the game number 2, because if you have a whole bad day, I feel like that could affect you a lot in terms of your mindset, in terms of your confidence, and just your mental health in terms of this tournament.
Look, 100%. And for these teams, not only do they need consistency in their game, but also in that mental strength to make it happen. Be Esports now with the chicken dinner able to get themselves into that top 5 spot, and bad intention with a decent game as well, moving up the standings, where NB Esports and A1 NB Esports respectively are looking damn comfortable. I think it's Seal that I've got my eyes on, especially because 3 games now, they're top 3, but without any chicken dinners. 1 chicken dinner can change it all.
Obviously, right now, I mean, a chicken dinner from bad intention might just get themselves into the top 2 as well. A chicken dinner from Equinox or the TRZ as well could get themselves into the top 2. This is gonna be the situation for the day number 1. One good game will get you give you a jump of like 7 to 8 position, maybe at least 4 to 5 positions definitely. But this is just the story of the game, day number 1. As we move on to the day number 2 and 3, the teams will start to build up that lead. Teams will start to look really good. But one thing that I am very happy to see but it's not just one-sided affair by SITM. Even they are looking really good right now, being in the top 4. It's not just to complete one-sided domination. A1 NP, SEAL Esport, and especially NB Esport, didn't expect them to be at a place where they are right now.
100%, right? They're off to a great start, and even though SITM are able to somewhat stabilize their form across this matchup, what is like really crucial to see is that out of their 34 points, 25 just placements. So they're playing the safe game. They're waiting for their moment to really turn up. So I think SITM, they have the long term in mind, but the likes of A1 NB, the likes of NB Esports, the likes of Classic even, Kenoxy now coming into the top 5, and Seal, a lot more focus on getting a good performance from the get-go, starting this day off strong. And I think A1 and NB especially now have a lot of pressure on their heads with K9 and Hitman, specifically these 2 players, because going into the next game, they're in the top spot, but they're looking to get challenged again and again. And since they're going back into an Erangel that they won previously, they'll have that extra pressure of making it happen once again.
But ladies and gentlemen, we are done with a half of a day where we got done with the Erangel, Miramar, Sanhok, and as we CA was pointing out a bit earlier, that we have the same rotation coming up again, team with the Erangel, Miramar, and Sanhok as the match number 4, 5, and 6, and we will be start kicking off Erangel really quickly. We got A1 NB Esports in the game number 1 of the same map of Erangel, absolutely dominating, getting themselves 12 of those elimination points and a wonderful chicken dinner. SEAL Esports right behind them and coming up and having a decent performance as well. But it's gonna be at the same time, I couldn't go with the side of A1 NB or SEAL Esports as well. Obviously they were looking really good, and fortunately due to their position within the circle, A1 was able to get a winner chicken dinner. But you were right about one thing, CA, and I would agree to I would completely agree with you on this point, that okay, we have a shape in front of us for this grand finals. We have team A1 NB with team SEAL Esports and BES, at the same time team SITM. Maybe Equinox, maybe MAKPEN coming in at number 5th or 6th position. It's gonna be a big question exactly who makes it up to, but both have the same capacity. At the same time, Team Classic as well. Let's not forget them.
Yeah, I think Classic is one, I think, that especially needs to somehow find themselves, at least if not a chicken dinner, in the top 2, top 3 of a lobby in the next few matches, right? Because they've displayed such brilliant synergy in their fights early on, and that's usually the harder thing for a team to do, to like pull off successful early fights is where teams usually struggle. Now they need to take a page out of SITM's book, take the early fight, get those early elimination points, but then slow down just a tad little bit, just to allow themselves into a safer spot into that final circle, because if they keep taking all kinds of volatile fights, they're sure to pay the price.
Obviously, but one thing that is not being talked about is like these teams are still fighting for that 4th or 5th position. At the same time, I had VG out of my mind. VG is a team that we need to look out for, obviously. The way they play sometimes is obviously, I would say, bonkers and obviously great. They can come up, surprise you. They had a wonderful game number 1 as well. They got themselves really great points. Obviously not a great game like Seal and Team NB, A1 and B, but in generally, this is a team to look out for as well. In the game number 2, they were able to take all of A1 and B esports from the wipeout from the game number 2. So this is a team that we have to look out for as well. But these are the team that is on the second category now. The first category is still A1 and B. This is still Seal Esports. This is SITM. And one thing that you pointed out earlier, SITM waiting it out. They're waiting for the right match. And when they have that match, they're going to come in with a lot of elimination. This is not just the case for them. A lot of those teams adapt to the map they have and they utilize their position into the game. They realize that we have the advantage, can capitalize it. Even in the last game, A1, despite the fact they lost 2 of their players, they were in a great position into the cycle and they did not stop them at all from taking those engagements. They were going out of their way to get those eliminations, get those knocks right across the map. So that was a quite interesting thing on their side.
Hey, I think we've seen a lot of interesting things throughout the day. You're leading the score line in terms of the prediction points, so maybe I can pull at least one back before the end of the day. Let's have a look at across the predictions, because I think for this game, I went with Seal. I think it's high time that they're able to pick up a chicken dinner, because they've looked one of our most consistent, aggressive teams overall. But hey, of course, RZ, you've gone for the same, so it's even more interesting now, because I think we've talked about these specific teams like Seal, like Classic, Victor Gaming to a certain extent. Coming back into Erangel, it should be a lot more like home ground for these teams, and we'll see how it pans out.
I mean, CA, I feel like I'm gonna go down or gonna go up with you. We are together in this one. I feel like that's a +1 on our both side as well. And at the same time, I'm just trying to be playing it safe. Like if I get 1, I get 1 as well. So I will still be leading in that prediction score. But in generally, you and I are right in that sense that it's quite understandable of us to expect Seal Esports to perform in this game, just because they're looking really, really good, and they are also looking for their game, which might be this one, since they had a wonderful game number 1.
Yeah. So let's, with no further ado, let's get ourselves ready for our second Erangel of the day. Quite an even, I will say, split up in terms of the flight path, but slightly more eastern to western focus in this regard, which maybe that means we'll finally get that Georgiapol container circle, and that's where we'll see all of that urban fight really. That becomes so interesting. It's where the outplay potential really lies, I feel, to find 1v3s and 1v2s when you have the covers of containers, covers of the houses. But it could just as easily be a standard Gatka circle with all the ridges coming into play.
It's gonna be an interesting game if we have also obviously see a circle, like an extreme circle, just like the guy like first Erangel. But at the same time, VG in the game number 1 as well, in the game number 3, they like game number 4, they're likely to play that North Island, coming like getting themselves really away from those clusters, really away from those midpoint of the game, and that could get themselves a really passive start. This is what they're looking for. Obviously, to get their hands warmed up, they could look for those loads within the shooting in Savannah, and then try to rotate toward the center part of the map. But we might have Team Classic and Team TRZ might just going towards the Pochinki side and obviously clashing right at the start of the game. That could be a early part. Oh no, we have Team Gremlin again and Team Classic. Wow. But what a cycle! It's just like holding the water area as well. It still has like Yasnia, Mansion, Prison, Libovka. That's a circle I haven't seen in a long time, including the Stalber. So it's gonna get very interesting, CA.
Yeah, I think this is going to be one of those circles which ends out towards the southern part of Yasnia, where there's a lot of open land and a bit of a topsy-turvy hill situation, where Mansion early control can actually be really, really crucial. But of course, let's go back to focusing on our drop clashes, where towards Sosnovka, we've got Stronger and Seal potentially clashing, though I think they will just scramble and not look for a fight. It's towards Pochinki. Now we really must set our eyes once again. Gremlin and TRZ. Very, very much close to each other, and Classic as well, not too far. So This area might just turn into a bloodbath real quick, real fast. And last time we saw this Classic were able to convincingly wipe out Gremlin Storm. So they've got the 1-0 lead. Gremlin Storm now expecting it. Can they fight back? And I love the way they split up 2-1-1. Able to prioritize loot to a large extent, but also more importantly get maybe more vehicles that will help them out in their attack later on.
And obviously a lot more perspectives, a lot more angles into this fight. One of them coming from the left side, one might be coming from the right side, and Team Classic might just not be expecting that. And one of those players just get a bit careless, and Team Gremlin is able to capitalize on that. But just like me expecting or predicting exactly what's going to happen, Team Classic is a wonderful team, as we have seen them like in those early clashes, and they're really great, especially the players like Kenny Oxy and Hopeless. They are the wonderful bunch, and they have provided great kind of support and great kind of contribution to their team in generally. But Hopeless as well, as we were talking about, like split, it's a 3-1 split with the Hopeless on the right side, and as we like a player being on the like a flag angle, that's a player who you should trust the most. He has the most amount of contribution to his team in terms of his frags, in terms of his like general support to his team and contribution. I feel like he might just be able to provide a kind of a barrier or breakthrough that their team needs in this kind of a very sticky situation right now. But looking at the circle, it's not really a great position to actually like take a fight in this one. I feel like if these teams want to rotate out, it's not going to be a really bad option, as it is toward the southern west part of the circle. It's not really a great place to contest. You can get some loot, get out, maybe go to rotate towards the other part, and could find yourself a really good game.
Yeah, definitely could put yourself in a position where you're able to then focus on that long-term matchup rather than the short-term to a large extent. But of course, it's surprising that despite the drop clash from Classic and Gremlin Storm, we haven't seen either team make a move just yet. And especially my eyes on Classic, man, because they are the team that have displayed across day one that they have incredibly good success with pulling these early moves off. But the way they're situated, I think currently they're focused just on clearing out all of Pochinki, making sure they get the best loot that they possibly can, and then they'll hunt for a fight.
Still not a bit of any knocks or shots coming in from either side. They're trying to hold their position, try to get as much as the information as they can. But Team Gremlin Esports, despite the fact, like out of 3 games, to we were discussing this earlier, they got themselves into a clash in 2 of them, and this is the 4th game where they are getting themselves into an early clash again. Things have not been looking out great in the past for them, and they might just be able to turn things around, but I don't think so, as their history is not really that great, as one of their players have a history of getting caught out on an off angle, so things need to be careful. But looking at the circle right now, there's a bit of rotation coming from 1952, Team B Sports, Team TRZ especially, that's a big rotation. NB Esports looking to go toward the center area of the map towards mentioned SITM. They're also holding the outer skirts of Yasnia. Tobu and QB might spot themselves a really great claimation, but I feel like Team NBES, this is the end point of their rotation, and they got themselves a really great position. Fist Boy is a bit far away, but he's looking to reunite with his team.
And that early mansion control, I love it for NB Esports. SITM with Yasnaya, we've got some of our top teams already taking some crucial spots in the circle. But A1 and B smack bang in the middle of the edge of the circle, just potentially in a lot of trouble, especially with Sinister caught out on his rotation. It'll have to be just them playing it smart. Gremlin Storm, on the other hand, now starting to follow Classic into the circle. And hey, look, we wanted Classic to play the long-term game. And while I am disappointed that it's not actually a drop clash, I like the fact that they're focused more on long-term results than just picking off one team or one elimination.
But for now, Team A1 and B Esports, they're also looking to rotate from the southern part of the circle. Like 1952 is right behind them. Team Bad Intention is in front of them, so they need to be careful. Okay, Draw is also very close to their player, so he's at the same time very dispersed from the rest of his team. So he needs to be careful. If he gets knocked down or get himself caught out, he probably will get eliminated, as there's no kind of support that will be provided by his team. A1 and B Esports, obviously they were able to spot their player, but unfortunately for them, they weren't able to get that knock or get any kind of damage to him right now. A1 and B at the same time, they're not making a big rotation right now. They're just holding that position for now. But 2 players from their side got themselves a really great jeep and started to rotate. Sinister still holding that, still not holding, is looting in that compound. K9 and Hitman is just going for those like a bit of a trade part right now, where they're just switching up the healing a bit. A Sketch is on the other side, is coming in alone. He got great healing. He got 1 med kit, 3 first aid kit, 9 bandages as well. Great number of smoke, definitely great number of smoke. The number of smoke that you need in a map like Erangel, where there's not a lot of cover that exists, not a lot of trees as well, like Sanhok. So you need those fake smokes or like a fake cover to get yourself like in a secure position in those later part of the cycle. And definitely 4 vehicles is gonna help them in the later part of the game where they need the cover like that. But for now, A1 and NB Esports, they're not looking to push deeply into the circle. They're just moving from compound to compound, looting those areas and trying to scout out if there's any team near them, and probably might just engage with them if they have an advantage.
Yeah, a lot more standard start to our Erangel so far as compared to our very first match of the day. The circle not so much. So while things are a little slower right now, they will kick off just in a matter of moments, probably after that 10-minute mark. But right now, Ligro spotted out. Arrow waiting for the right moment to throw in the nade. Does he time it perfectly? He does not. And Ligro able to back off, but he's not in the greatest of positions, man. All of Seal nearby, they could just look for the kill right here. It's an easy elimination.
Nades coming from either side, both of them are still surviving. Seal Esports have to be, even Equinox has to be careful, but for now the rest of team has come in. Aero uses a nade to throw and get himself out. Oh, maybe he just used that car to get out, but no, this was a very questionable play coming from his side, as he is able to take one of those players down, but unfortunately for him, okay, at the same time, Seal Rogue from the other side is able to spot their player. They also got like one elimination. Equinox had lost one of their players, so it's like 1-1 on either side. But unfortunately for Seal Esports, they weren't exactly looking for this. Even Equinox as well, they were able to, hoping to secure that elimination really easily without losing a single player. So losing a twist is a really bad outcome for them.
Oh, 100%. But still better than Ligro just dying solo, right? They're still stuck out here, and Seal looking to hold on. They want to avenge their fallen teammate, but Equinox just happy to play the time. After all, this is just the first circle. It doesn't do as much damage. At least not enough for them to be worried about. So just trying to play it slow, trying to play it smart, and yeah, eventually Seal recognizing that it's better to just back off. They look for the rotations, and both teams just take a shot at each other and come out with an equal trade, a 1-for-1.
At the same time, taking a lot of damage from the circle, both of those teams have need to have a greater picture in mind, like exactly how they're going to go into the circle and where to situate themselves. As a lot of teams we were talking about earlier, they got themselves a really great position. Seal Esports on towards the bridge side as well. Even Rogue, his position might just provide themselves safe haven towards the part of the circle. Rogue is just on the top of that bridge, gonna use like just his feet going to the circle. Kage and his teammates taking a bit of damage, but okay, Rogue obviously gets a bit of aggressive. He gets spotted out with the rest, like his team Equinox. He goes down. The rest of team, so Seal might just not be able to provide any kind of support as he's very low on HP while he's being knocked down, and still a 3v2. Equinox is looking to capitalize on that advantage, going for those elimination, and might just be able to like hoping to spot the rest of 2 players out. They need to be careful. It's still a 2v3. It's not an easy engagement with them having a 50% HP, but okay, they're going for that knock with the like Sanchez right in front of them. Nades being thrown on the left and right. They need to be careful. It's not going to be an easy fight for them. But for now, Molotov coming in. Sanchez goes down. Becca is the only one left on the right side. Ligro gets a bit aggressive, takes him down, spots Baker as well, and he will buy the team. Seal Esports will be the first one to get eliminated, and now we have only 15 teams left behind. Seal Esports wasn't looking for that kind of engagement right at the start, and as we mentioned earlier, Equinox is a team that's not to be messed with this easily. They have been showing like consistent level of performance again and again and again. Obviously, they have their bad moments, had bad day as well, but this is a team that have continued showed like signs of improvement, continued showed signs of like liveliness and great performance from their side. So obviously they are able to secure 3 of those wonderful points, and obviously going to the game like 4 points as well for themselves. Unfortunately, they lost one of their players in this engagement, and for now team NB Esports, with that of a early rotation coming in, they got themselves situated in the center of the circle towards the mansion area. They're just like hoping to hold these compounds as well. Let's see if they're able able to do so. Monda has a great loot right now. He got himself with like 3 first aid kit, 1 med kit, 5 bandages, 2 smokes, 2 nades, level 3 vest, level 2 helmet, level 2 backpack, and he spots an airdrop right in front of us. Obviously, this is a very bad idea to go for it, but let's see whether he can go for it or not, whether he's going to go for it or not. But Fistboy also is trying to spot any player as he can, left or right, and this is just a team that is looking to scout and get as much as information as they can, and they got themselves a really great position. Monda on the top of that roof right now. I feel like even if he goes down, he's gonna fall on the left side, and probably his teammate might be revived. Fistboy just changing his position, but if the circle continues to take a shift on their side again and again and again, they might just get themselves a really great game. And this is a team that have been wonderful throughout the whole day. Is at the number 1 right now, is also looking really good at the game number 2, like game number 4, and might just end the day on the top position, but that is still a lot. Like, we still have 2 games after this one, and let's see how it's going to be. But the MAKPEN Momo loses the first airdrop, like the second airdrop, and he's good, like commits himself a bit aggressively, but obviously his team is right behind him. But looking at the circle, has taken a shift away from the mansion, and BES is not going to be happy. Oh no, they're still happy. Obviously they're in the center. I thought they were towards the mansion area, but no, obviously they have taken a shift towards the center of Yasnia and mansion. But team OPX, CSC, B Esports, they are coming down from the south area. Team Equinox is coming in from the Milta. MAKPEN is also right there, and then 1952 is holding that mansion area as well, trying to land some shot on the side of team A1 and hoping to deal some kind of damage, but that's gonna be very difficult as the distance is like a lot between these 2 teams, and Hitman is already within the cover. See Swine right now using his DB28, trying to land some chop, but on the other side of the map, VG and 2A gotten themselves into a bit of a very fight right now, where 2A also losing their players. But on the side of Equinox, they are not looking really happy with this outcome, as they have lost 2 of those players getting knocked on, and there's a very good chance they might just get eliminated. But team Astra Esports also takes one of the players down from the VG, so there's like 2 fights happening. See Wine also right now just trying his best to land those shots, but I feel like that's just some bullets being wasted on their side, unless there's a lot of magazine in his backpack. I feel like he still is just like trying to deal some kind of damage. Maybe if he's able to like burst the tires of this team, or that time like burst the tires of the vehicles, that might be a bit of advantage on their side. But still, it's just a bit of shots coming left and right, and 1952 just line like maybe holding that position, have nothing to do other than just to land some shots. But on the other side, they have to be careful. If the circle takes a shift away from the mansion, they have to rotate into the circle and make sure they get themselves in a really great point. For now, they have a decent position, but that's a decent position for this circle.
And boy oh boy, I think one thing is for certain is that whichever team we predict, RZ, it looks like that team is going to potentially be coast to coast, you know, still losing their lives nice and early. And with Astra Esports really stepping up as well, it looks like this might just be the revival match for a lot of these teams to push it all back now. CY knows that there's someone out there, but he's not willing to take the shots, and for the next 17 seconds, things should be slow. But as we get towards our 4th circle shift here, as we get to witness which teams are left scrambling, and look at the amount of open land, right? As soon as the circle shifts, the rotations are going to leave a lot of teams exposed. It's all about that game of chicken then. Do you make the early rotation to get a better spot but potentially be exposed in the main land, or do you make the late rotation to try and catch teams out who might be rotating? Teams, they've got to play it smart. And now with that shift coming out more towards the northern side than so, it's both of these teams, Open X and Bad Intention, knowing each other are there, now playing that game of chicken, waiting for the other to rotate so they can catch them out.
And obviously the 3rd circle, this was a bit of expectation where team have found themselves a really great compound. The 4th circle is not going to have the capacity to hold all of these teams, and now they're waiting for the other teams to rotate. Mondo get themselves a really great loot by looting that airdrop, but for now, Fantastic is trying to scout or spot any player from Bad Intention as he can. Obviously, he knows there are a lot of players on that angle, but I feel like him getting a knock and definitely an elimination is going to be a bit of stretch. Unfortunately for him, they still have to leave this wonderful piece of cover that they got themselves in, and have to move 113 meters onto this, just to the edge of the circle. The center is still a bit of questionable how they're going to get themselves into the center. Probably they're not going to be looking for that, as there are like 12 teams alive except them, and it's not going to be easy. It's going to be an impossible job to find themselves a good cover. But A1NB ESPORT, they have lost one of their players. They're right next to another squad right now with K9 holding the shotgun. And at the same time, they got themselves one of those knock on the team. Stronger Esports. Nades being cooked from the side of Hitman. Sinister just coming in from left and right. And okay.
Wow.
And he's just trying to spot any player as he can. But we have 1952 on the side of Yasnepol. Nades are just being thrown on the side of Rola. But might just be able to secure that knock. Okay, Rola takes a lot of damage. But A1, they're just going to be trying to spot that player. Obviously, they have been able to find them. Two of those players have already been knocked. They got the third one as well. And we have Stronger Esports getting eliminated, number 13. And A1NB getting those sweet 3 points.
Yes, sweet 3 points, because having lost that player early, they really needed those, and especially to win it that quick so they could focus on in towards their rotations. And now they're able to do exactly that. Play for that long-term game. Of course, these are our Erangel defending chicken dinner winners. They were the ones who were able to pick up the very first match of the day, but they're going to face pressure already from the likes of Astra, from the likes of NB Esports, who've got themselves that high ground in that early spot now. A1NB able to get to the edge of the circle, so they should be able to creep their way in. Let's look towards the the southwestern, eastern part instead, where OpenX and Bad Intention. This is where we were when the circle first shifted. This is where we still are, as OpenX will finally be the team to make the first move. They're trying to peel away, but can Bad Intention punish them? Because they spot them in their rotation.
90 meters into the circle for one of the players, 50 meters for the other one. They also have to leave this cover, and as soon as they try to do so, we have already seen a lot of teams aiming toward this angle. It's not going to be easy. Dylan taking an initiative, trying to find himself a good cover. It's not an easy job, obviously. It's out in the open. There's no cover left and right. It's not a hill. It's not a tree. It's just plain a bit of a low ground for themselves. Obviously, they're going to park their vehicles vertically. Probably going to use a couple of smokes to find themselves a great idea. But okay, Dylan is just using his time to find himself a great cover. But unfortunately for him, somebody comes from higher angle will have a lot of advantage against this fight team. MAKPEN is still holding a wonderful compound. They got themselves really early into a game, like early rotation into the game, got themselves a great position, and now they are into this compound, holding those within the 5th circle. And if circle takes the shift toward them, they might just get themselves an easy chicken dinner. But no, unfortunately for them, circle has taken a shift, and they also have to leave this wonderful cover they got themselves for.
Everyone is being forced into the open land right now, RZ, and it's the teams that have taken high ground in that open land that are in the best spots heading into towards these next circles. Things starting to pop off as Classic now coming in. They play that long-term game as we talked about earlier, choosing not to take the fight against Gremlin Storm, and because of that, in the long term, it has paid off as they make OpenX pay the price. TRZ now fighting in within between Astra, one of the few teams I believe closer to the circle as compared to the rest, so trying to vie for full control of the circle as Gremlin Storm go for a slam in, but they're immediately rocked. MAKPEN on a 2-1-3 split, able to provide backup from the likes of Pelzang while his team tries to hold it down, but Pelzang almost caught out, barely escapes with his life.
Pelzang is also very low on HP, but right now he's going to pull off that first aid kit. Illusio, like the nades are being thrown on his side. Pasta has also provided some kind of retaliation, but Gremlin player is able to dodge that one out. Momo is like able to trying to rotate out from this outer part of the circle into the circle, as there are a lot of bigger picture that needs to be questioned. Pasta is also going to using his vehicle, but Momo is just comes back, tries to pick his teammate, and obviously tries to rotate into the circle. Gremlin, after losing 2 of the players, they're just try to land those shots. Pasta is still holding that position. Obviously, there's a bit of dispersion from his team, where the 2 of them have rotated out, 2 of them are still holding this position. This is not exactly 100 level of commitment to either side, but smokes are being thrown on their side. There's a vehicle right in front of me, but after throwing that smoke, he's going to try to go into that cover on the top of him. The next smoke is going to be coming. He still have a lot of smokes left on his side, but then MAKPEN on the other side, they're just trying to find a good cover for themselves, and they got themselves a really great low ground with his abandoned vehicle on the top. But Pasta is really far away from his team, and that could be a good point or a bad point, but Pasta is being spotted by the steel shot as well, lands some shot on him, but fortunately for him, he got himself to the other side of the cliff.
Pasta surviving against all odds, finally gets knocked by QB of all people, by A1NB, helping them out in that position as MAKPEN live to fight yet another day. It's truly all kicking off while Gremlin Storm using all of this chaos to now sneak in the eastern side of the battle, completely ensuing as now Gremlin Storm able to use this moment of chaos to sneak their way in towards the circle. We've still got 8 teams alive, over 20 minutes into the game, and this could honestly go either way, but SITM look like they're in the best position to make it happen, to re-establish their momentum and their status as the top kings once again. 4-man strong, 7 eliminations in the bag, and SITM, they're not slowing down.
One of their player was knocked down, but fortunately for them, they got themselves like they revived that player. Now they're back to 4 players. They gained 0 spots from the player on the other side. Man, Memo also gets spotted from the 0. Is trying to land some shot, and obviously that's a great place if he's able to get that knock. The other teams might just not be in a position where they're able to revive their players. But SITM, the only team within the center of the circle, they got themselves really great houses. Dobu and QB, they are just out on the outskirts of the circle, hoping to provide some kind of cover from the right and left angle. They have 2 players in the center, and Team SITM, all they have to do is make sure nobody rushes to them, because if somebody rushes to them, they might be getting knocked out of one of those 2 players. Obviously, there's a lot of distance between them and the other team. They have to look out at every angle. But SITM, obviously, but the Team Astra Esports and NBS, they got themselves into a fatal fight. But Team Astra Esports, they're all already very much damaged, and it was very easy for Team NB Esports to take Team Astra out of the game. But looking on the side of SITM, they also got themselves 8 elimination points. Bad intention, trying to rotate into the circle. Craven goes down. The other player also takes a lot of damage. Siam is also trying to rotate into the circle. MAKPEN coming from the right side. Pelzang goes down. Illusions also take a lot of damage. SITM just raining hell on either side of the map, is making it difficult for everybody to make any kind of rotation.
SITM right now living up to their impression as demons, as like you said, they're raining hellfire in every single angle. The only team that has got cover in this circle, the only team with open land, and they're all split up. More importantly, so right now we're seeing Jiro, who has a couple of his teammates around him, but SITM, they've also got the flank angle towards the northern part of the circle. With MAKPEN now out of the picture, SITM only have to deal with NB Esports, who are on the further side of this road, all completely isolated. The only way SITM lose out this lobby is if somehow all the teams make a coordinated effort and shut them down, but that's unlikely. Instead, teams focused in on each other in that open ground, as NB Esports will now make their move and try to take 1952 out so they can pick up that ridge for themselves. And Fistboy with a brilliant shot, he downs 1 player from Gremlin Storm, 1 player from 1952, and he's able to survive. Wow.
He's down to 10% HP, but he has a great cover in front of him. He's able to pull off that first aid kit as well. That's 2 players down. Obviously, Sek is able to spot that knocked player. Is able to secure as well, like 1 more elimination from his team. Rowdy also gets spotted, but he's in the smoke. That will not Fistboy from landing those shots. Goes down to 50% of the HP, but Fistboy, he has also 10 meters into the circle. There's a vehicle in front of him. But how will you go from this place to SITM? That's going to be a bigger question, because right now we only got 4 teams. There's like 4 players on your side, 4 players on the side of SITM, 1 player from 1952, and 1 player from Bad Intention. Those 2 are not a big concern right now. The big concern is SITM, your position from them, and unfortunate for you guys, bad luck for you guys. The circle has taken a shift again, and it's 80 meters away from you. You have to make a big rotation. You have to go into the circle. Dobu might just get spotted as well. Obviously, Dobu gets spotted. If he gets knocked down, that could be advantage on the side of Team NBES, but Dobu is playing it very carefully. He knows he's being aggressive. He knows he needs to be careful, and this is exactly what he's doing. Siam and the side of Team 1952, one of those players are just like, I'm just gonna go down, and this is what we talked about as well. Dobu gets spotted, gets knocked down. Fistboy has to get a bit aggressive in terms of getting his elimination, but has to go crawl right now, because obviously Jiro provides some kind of support to his teammate.
And we talked about just how SITM, they're looking for that 1 game to really pop off. They've been playing it safe across match 2 and match 3 so far, and now 1 game where it works out for them. The circle shifting so drastically in their favor puts them in a brilliant spot to close it all out. This is their game to make it count for NB Esports, still trying to make something happen, and Jiro gets turned around a hill with a slap. NB Esports precise with their aim. Once again, they're able to whittle down SITM, and they might steal this chicken dinner away from them just as they're stealing this compound. Inching their way in, Mondo looking for Jiro, wants to finish him off, and SITM, they've retreated to the stable. They're hoping they can bring their teammate back online, but it's not gonna happen. Jiro spotted out. NB Esports now with a massive lead, 4v2 to get this chicken dinner online.
And look at that. Talk about bad thing after a bad thing. Nade coming from Sek takes the 1 place down on the side of SITM. We have only 1 left. QB, he's the 9 tails. But what can you do when 4 players are rushing towards you? And that's the best of the best coming on your side. They're trying to spot the last play. Obviously, they're able to do so. Mountain takes a lot of damage. But Sek coming from the left side. Obviously, Khazai coming from the left side as well. Takes him down. And there's going to be a 10 elimination points on the side of NB Esports. 1952 is like, okay, obviously, guys, great game. Good going for you guys. Just Lamont one player left. Obviously, he's able to spot one player, second player as well. He is able to take two of those players down. Was able to do so, but unfortunately for him, he was not able to spot Fistboy. And as I feel like Fistboy was the one who is going to be the MVP for this game, as he was able to take the first player down on the side of team SITM, got Dobu down. He was able to secure a lot of those eliminations across those circles. He has been a wonderful piece of player in this match.
And man, I must say, like you said, Fistboy has been absolutely phenomenal. His aim on point, man. Really popping off and stealing away a game that in all rights almost belonged to SITM. They were the team ruling the circles again and again and again. The team at the cover continuously finding those moments. But NB Esports, a team that did not have the greatest of the semi-finals week, is really popping off on day one. They played it the smart game, they played it long, and they took one specific moment to hit Giro and strike instantly on SITM, steal away that compound and steal away that winner chicken dinner. NB Esports making that miracle run we talked about, to have a team that took this 4 days that we had, that gap that we had, and improved drastically to perform in this grand finals week so far.
I mean, that was just a wonderful performance, especially Dobu going down, and that was where everything changed. But look at that. Obviously, as we were talking about, the Fistboy is gonna be at number 1 for his team with the most damage received, most knocks out, most elimination. He is the top player in all of those categories as compared to his team. Obviously, Mondo is right next to him with 3 eliminations, 747 damage, 202 damage save, 2 knockout as well, with Sek with 3, and obviously 2 knockout. But it's gonna be Akhazai with 0 eliminations, 0 knockouts. Obviously, that doesn't mean he wasn't part of those fights. He was like taking the second most damage. He has also done like third most damage, like 652 damage. Unfortunately for him, he wasn't able to deliver any kind of like final shot to those like teams that are being eliminated. But NB Esports, they were absolutely wonderful, and it didn't start from their like game. Obviously, they made an early rotation into the center part of the circle, try to hold that position. But the way they have taken this fight, taken this chicken dinner away from the hand of SITM, is the point of I feel like is the really interesting thing for themselves. I feel like it was SITM game. It looked like SITM game until NB Esports showed up.
Exactly right. And NB Esports, they showed up strong. 7 assists, which clearly shows that they were working together in a brilliant manner rather than in the way SITM are a lot more spread apart in a 2-on-1 split looking for fights. And this is something we've seen from SITM again and again in the semi-finals week, where they're the kind of team that likes to cover multiple angles at once, but very few teams are actually able to punish them. So for NB Esports to do exactly that, to isolate those 1v1s and split apart SITM and not allow them to play as a team, beautifully done. They get rewarded with the chicken dinner, and it's a huge game for them.
But NB Esports and SITM, I mean, obviously Team Sealy Sport and A1NB were looking really good, but these boys coming from semi-finals, proving themselves, and they showing why they deserve to be here. That's an absolute treat to watch. But we have Desert on left side with 6 elimination, 378 damage received in 25 minutes survival time. Then we have Fistboy on the right side with like 5 eliminations, 943 damage, 5 knocks out. And I'm still surprised, like, why is not Fistboy on the survival time? I thought he was like he won that for like he got the chicken dinner. He should be the last player to survive. But in still, like, he got like 2 of those categories out. He's won that, so he had a great game. But it, like, his elimination is not same as like the Desert, because obviously every elimination is not the same. The weight of them are different. He got his team break into like a barrier break into the chicken dinner. He got like the Dobu out. He got Giro out as well. That's the most important like elimination in the whole game.
Yeah, 100% right. And look, the fact remains that right now for SITM and as well as NB Esports, this is a statement made where SITM really looked like an unbeatable team in our very first semi-finals week. So far, they've been multiple times challenged, and even in a game where you think everything has worked out for them, the circle worked out for them, they got multiple eliminations, they were clearly on point with respect to their aim. NB Esports just showing that they can be better, where they can play smarter on the back of Fistboy. Like you said, I think after he took out those initial eliminations, before they made the final push, he was eliminated. So it's like he did his job and then he bowed out and his team swooped in to finish it all off. So a beautiful storyline, most definitely. Getting NB Esports is winner chicken dinner from Erangel, and I couldn't have it any other way. Fistboy definitely deserves that MVP.
5 eliminations where the average is 3, 943 damage where the average 609, obviously survival time 24 minutes, 57 survival time. The average survival time is also getting increased. Obviously this is gonna be the post-match 4, but 0 headshot, that's not gonna be a major concern no matter how many headshots you land. It's upon the how many elimination you got yourself for the team. Fist Boy has been immaculate throughout the whole day, throughout the whole time, but SITM the dessert, he's gonna be at number 1 with 6 eliminations, 697 damage. Here goes like 25 minutes survival time. Then we got the Fist Boy number 2, then we got Mondo at number 3, then we have Sec at number 5. 3 of those players from NBE is gonna be the top players in the game. Number 4, we have SITM QB coming in as well, but it felt like the rest of 14 teams were not there in this fight, in this game. In generally, it has been an SITM NBES map all along.
Yeah. I mean, it's been an SITM map mostly, and then NB Esports just came in with a last minute heist. Like thieves in the night, they stole it away, and they did it in a beautiful manner, no less. I think this combined with the fact that compared to SITM, NB Esports have been more consistent today. It really sets them up as a team to look out for. But they've got to be consistent and finish off the day in this exact manner. But man, for a second, it looked like it might all go wrong because of our caster predictions. Because Seal were in such a good spot, but that moment where I think while throwing the nade, he jumped out by mistake, it just led to an eventual series of bad accidents. Equinox were able to shut Seal out nice and early. One of our most consistent performing teams off to a small mistake, and that's why you cannot make those mistakes. The margins are thin here, man.
And obviously, when you're going against the best of the best, the giants of South Asia, the really like the really top notch here, the best of like the elite, you need to be careful about a single move that you have to make. Even if, like for example, for NBES they lost one of their players, they are the best of the best. NBES like was able to capitalize that, was able to turn that into a chicken dinner. If they were able to get one of those knocks for themselves, they would have been able to get a chicken dinner for themselves. So it is up to those points where like obviously it has come down to those single small moments, single small elimination points. But for now we have elimination damages in front of us. We got like most damage for the side of NBES. They got like 86 damage, 11 elimination. Then we have SITM with 21 14 damage for like with 12 eliminations coming in. They got the most elimination in the game. Then we have Astra Esports as well, and along with that Team Classic, they had a wonderful game. Quite expected them of like Team Classic, but GSM and 2A, this is not a position they're usually in, but happy to see them.
Yeah, exactly. I think Astra Esports especially really stepped up to the mark. It was all about that circle for them, and while they couldn't stand their ground later on, 6 eliminations with their placement will put them in a decent spot. Classic on the other hand, it felt like even though they played it smart and played for that long game, it just didn't work out. So I like to see them continue to try this strategy, and maybe things will work out eventually. Because as you could see with the circle, the way it was in that open land, it was all about the compound control. And when SITM had it, they were kings, and as soon as NB Esports picked it up, they got one lesser elimination, but they were able to get the chicken dinner and 26 points in the bag, which I think now puts them in the number 1 standing spot. On the other hand, look at our 14, 15, 16 teams, man. Stronger, Seal, Victor Gaming, all 3 teams we expect to be really strong, just did not have a great game.
And you're right about this fact. We have like different teams coming up in different those matches. A1 and Seal couldn't perform that much. A1 only got 5 points. Seal got like 1 point. Stronger got 1 point. Even B Sport, the team who got the chicken dinner in the last game, only got themselves 2 points in this whole game. Equinox got themselves 4 points. They got a great start by eliminating Team Seal Sports on the game. That was just it. They got eliminated with 0 placement points. So in generally, it's not gonna be easy. It's not gonna be easy for us as a caster to paint the picture of grand final. This is exactly how it's going to be. But with Team NBES, Team SITM, this is the consistency that we're talking about. But look at that consistency. Already 15 points lead for NB Esport after 4 matches. Team SITM also had like 10 points lead against A1 and B, and they are building up on that. But SITM, we got our answers. We got our answered the question. Will SITM be able to continue that consistency? And the answer is going to be yes. They are being consistently good again and again. Got 0 chicken dinners, but got 56 points in those 4 matches. That's 12 or 11 points per game.
Exactly, right? And all of this is after getting only 1 point in the first game. So in the last 3 matches, they basically averaged over 18 points per game, which is kind of insane. And it's exactly what we expect from SITM. coming into this matchup overall. But Seal Esports dropping this spot, I think that's another team to look out for, which could have been consistent if they had got a great map here once again. And A1NB similarly so off to a great start today, but since then they have really slowed down. NB Esports though, man, 2 chicken dinners out of 4 games today. They're already popping off, and Fistboy rightfully makes his mark in that top 5 performers spot.
4 matches, 8 elimination for 4 matches, 8 elimination for Rogue as well. 4 matches, 8 elimination for Hitman as well. So we like 4-8, 4-8, 4-8. Then we have 4-9 for Kenny Oxy, and he's doing really good again for the side of Team Classic. Obviously, we weren't expecting to see Team Classic play, but his knocks coming again and again, proving great for his team. Then we have A1 and BK9 at number 1 with 11 elimination, but 4 matches. But it's a bit strange not to see Bit Math at the number 1. Obviously, the way he has been performing the semi-final, and not to see him in the top perform in the final, I feel like it's weird to see him.
I don't think he's playing.
He wasn't playing. He wasn't playing. He might have just changed his name, but he hasn't been playing in the top, like in this bad intention squad right now, I think.
Yeah, exactly, and it's quite interesting. Maybe I want to say tomorrow, I guess, if he continues to not play, we'll get some more information on that as well. But NB Esports, they picked up the Miramar earlier today, and they picked up an Erangel. They head back into Miramar as defending champions in 2 ways. They won the last Miramar, they won the most recent map, so NB Esports will be on a brilliant high, on cloud 9 really, heading into Miramar to secure yet another chicken dinner and really put themselves comfortably in the top 5. And that's what I really love right now. Our top 5 has 2 teams in NB Esports and SITM, who are teams that were not invited, who are teams that really worked hard to get where they are now, and deservingly so have found the consistency to settle themselves in the top 2 spots at this point today.
2 matches left, and we are coming close to the end of the day. It has been a very interesting day, but with Team NBS getting 2 chicken dinners out of 4 games, how will it end? Will NBS be able to get 1 more for their team? That's gonna be a big question. But the momentum that NBS got for themselves, that's interesting. But one thing that you pointed out for us, CA, is gonna be that NB Esports, we didn't expect them. Obviously, one of those teams, like somebody coming from the semi-finals, gonna shine and gonna use that 4 days break to do wonders. That we got the answer. That is NBES. They weren't shining in the semi-finals. They were great. Don't get me wrong, but this is top notch, by the way. This is out of the box. This is like, guys, calm down. You don't know who you're up against, and let me show you who we are. And that is just like one-sided domination, getting and like eliminating every team out of there.
100%, man. And it was all about using the few days that they had to prepare themselves for this final spot. But I must say, it's not like they anti-strategy, drop clashes, they're playing aggressive and coming through. No, this is just an NB Esports that is playing very smart and synergistic in the way they're playing, very together in the decisions they're making, and continuously following that one objective as a team. And it's making them look extremely terrifying, considering that's usually what we got to see from the likes of SITM before. So hey, we'll have to see if NB Esports can live up to that margin, because SITM, look, they did it for 4 days straight. Now heading into Miramar, if NB Esports can find yet another chicken dinner, I think we'll definitely consider them almost a guarantee for that top 5 spot.
Obviously, and maybe a very strong contender for the PMPL or PMNC championship as well. But we are going to the map of Miramar, the last predictable map of the day. If you're looking to end your day on a good note, this is your map. Sanhok, don't rely on it. Obviously, we talked about it before. Any team can come up, do wonders as well. B Esports getting 12 elimination, didn't expect that at all. So going into the map of Miramar, this is your map where you can rotate out easily, early as well. And secondly, you can go for those elimination points as well if you want to. But we have grand finals day 1 match number 5 on the map of Miramar. It's going to be a very equal, almost like a very fair playing path, like dividing that map fairly nicely and very beautifully. We're going from the south side towards the north side. We have Saint Martin, Power Gate, Picado, Water Treatment, Hassan and Petro right in the center. The center of the map might just be getting clustered, where we might see a couple of clashes coming on the side. But any team that want to go anywhere of the part of the map is easily accessible. Campo Militar might just be out, but I feel like you can go there as well if you glide and might just get a vehicle. But no team like to play at those north part of the map.
Yeah, no team wants to really risk it in such a extreme area where they might not necessarily be able to make their rotations happen. But a flight path splitting our Miramar right down the middle perfectly tells you the tale that you can expect from Miramar. Very standard stuff all on out. Now, I do believe we saw a drop clash earlier in this matchup, and of course, even in Miramar, even drop clashes are not early fights because teams are likely to take their time to loot and then fight. So none of the random shenanigans right here, but we'll have to see if any of these teams have switched up their drop locations, if any of these teams might have something else up their sleeves, and more importantly, ooh, that circle where it pans out, it seems like we've got a normal one for our match today.
Dobo trying his best to land some shot of Sinister, but unfortunately for them, they weren't able to do so. A1 and B players are able to hit the ground safely, so that's one good news on your side. I mean, imagine dropping into the map and you're already being shot at. Come on, guys, give him some kind of space. I would like some kind of space if I'm being dropped. I would like the first 2 minutes or first 2.5 minutes to be like that same part of the map, because obviously the next 28 minutes is going to be very, very difficult. But A1 and B, very close proximity to SITM. Obviously, the distance is going to be too much. The city is really big. We have a lot of compounds that you can loot easily, and we have a lot of teams holding those areas. Multiple teams holding the city as well without taking a clash. So I feel like even A1 and B, or even team SITM, if they chooses to get out of this fight, they can do that with big of an ease.
Yeah, and we've seen SITM's clear style over the last few days. It has been always all about just playing for that long-term game. They don't necessarily want to give themselves away and put themselves in a tough spot. So I think we can expect that from SITM once again, just to play it smart and to play it safe and to play that long-term game. And they are my prediction for this match as well, so maybe I'll finally get a point. I actually don't think we actually got to discuss that as well, RZ. So where have you gone for this match? Which team are you expecting to be able to pick up the victory?
Wait, who did I went? Oh, I went with A1 and B. I like, okay, where I was going to. But yeah, I forgot. Come on, thank you for pointing it out. Thank you for reminding me who am I supporting. And I feel like you went with SITM, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, obviously you're gonna go with the team who's gonna have the second, who's the number 2 of the overall scoreboard right now. They're looking really good. Obviously, they've come very close to the chicken dinner multiple times. So, even the last map of Miramar, do you remember them going up against team NBES as well? Then this game as well, they were going up against NBES as well. So this is the 2 games they have lost to team NBS, and they would be looking to change things around. Obviously, at the hand of NBS getting eliminated, at the hand of NBS is not really a great place for them.
But look at this, both of our predicted teams right next to each other towards the southern part of Los Leones. It might mean we get to see an early fight coming into the picture, especially with B Esports looking for the rotate through that area. B Esports, they're not the kind of team to back off from a fight. If B Esports spot teams, they're going to go for the fight, which is going to result in SITM and A1 and B looking to stay there and finish off the fight and result in potentially a 3-party situation. But of course, all of this is hypothetical. As you can see, unlike most maps where teams will be close and it's about to pop off, in Miramar, every single place has a lot of space. So even though they're close, they're not exactly close to each other. There is a decent ton of space and very easy for either of these teams to disengage.
But A1 and B, unfortunately for them, going into this game, one of their players haven't joined, and that's a bit unfortunate because these could be they are very important games for themselves as they're looking to qualify into the finals. And every game counts, every point counts, every fight counts a lot. Obviously, when you're going into the day number 4, you look back on the things that you could have changed. This could be a turning point for you where your player couldn't join. So for whatever reason your player couldn't join, I really hope he could join the next game. At the same time, I hope there was another player that could have substituted for him. But unfortunately, we have A1 and B playing at a bit of a disadvantage going into this early game. But it is okay at the same time because the team A1 and B, they are really, really deadly with those 3 players as well. SITM, as you have pointed out earlier, both of these teams still have a very great of a place to just to loot and stay from the other team. So there's obviously going to be that. Both of those teams don't want to get early into this fight because it won't turn out really greatly for them. At the same time, both of them are very much dispersed. It's very difficult to find out where those players are residing. Even if you're able to knock one out, you cannot commit because you don't know exactly where the rest of those players are, in which compound, which floor. So there's not a lot of information against those teams.
Absolutely so. And that's why teams are likely to just play safer. No shots taken yet. Our second rotation of the day so far, RZ, has been a lot more standard than our first. We were slow in Erangel, just as it should have been, considering it wasn't too crazy of a circle. And we are a lot more slower in Miramar like we expected. Should be basically a snooze fest for about a few more minutes as teams get themselves into the right positions, but it's around that 12 to 15 minute mark where we might see some early long range fights engaged against each other, and it's after that 15-minute mark where we'll truly see teams looking for finishes on each other, looking for hits really to take over crucial areas. And in that way, the way the circle shifts is going to be really interesting, because since this is a very standard circle, I think teams can have very different reads on how it is likely to shift, and which team has the better read might get them a very good position, and they're therefore in a spot to pick up the chicken dinner towards the later part of the circle.
But for now, we have all seen only these two teams right up next to each other, where there is a potential sign of clash. But other than that, in the side like other ignoring lost owners, do we have the rest of the map to be careful? Our team NBES is on not close proximity. I would say there's a lot of like safe distance between them and bad intention. But with that wonderful shots coming from either side, one player knocked on both of those teams. But Dylan, he is in a very risky situation as his vehicle has been burst by an NBES, and they got themselves a really great knock. Bad intention will be they able to secure that knock they have got themselves, because I feel like that's going to be a big fat no, because obviously the distance is too much and NBS player have been fallen on the other side of the cliff. So in this engagement that just happened, team NBES got themselves a bit of an advantage. They might just be looking to like blast another vehicle with bad intention. They are safely into the cover. NB Esports, they start slowly and steadily, but they keep the momentum going, and going to the later part of the circle, they always prioritize the rotation. You see themselves and you see how they get themselves into the circle, and you could like get your answer right at the start of the game, where they make those early rotation, get those 4 vehicles, and try to hold those wonderful points within the circle, get themselves a real prime state.
Yeah, man, NBA Esports have been, so far today at least, one of the teams that have really stepped up to the mark. They've delivered beautifully, and now quite close to Bad Intention X, who they've already dealt some damage to. NBA Esports might look to finish Bad Intention off, and considering this power grid area especially is so damn valuable in later circles, it might be more valuable for them to try and take the fight nice and early, knowing that they've been the better team so far today.
But on the other side of the map, Sealy Sports and Walls VG, that's a big fight happening. Mehdi also takes a lot of damage, has to go into the cover safely. Was he able to do so? And I feel like no, because he goes down at the hand of Fistboy. Fistboy shining up again and again, but at the same time, he is into the cover. Team Bad Intention is able to provide some kind of support, but Team NBS, they have got 2 players advantage on the side of their side, and obviously they're looking to pressure and trying to capitalize on that. Wanna get themselves 4 of those sweet points. Okay, Akhazai tries to land those nades, but wasn't able to do so. Akhazai obviously coming from the right side. Mondo is also there on the right side. 2 players coming from the angle. Akhazai also spots a player. He's into that first floor behind this cover. Mehdi is also blending out right now, and NB Esport trying to fight this individual level. Siam is on the backside. He's not going to be able to do a lot in this fight. Obviously, it's going to be a 4v1 on the side of Kevin. Nades are being thrown his side. Obviously, didn't get connected that much, and he still have like 80% of the HP. Akhazai trying to get a bit aggressive. Has to be careful of the player on the backside. One player within that compound is still trying to spot anyone as he can, but it's just a bit of time before he goes down. Obviously, Nate coming from the Beast Boy. That's a second player down on the coming from the NBES, and Fist Boy, he has been immaculate throughout the whole day.
I must say, man, Fizzboy has been really stepping up to the mark, and now with Bad Intention X all stranded in that particular building, it looks like NB Esports and Fizzboy will just slowly, meticulously clear every single angle, move in on them, and cut their power off. Bad Intention might just be put to sleep in the night nice and early, but this is the fight we were seeing earlier on the kill feed. Seal Esports clashing with Victor Gaming, 2 of our most aggressive teams, and as you can notice, they look to take the fight against each other, and just as fast as they bright one, they win. That's how quickly they buzz out if they lose. Victor Gaming immediately taken out of the picture. Seal Gaming with a huge set of eliminations, 4 points picked up and not a single member lost.
Aero has taken a lot of damage, but Seal Sanchez, he had got like 1 assist in this fight, and he's gonna be happy with that outcome, obviously. But on his side, bad intention, the way they were able to get out of that risky situation, even after losing 2 players, I was like, this might be just a team wipeout coming from their side. But bad intention, as they're moving away from one problem, they're moving ahead towards the another problem, as they're on the bottom of Picardo, where team Equinox is right on top of them. They might just be holding that angle and trying to get as much information as they can. And Equinox said after that information, they might just rush towards the rest of the bad intention player. But NB Esports, they are looking a bit aggressive right now, where they have tried to spot other players from Astra Esports. Obviously, they're on the side of the cliff. They have to take a big rotation or to make sure that they get themselves into this fight. And even if you get 1 or 2 knock, it's not going to be an easy job to do so. The distance is a lot, and they might get revived by the time you reach there. So obviously, there are going to be a lot of shots left and right, but might just not like 100% commitment from either side.
Yeah, fair enough too, right? Because it's what you expect them to play for the long game. They're still very much around the 11-minute mark. The third circle hasn't come in just yet, so teams are a lot more focused on their securing their spots, and that's why we got bad intention engaged in yet another fight. They lost those 2 members nice and early, and now with Siam down as well, Mehdi left with a lot of responsibility. Should be able to reach Siam and help him out. This was again one of those long-range kills that I believe it's Equinox. Yeah, Equinox were able to pick up. But still bad intention, facing a lot of trouble so far in this map. Just not getting a good start today whatsoever. And like we talked about, it's just Matt missing seems to have played a big card. I'm not sure, like you said, if missing or if it's just a different name, but at least the Matt that we saw perform in the semi-finals week hasn't come out, and you can see bad intention clearly paying that price. They're just not able to find their groove, not able to find their mojo.
I mean, in terms of elimination, in terms of survival points as well, you are absolutely right. They haven't been able to do a lot in these last four games as well, and now they are just being surrounded left and right. MAKPEN coming in, trying to surround this player. Equinox is still having that high ground and trying to get more information for his team. Takes a bit of shots on his side, but he has a lot of energy things to work with. Team Bad Intention on their bottom side. Team MAKPEN also coming in and trying to get a lot of information. This area of Picardo and Power Gate is being contested again and again and again. Siri also gets spotted. Twist tries to land a couple of shots, but it's going to be very difficult to get a knock from this angle. Obviously, there's a lot of cover that exists on the side of Siri, but Twist is not here for knocks or just elimination. The Twist is here to get as much information as he can, and that is an information that could be that could be fruitful to your team. At the same time, you have to be careful. If you try to get a bit aggressive, you get knocked down on this angle, you cannot be saved. So it's like you only have one life right now.
Exactly. These 3-1 splits, they give a lot of information, but they also put a lot of risk into the hands of that individual player. So he needs to play smart. It's all about his decision making in this approach. And look, finally, as this third circle starts to close down, we're now starting to see those rotations nearing that 15-minute mark, where it will all slowly start to pop off. Now is where we expect the skirmishes, the pot shots at each other to close each other down. And Classic taking on one of our very best in SITM, and they pay the price. Giro, he's able to shut Hopeless down. And SITM now potentially will move in for the kill, because again, this is one of those teams that loves that 1-3 split. But actually, no, they're going to focus on the rotation. Classic SITM, man, playing the long-term game. They don't care about the initial kills.
Hopeless going down, that's not going to be an easy thing to digest for Team Classic, as he's one of the key players for their team. But Team SITM coming from different angles, as Team Classic is just a single strong unit right now, but SITM is being dispersed coming left and right. But on the side, Team SEAL Esports, they're looking super sharp, super on point right now, where they have gotten themselves 5 elimination points without losing a single player. But MAKPEN is bleeding with one of their players going down, and he is also being eliminated from the game. A1NB also lost their player. B Soulless got the hitman, and that's just A1NB going to one bad luck and after the other one. Might just be able to revive their player, but we will have to see on their side. But A1NB Kanan also going down. The one player left on the side of A1NB. Team Classic still holding that position in front of the Team SITM. They're not getting a bit aggressive. It's not giving also a lot of information to the other side, and just hoping to hold this position with as much of less of a peeking as much as they can. B Soulless also goes down, but it's just fights happening all across the map with knocks and eliminations coming in from left and right.
Exactly right, and putting a lot of pressure on these teams already in good positions to hold it on to hold on for dear life. And oh, the circle takes an interesting shift, putting both Classic and SITM out of position, and now both will look to have to move. Where SITM previously disengaged with Classic to play the long-term objective. Now their long-term objective has Classic in the way, and this is not the kind of team to hesitate to take the fight when they need to. So you can see them regrouping, calling for that backup. I think SITM looking to now take Classic down, but on the other side, MAKPEN making NB Esports pay the prices. 1952 looking for the third party, and MAKPEN, they find two of them down. This is a 3-man fight. I wonder where it's happening as well, because OpenX is actually towards the northern side of the map, just trying to deny any rotations. It's below them somewhere towards the center of the circle that 3-team fight is happening right now.
RGC Opex, they got themselves into the second part of the game really in a wonderful way. They've got 4 players surviving. Obviously, they got themselves into the northern part of the circle, not the western part of the circle. And after that, let's see if they can be able to continue to do so. Obviously, they had a couple of bad games. They had a 1 or 2 decent game. They are not really shining right now in our point of view, in our overall scorecard as well. But this could turn out a great game for them. At the same time, in 1952 got themselves on a really great loot near Power Gate. Now, at the same time, they got their elimination confirmed for the side of on the MAKPEN. OPX player trying to rotate into a bit enter part of the cycle. Kargate tries to deal a bit of damage, but unfortunately is not able to do so. On this side, MAKPEN is takes a lot of damage. Their players are eliminated left and right. Stronger Esports is gonna get eliminated from the game, and we have 12 teams alive. MAKPEN also get eliminated number 13. With 4 teams just getting eliminated, it's not gonna be easy. And look at those 4 teams. It's gonna be MAKPEN, Stronger, A1, and BVG. Really 4 strong teams.
It's all about OPX, the way they want to play this, because they're surrounded right now by Equinox. They're in much better position, but Equinox is fighting multiple fights. 2 of their members actually fighting someone towards the western side of the map, trying to spray down Bad Intention X. So Equinox, they need to confirm which fight they want to take and make sure they play it together. And now OpenX spotted out. It's all about this nade. If they can find it down, because OpenX, they're looking to push in. OpenX opting for the aggressive route, and they are made to pay. Ligro with the initial pick, but Naim able to set one back. It's all down to Twist though, because he's the only one not towards them. And Equinox, they're getting isolated despite having the better position. OpenX take advantage of the fact that they were playing that 2-2 split, and they're able to push them back. But Cage with a huge nade, slowing down the push of OpenX, and will buy time to get Ligro back on his feet.
Kage trying to use utility left and right, try to provide some kind of cover for his team. Ligro is just trying to get into the safety, and that's the right kind of move from Kage as well. He's like, I will not revive you unless you get yourself into the safety. The risk is just too much coming out of that position and getting myself committed to your revival. So that's a great move on the side of Equinox as well. At the same time, the rest of the teammates are just providing some kind of gun power support to his team, and providing a safe cover to Ligro as well. But on the side of Team Classic and SITM finds that the fight has erupted. Broken out as well, where SITM lost one of their players. OPX on the charge as well. They want to take this fight. Smoke, they are going through the smoke, trying to spot players from Equinox as well. Twist lands his shot on someone and takes down the player of Bad Intention, and Bad Intention is going to be left with only one player. Fantastic also goes down at the head of Ligro. Team Equinox fighting on multiple angles. Fantastic is also going to go down. They have a 3 or 4, they have a numbers advantage as well in terms of advantage. They have a high ground. Nades are being thrown. Ligro is very low in HP. One more nade and he might just go down. But look at Kesek 7, he's really far away from this fight. Exactly, might just not contribute to this fight at all. So this is it might just be a 2v3 fight, with even Team Equinox winning this one.
Oh, and look at the mess there is right now around this hill. Twist in a brilliant position, should be able to spot out Billy, but doesn't take the shot. Adopting trigger control instead, he spots all of 2A out. But Twist exposed. One well-timed nade could instantly end Astra Esports, and it's crucial because Astra Esports, TRZ, Equinox, 1952 and Seal, some of the last teams left with the 4-man strong. So to be able to take one of those teams out single-handedly, Twist will put his team in a great spot. But that's not the only thing Equinox contending with. Still in that fight with OpenX, finally they're able to find it down. That Molotov doing a lot of damage as Gremlin Storm picking up. SITM instead, we're seeing fights break across all towards this map as teams try to scramble for a good position. It's all about the high ground though, and Twist doing his best to hold on. But Equinox, they've got to make that move. OpenX right now wasting too much of their time, and OpenX once again looking to get aggressive when Naim takes a lot of damage. And again, OPX, they're eager on the initiative, they're proactive. I love that, but they always lose the fight.
And OPX, after losing one of their players, try to get into a bit of a safety, but unfortunately it's not going to be an easy job to do. So 100 meters away from the circle, the blue zone is going to be there, and obviously they're trying to find those vehicles for that rotation, and it's not going to be easy to make that rotation. Or they have taken a lot of damage from the circle. Rifa, will he make into the circle? Obviously, as might just be a no, because he has taken a lot of damage. Okay, he gets himself into the zone, but while he was able to do the last tick is going to be coming in, and is going to go down outside the play zone. Also the play zone is going to be twist. Naeem is going to make into the safe cover into the circle safely with just like 10% HP left. Unknown is going to be into the cover as well. Rifa is just going to be looking for his teammates to come and revive him. Team NBES, look at them, they're still surviving, looking really good. Obviously they lost Akhazai right a couple of times before. They got 7 elimination. They are really away from the cluster as well, and if the circle has taken a shift away from towards them, we might see another back-to-back chicken dinner coming from their side. But if the circle takes a shift away from them, the rotation to the 6th circle will be very, very difficult. Fist boy, the shots are being landed on him, but fortunately he's able to find some kind of cover. Okay, he's able to survive despite the fact that Equinox has a really high ground point and they're able to land some kind of shots into him, but he got himself on the back of a rock.
Not in the greatest of positions right now. He's gonna have to somehow scrape himself out, and we've seen spectacular performances from Fistboy earlier today, and it's now down to him, Mondo and Sek, to get a good performance for NB Esports in this map. Given their position in the circle, certainly not the chicken dinner, but even if they can get top 5 at this point, I think that would be a good end. NB Esports just looking to play it safe. Those will send Mondo to be the forward scout, while the other 2 of them back off, playing it safe, playing that long-term game, waiting for teams to fight with each other instead and give them a better placement. But it's easier said than done, because the way the circle is set up, there are teams like Equinox that have a clear high ground advantage, but there are also teams like 1952 that have a small compound in their control, and some teams hanging on towards the edge of the cliff, just like Mondo and OpenX right now. It's up to them to make those moves, because they're the ones likely to get caught out. Finally, Equinox able to eliminate one player of OPX, but not all of them. OPX, man, they're clinging on for their lives, just clinging on to the edge of their hills and barely surviving.
Sealy Sport also looking really good. Although one of their players got knocked down, he's still that 10 elimination on their side. Equinox on the top of a ground. Once the circle has taken a shift away from them, it's gonna be the weirdest position to be in right now. I have no idea how will they get themselves from the bottom of that hill. Team NBS trying to get a bit aggressive by using the nades on the side of OPX Unknown, but he's gonna be surviving despite the fact he's down to 50% HP. Now he got himself 3 first aid kit, 5 bandages, but GSM is gonna be getting eliminated from the game. This is not turning out to be a great day for them, as they have been the part of some early clashes from the start of the day. Fistboy gonna be cooking his nade again and again, but at the same time unknown also gets spotted on the side of Equinox with the Kage getting a high ground. Rifa also goes down, and it's gonna be a very difficult thing for team OPX also, as they will leave the game for us. As we were talking about the teams leaving the game, Team Series Sports will also get eliminated. We're left with only 3 games. Equinox having the high ground, NBES having the low ground, and Team 1952 looking really good right now, as they have gotten themselves on the southern part of the circle. They got the compounds well, they got the players advantage. Team NBS is also bleeding. Monda goes down, Sek goes down. Fistboy is the only one left and is looking to survive towards the northern part of the circle. It's going to be very difficult for him to get the chicken dinner, but he's hopeful that he can make it to the top 2.
But still, Equinox very much spread out. It's 1952 with the best spot in this lobby right now, and they're able to, once again, off the back of a nade, close off yet another eliminations. Fistboy, last man standing, looking to pull off a miracle for NB Esports, but he's likely to get spammed, to get naded and caught out. So I think his game right now to try and somehow pick off a few eliminations, to pick off that 2nd place spot, has been our top performer. I think with more eliminations picked up in this map, it will continue to do so. Continue in that top 5 performance list, especially with the circles taking an interesting twist, as now all of 1952 caught outside the circle, and Equinox in a great spot in a 2-1 split where 2 players they have inside the circle potentially might get flanked by Fistboy and 1 player looking to fight 1952. Imagine a situation where 1952 fight that 1 player, NB Esports get a moment where they're able to flank Fistboy in a huge position, and 1952 doing exactly that. They catch off Kesek, and now all of Equinox's attention on 1952, and look at Fistboy, he's turned up behind them.
He has to hold that position for some time as well. He has to make no kind of noise. Let 1952 and Equinox have it, fight it out. Maybe get yourself in a position where if you got a 1v2. But Kage, he got his aim on C1, gets a bit aggressive, takes a peek and takes him down. We have Equinox on down to 2 players, team 1952 down to 3 players as well. Entry draw getting a bit aggressive. He is the entry player for his team with the 1 player CR on the back side. Kage again try to get a bit aggressive. C1 goes down. 1952 entry also takes a lot of damage. Now we have Equinox on the high ground. Team 1952 still have to make that rotation. Fist Boy is still holding that back and he is into the circle. And if he gets himself into a place of 1v2, 1v1, we might just see a chicken dinner from their side. It can be a back-to-back from NBS Fist Boy, because Fist Boy might just be the most suitable player in this kind of a time right now, where he can get a clutch moment, get a winner chicken dinner, as much as they're unlikely to do so. But Team 1950 using that smoke try to get into the cover. Juniat also takes a lot of damage. Ligro has a lot of great advantage to this fight, as he has the high ground, he has the circle, and he has a great cover as well.
Fistboy has to know the kind of position he's in. He's just waiting out the time. An entry now, flushed out by a Molotov. Should still be able to survive. There are these small hills, but no, the nade from Cage shuts him down. And Fistboy, he's got a strike and he does it now. Picks off Ligro. Pulls down Equinox, buys some time, not just for himself, but for 1952 as well, who he's counting on to be his friend. The enemy of my enemy is my friend is what Fistboy is hoping right now. But 1952 made quick work of, as Equinox now in a 1v2. Fistboy trying to pull off the impossible to continue to be one of the top performers and get NB Esports their slot. They're giving him the 1v1s, the isolated, but the high ground just too damn much, as Equinox will close off the map. The winner chicken dinner coming online. But damn man, Fistboy, he almost was in a situation to pull that one off.
I mean, he got into a very great position. Obviously, he was striking after taking Equinox players out. 1952 was already at a disadvantage while they were coming into the circle. But unfortunately for Fistboy, he was cooking that nade for too long. While he was shifting to his gun, he had already taken a lot of damage before he was going into that fight. And obviously, him trying to take those two fight at 2 different angles, he got caught out. Maybe if he tried to hold that position for so long, maybe a bit longer, he could have got on a winner chicken dinner. But Fistboy has been wonderful throughout this whole fight. He waited, he got his team 12 points, by the way, where they could have gotten 8 or maybe 10 points. He got his team 12 points, so that's a great game for them. At the same time, we have get themselves a really great elimination points as well. So that was a wonderful game for them, especially for Team NBS. But look at that, we have Equinox in front of us, and look at those stats as well. They're really great.
Yeah, just beautiful, right there. Big matchup from Equinox. They got themselves into a forward spot. And look, even though Twist has 0 eliminations, I just want to point out that this is the guy who is always playing it solo, always causing a lot of chaos and giving his team so much information that allowed them to take those aggressive fights. Twist was continuously the backup to hold his team off. So I don't think this is a one-man effort, even though Cage and Ligro popped the heck off. I think most definitely a team effort to get them that chicken dinner, and it deserved one most definitely, because Equinox has been looking like a team on the grasp of picking up a chicken dinner all day.
We have head-to-head as well between Seal Esports and Equinox. While we were talking about Equinox 1952, at the same time while we were talking about NBS, let's not forget Seal Esports had a wonderful game in the match number 5. They were consistently getting knocks throughout the game, getting eliminations throughout the game, as compared to Equinox. They have done 11 eliminations. Obviously, that's a very less damage, but it doesn't really matter how much damage you deal. Even if 4,000, if the points are exactly the same, then that's all that matters. But Seal Esports, a great game for them. Obviously, they couldn't make it to the top 4, top 5, but they were being aggressive throughout the whole game, and we could see that in their stats as well.
Yeah, exactly. I think that aggressive gameplay is something we've seen from Seal again and again. This time they got Victor Gaming out, one of our most aggressive teams. So even more so displaying that strong characteristic about them, and I think this is the team to definitely look out for. And I think we will definitely have a clear top 5 at the end of the day, because look, NB Esports have been incredibly consistent, SITM have been incredibly consistent, Steel, I would say with the exception of one game, have been mostly consistent, and then it's those next few spots that are really there to fight for, with Equinox now coming into the picture most definitely. So with this chicken dinner, there's also the likes of the other teams that have picked picked up the chicken dinners throughout the day to try and fight for it. So was definitely this day still wide open with A1 and B as well starting to bounce back. I think it'll come down to Sanhok for us to figure out who are our top 5 favorites going into the second day.
We have Equinox Ligro with highest assist, highest damage, obviously. Fist Boy with highest elimination. Look at that. He's still shining in the game number, match number 5, with Rifa coming in with the highest healing done. Fist Boy as well has with the highest knockout. It is absolutely perfect right now. And I feel like for team NPS, they had a wonderful day. Even they didn't get the chicken dinner in the second last game. They got themselves like 12 points from the survival. They got maybe like 8 to 10 points from those elimination as well, with the Fist Boy taking 6 of them elimination. I feel like they are gonna create that lead on SITM as well, because the only team that was able to provide any kind of contest or competition was SITM. But obviously, who else is going to be other than Fist Boy?
Exactly, and I think 6 eliminations in this match should put him number 1 in the top performers list. So deservedly so. I think this is a player that has been consistently increasing in terms of the firepower throughout the day and continuously finding himself in positions where he's just making insane shots, making insane plays, and he would be deserving of that top 1, if not top 2, top performer slot at the end of the day. But in terms of MVP, man, there's nothing that he did wrong. Beautiful lead, beautiful damage done. The headshots as well, 6 eliminations, more than average. But I think the one thing that he missed out on was that chicken dinner, because that was a beautiful position to be in, on the flank with Equinox having no idea he was there. I think he will be wondering, damn, I could have pulled that chicken dinner off.
But I feel like as much as we could see what could have been done, he should have looked like what he did for his team, as he got like themselves really great position. But number 1 top players obviously with 794 damage, 6 elimination. Then we have Kage at number 2 with 5 elimination. Then we have Rogue at number 3 with 4 elimination. 1952 Lukashi at number 4 with 4 elimination. Then we have Ligro at number 5 with 3 elimination. Equinox, Seal, NBS, Fist Boy, and 1952 in those top players. And I feel like that's a great game for all of those teams. It turned out to be not a one-sided affair or two-sided affair. It has been a equally distributed out game for a lot of those teams. But this was right at the start for Seal Esports coming in, taking VG out as well, 1 by 1. Rogue goes down. He was being defied. Monda spotting the player from really far away. That was a wonderful spray, getting connected on the side of Kino. Monda is a player to be looked out for. But even I feel like Equinox position in this game, that high ground turned out very valuable for them, as the circle have been taking a shift right now again and again towards their side. Also favored them really much, and they got themselves a really great chicken dinner.
Yeah, exactly, and I have to commend them for playing it nice and slow, right? Despite knowing that they're in the better positions, they didn't commit to those fights. For our example, that Opex fight, they took it nice and slow, and it really did pay off, because it never looked like they were in a position where they were overcommitted or might be caught out. And that simple fact ensured that when it came towards the end of the game, they had matters in their own hands, in their own control, and damn, you can see them utilizing that man advantage insanely so. 3.073k damage done, 1,000 more than CL, which was the second team in the lobby. But this is where I think Miramar very clear, in the sense that our top 4, top 5 teams usually do more damage because they're in better spots, in better high ground, in mountain ranges, where they can play a lot more for cover, as compared to the likes of OPX, who was very close to Equinox in terms of position, but were stuck to the cliff, stuck to the ridges, playing the low ground instead, so can't really do much damage from that position.
Obviously, and I feel like from that position, even Equinox as well got themselves really great damage. You are not able to secure a lot of knocks and kills from like elimination from that high of an angle. You are able to deal damage, but that is just it. But we have post-match 5 standings. We got Equinox at number 1 with 26 points. NB Esport having a wonderful game for themselves at number 2, 1952 at number 3 with 17 points. Seal Esport at number 4 with 14 points. Look at those. 4 survival points and 11 elimination points. The like second most, or the most elimination within this game. RGC Opex, obviously they made it into the top 4. They got 9 points. That's a great thing to look at, like the great thing to see from Opex. Astra Esports number 6, then V Esports is number 7. But unfortunately for SITM, Bad Intention, MAKPEN, Stronger, A1 and B, Victor Gaming, these huge giant, they are nowhere near top 8 as well. They have been collectively been able to secure only 10 points.
Man, it's astonishing, right? Because you consider especially the likes of A1 and B who started this day off looking so damn strong. Since then, it has been somewhat of a slippery slide and they haven't been able to push back as compared to the likes of 1952 that started this day off very, very weak. But now pushing back from with that second spot picked up, they're in a grey spot. But consistency is what pays off, and NB Esports off to a 30-point lead right here from just being consistent across every single one of these maps. They've consistently been in the top 5 almost every map, I think, and you can see that in terms of the average points. 5 matches, 92 points, that's over 18 points averaging NB Esports.
With bad intention losing their position as well, B Sport losing their position as well. This is not going how they were hoping their day to be turned out to be. At the same time, we have top performers like Fistboy at number 1 with 14 eliminations, Seal Rogue at number 2 with 12. Then we have A1K, A1NBK9 at number 3 with 11 elimination. He lost his number 1 position. Obviously, when the Fist Boy is performing back to back, getting 2 MVP out of 3 games, like in last 2 matches as well, it has been wonderful. Then we have Paka coming up. Then we have Kenny Oxley still in the top 5. Obviously, things need to be done to maintain this position. If you have 1 or 2 bad games, there will be someone right behind you who's able to take this position away. But Fist Boy, he has been obviously wonderful. If I have MVP of the day number 1, it's going to be definitely going to be Fist Boy. But coming up onto the last game of the day, it's going to be a Sanhok. It's going to be an interesting map. It's going to be fast paced. Unlike the last Sanhok, obviously it had 14 minutes of passiveness, but hopefully we might see some early clashes.
Yeah, see, we got very different Erangels and Miramars than we expected in our first few matches of the day, and then we got a very different Sanhok than we expected, and then in our second rotation we got very standard Erangels and Miramar. So I'm hoping we can close it off with a very standard Sanhok. Give us some fights, man. Sanhok is kind of it's not as fun to watch when everyone plays it like Miramar instead, playing for the high grounds instead. It's way more fun when you have cars just flying over each other, there's guerrilla warfare in the rainforest and all of that, just zoom zoom zoom. Yeah, let's go.
Obviously, we would it would have been so much fun if you're these jeeps, right, flying in front of that would have been so much fun, guys. But obviously, it's gonna be even if you try to play a bit passive in the first 10 minutes of the game, the Sanhok will force you to be aggressive, force you to fight in those 10 to 20 minutes of the game. But it's gonna be very interesting. NB Esports, as much as they're looking really good, this is not a map I'm expecting a lot from them as well. But at the same time, B Esports had a really great Sanhok. So going to the last game of the day, we might see another might not a chicken dinner, but definitely a good game from them.
For me, I'm expecting Seal to really pick up the pace. I think they have been a very aggressive team, and I want them to do that in Sanhok. I think the aggression is going to favor them to a large extent in Sanhok. So maybe they can pick up their chicken dinner for today on Sanhok by being there, playing the strongest strength, by being that aggressive team and continuously pushing forward. And I'm curious to see if Gremlin Storm actually go for that drop once again, which clashes with Seal, or if they switch it up and we see teams playing it a lot more safe. So I think definitely there's a lot of potential here for Seal Esports, but that's what we've seen the entire day. Glimpses of potential. They look damn good in certain moments, but they've not been able to pick up the chicken dinner just yet.
But as you were mentioning, Team Gremlin Esports, this is one of the invited teams that has been consistently not being able to do anything throughout the whole day, being caught out really early at the start of the game, and again being punished again and again at the start. They have been they're not going to be happy with the day. Obviously, going to the last game, they might just be hoping to turn things around, but unfortunately for them, this is not a map to do so. Again, if they're able to do so, kudos to them, but this is a very difficult map. Obviously, you get caught out during the rotation, you can get caught out during the early aggressions as well. Maybe you can get caught out during the later part of the cycle where it has taken a shift, and if it has taken a shift away from you, no matter what you do, you're not having vehicles doesn't help you as well, so you can get caught out in the later part of the game. But it's gonna get very interesting on the map of Sanhok, and I feel like if the circle goes toward the Paradise Resort, maybe towards the northern part of the circle, it's going to get very interesting, and we might see a big cluster forming to the southern part of the circle.
that would be lovely to witness, that's for sure. I think another team that I want to see perform at least decently is A1 and B, because they got off to a great start in Erangel earlier on today, but since then they've been in a bit of a slump of a form. They've been picking up basically almost equal number of points as they did in their first match as compared to the rest of their games. So they really need to step up, but also for another reason, which being that they get the best city in the map. They get Painan in their hands, very few actually contesting them. So you've got to make efficient usage of the resources that Painan is able to offer you and come off with a strong Sanhok.
But this is something a lot of team doesn't usually do. But if you are a stronger team in those early clashes, you should definitely go for those prime real estates. You should go for those Painan. You should definitely go for Puchinki as well. Maybe go for St. Martin, Hassan Dilpetton in Miramar map as well. We don't have Vikendi. We lost Vikendi really long ago. But yes, we should go for those center points of the map. And I feel like once we have got those maps, you might realize how much of an easy game it is for you. Your rotations, your circle, your position is in the circle, your movement becomes easier just because you got a great spot at the start of the game. But obviously, if you're really good at those early clashes, because even if you're really good, even if you lose one or two players, you would have a very bad, like generally late part of the game. So have to be careful if you're gonna contest those hot spots as well.
Yeah, exactly. The loss is certainly not worth the reward if the loss is in the form of maybe two players' lives. Like even one player, it would be like, that's okay. But if you lose two players, you've ensured you put yourself in a spot where you can't really play strong late game, and that's something you never really want. You want to play as much for those early eliminations as much as it is for those late placements. But hey, we're just about ready to head into Sanhok, just about 20 seconds left. So besides our predictions, I think I want to look out particularly for MAKPEN here, RZ, because I feel like they've had on and off moments. Sometimes they've looked very strong, sometimes they've looked very weak, and I think they need a consistent match 6 here. And usually on Sanhok, it is one of these more inconsistent teams that is able to perform very well. And
this is a team that has been obviously coming up again and again, trying to show that they are really good, or they are like a wonderful team right now. Obviously, they had a later part of semi-finals towards their side. They didn't have a good start to the semi-final as well, but obviously hopeful for them as well. But ladies and gentlemen, we have the last game of the day, the match number 6 of Sanhok right in front of us. The circle, the plane path has divided the map beautifully. We have coming from the north to the south side, Camp Charlie. We have Painan, Query, Bootcamp, Padas, Zod, Tatmok, Hathin right next to plane path. But I feel like this is a map where you are able to reach anywhere as you can. But Team 2A, SITM, they are coming towards Hathin. 2A is just going to drop in Hathin. Team SITM going towards Camp Alpha. Then we have Team B Esports moving towards Zone area. Team TRZ, they are a bit dispersed with Mad Cats towards the northwest island. Then the rest of the team towards the main island. Team GSM, they're just going to avoid everyone and then goes towards the Sahami. But Sealy Sports, okay, they are right next to them, so obviously we're gonna have a bit of early fight, and hey, we got what we wanted.
Oh wow, interesting circle as well, southeastern circle entirely, but we'll have to see. Like you said, again, neither Gremlin nor Seal backing off, as they will once again contend for that spot. But other than that, I don't think we have any clashes. Yeah, it doesn't seem to be the case. So it's just that one early clash that we're going to witness, and it's going to be a crucial one because very close to the circle, you get that early fight. Like you said, your movement becomes a lot more easier. You can then play for the compounds all around Quarry, the ridges around Quarry. If you get early Quarry control, I think you're in a great spot in this map, in this circle.
Obviously, with the team Stronger Esports towards the Lakavi area, they are very much dispersed. I feel like they should be within this part of the cycle. They should loot quickly within 2 minutes and try to reunite as much as they can. If there's a team that is trying to rotate early into the center of the cycle, they might get caught out in one of their players. So they're great position. They should reunite. They should look for loot afterward as well. Because if the cycle has taken a shift towards the maybe Rones area, towards Paradise Resort, I would say this could work out greatly. But for now, Team G, Gremlin Esports, finally they have taken one of those players player down, but Team Seal Esports is right there to trade him out, takes already down, and also eliminates from the game. Sanchez takes a lot of damage, but fortunately for him, he goes into the cover. At the same time, GSM third player is coming from the right side. He's gonna take this fight and he has the advantage, but he has a shotgun in his hand, 1 or 2 shots to the player, and he might just get eliminated from the game. Gremlin Esports is trying to commit hardly 100% into this fight. Mimo coming in from the left angle, throwing that nade into the compound. Oh, that's a Molotov, but it will not get connected to any of those players. Sanchez still holding that angle right by the door. He's hoping that somebody comes in, doesn't get him spotted, but has to be careful. Sanchez gets spotted, doesn't take any kind of damage. 046 coming from the right side. Sanchez still very low on HP. Rogue gets spotted as well, takes a lot of damage, but that's a wonderful shot coming in from 046. Takes him down. That's 2 players down on the other side. Still a 2v2 shots, a bit far away from this fight, but he might just provide a good kind of flank angle.
Oh, it's all down to Gremlin Storm to try to hold on. In fact, they've done so brilliantly. Seal Esports eliminated, and man, I think I might get a letter or an email from Seal tomorrow. We're like, hey Seal, can you just not predict us? Because the 2 times you've predicted us, we've eliminated in the 16th position. Oh, yeah. Though, look, in terms of fights, this is 1-1. And what that means for us, RZ, is going into day 2, day 3, day 4, we're going to get this contest every single time. Because Seal, they were able to win it out once. This time, Gremlin Storm pick up the cake. And I think just losing 1 player or 2, so we'll be happy with the way it progressed. Because now it gives them easy access into that circle. And in a very good position. So, 1 for 4, that's a good trade.
And I feel like that's a good start to the game, obviously. But at the same time, talking about the next day as well, this is finally they were looking out for. They were trying again and again, and we were questioning why they are trying again and again. They lost not once, not twice, thrice in those early clashes. But that didn't stop them from going for time. I feel like we can use this a bit of motivation. If you failed once, failed twice, failed thrice, that doesn't mean you shouldn't get up for the 4th time. But they got up the 4th time. They eliminated one of the best out of the game, and they got themselves 4 elimination points as well. Rowdy is out of the game, but I feel like, as you were pointing out early, that's a fair trade for their side. And at the same time, this was the confidence that they needed.
Yeah, 100%. This was the confidence that they needed, and even more so, I think this was the confidence that is going to help them pull off a really good Sanhok here to close out the day. And for Gremlin Storm, for a team that this hasn't been a good day whatsoever, closing it out might really help them with the resurgence that they need in day 2 and 3. But as you can see, without those early clashes, it's just rotations focused right now. Gremlin Storm should spot off B Esports here, and knowing B Esports are not the kind to back off and disengage from fights, so we might see Gremlin Storm in trouble right here once again, because B Esports have been first to the rotation and they aren't looking to back off. They're looking for that fight.
But as STR on the other side, as we talked about earlier, they need to reunite as well. But A1 Esports right now, they're holding that high ground with Nightwing on the left side of the cliff. We have Airdrop coming right in the center of those 2 islands. It might just fall into the water, and probably not any team is going to be committing to it. Obviously, we have no team right near the airdrop as well. A1 Esports also trying to rotate into the circle. They are not in a great position, as like they are 300 meters away from it. At the same time, they might just get themselves onto the edge. Needs to be careful how much they want to rotate. It's not going to be an easy game for them, as they might have to take a lot of fight to get their position into the circle, has to snatch it away from them. But as we talk about Gremlin Esports, as they have been like they won the first fight, but they got themselves right into the next fight as well within the 6 minutes of the game. They lost their second player as well. It's going to be a 2v4 against B Esports, having the absolute advantage. And looking at them, I feel like B Esports might just rush them out as well. But for now, Team Astra Esports just walking in a straight line with Riley right at the back. He has a good amount of loot, but he doesn't have like a good backpack or the like helmet as well. Hopefully he can find that. But rest of the Gremlin Esports, I still feel like they're a bit of a distance from B, and I'm a bit of a curious guy as well. How did that knockout happen with such a distance in between those teams? Probably someone from Gremlin Esports tried to get a bit in a risky situation, didn't realize he was putting himself in a vulnerable position, and B got advantage of that.
Yeah, exactly right. And it's like we expected. Gremlin once again paying that price, and be happy to take that straggler. Gremlin will now just say, hey, we're going to play the long game. They've got 4 eliminations already in the bag. They just need to find their way into the circle and try to avoid fights for now. Similarly, on the other hand, with the early elimination of Seal, there's now an opportunity for teams like 1952 to continue the run of form with the second place ending that we saw in Miramar to now this map to try and secure a better position towards the end of this day, because you can try and displace Seal nice and early right here, right now. But otherwise, nice and slow. Equinox, once again, they were the chicken dinner winners from our last game, and they've got themselves in a brilliant high ground position in the middle of the circle to make it count. So I think it's either you take high grounds like this in this circle, RZ, or you go to quarry and you settle down in those ridges around those stones, because that's where it'll really pan out. So I'm curious to see how teams pick between both of these positions, because I think most of the teams are going to end up near quarry.
Obviously, if the circle has gonna be taking a shift towards that side, it's probably gonna be these teams taking an early rotation. But Equinox at the same time, they have got themselves a great position. And you were mentioning out earlier, Ligro is just like, hey, left and right, left and right, left and right, just move it, groove it. Obviously, it's like, why not just have a bit of fun while I'm just waiting these angles out. TRZ, this is a team that got a great potential. Obviously, the way they survive in those situations, I feel like they got a great strength as a single unit. Obviously, we might just not see an individual skills at that power level, as we see from the Fist Boy, from Kage, from A1, K9 as well. So in generally, this is a great team. Obviously, they need to work on the individual skills probably, but as I feel like we could expect great things from them going to the later part of the grand final. But as much as we didn't want it to be, we're still having a passive start to the Sanhok, where we got some early clash in terms of Seal Esports versus Gremlin, and Team Gremlin getting 4 of those elimination points. Team B Esports also taking 1 of those players from Team Gremlin as well. Then we have only like 58 players alive. We have still 14 or 13 teams that have not fired a single bullet on any one of them. So it's going to be a very deadly cycle going into the later part of the game. And as much as you like to avoid fight, you would have to take so in the next 4 to 5 minutes.
100%. And the fact remains that it's once again that slow Sanhok that we didn't really want, but we've got in the bag now, and we'll have to see how quickly this slow nature of this turns out nice and fast. But hey, I'm especially excited to see how that quarry fight turns out, because like I was talking about, man, most of the team's going to end up near quarry. Now imagine if this circle takes a northern shift towards Paradise or towards Bootcamp, suddenly every single one of these teams under a ton of pressure to make the moves, and it's easier said than done, because actually making the moves puts them in a very hard position where they can't necessarily get out of the quarry because it's all open ground. So this next circle shift going to be crucial, and we're just about to find out. It goes south, so quarry is still an important location, but I don't think no longer the most important one. Instead, those small compounds along the road from Cave to Kampong, those are key, and I think Stronger and Bad Intention will quickly try to make their way towards there and might face each other off.
At the same time, B Esports coming from the south side, they have to cross the water area, but unfortunately for them, there's no one near that area. They could cross the water, get themselves into a center part of the circle as well. But Team Equinox as well, they're looking really bad in this situation. As Team Domi is, they are trying to spot the Ligro is the last player, not the second last player surviving. Kasak is very low in HP, but Ligro uses that nade to take one down. Domi is also taking a lot of damage. It's a 1v2. Domi goes down. As it's done a 1v3, it was a 1v, it got to a 1v2, but Riley at the same time, still from the Team 2, Astra Esports have been taken him out as well. Oh, Riley gets spotted as well, so Team Equinox as well got themselves into a 1v1 with the Billy actually trying to commit to revival process. He's able to get Domi out, but Domi gets the Molotov lands on him. He might just be able to take Domi out as well, but no, unfortunately for Equinox, gets 7k. He wasn't able to do a lot. He's still able to trying to secure those kills, but Billy, he committed to that survival process as well. At the same time, I feel like Ligro might just get revived. Kage on the low ground, he is just waiting for his eventual death, and obviously Kesek 7k don't want to go into this fight just alone. He want to have a 2v3, 2v4, but on this side, as you're wasting your time, or not wasting your time to revive your process, there are 2 players that are being revived on the other side. So from a 1v2 or a 1v1, we got to a 2v4, and it's not a great position to be in.
Yeah, exactly. It's just not panning out right now for those particular teams, so should mean Equinox will quickly be taken out by Astra, now moving in for the kill, but hold on, Negro holds on, Domi dropped out, and suddenly Astra in trouble. Ligro looking for the second, but he's not able to make it work, and despite his heroics, Equinox will be taken down. That's Astra making the quick moves and making sure that their players are able to survive to get those points in the bag, and crucial ones most definitely.
Team TRZ, despite the fact they are in a great position within the circle, they haven't been able to get themselves into any kind of engagement. A1 NB Esport right on top of them at a high ground, but it's not an easy fight to be. Obviously, even if you are able to spot one of those players, the knock is not going to be an easy position. At the same time, TRZ has to be careful. They might just get spotted really easily. SITM and B, obviously, we talked about their position within the circle towards the southern part of the map, and this is a fight that has just started with the B Esport losing one of their players. Not just getting eliminated quite right now, but 2A as well got themselves 4 elimination points. GSM got 4 elimination points. Other than that, we still have 0, 0, 0, a lot of zeros in front of us on the team survival status. We still got 54 players alive. Teams are still trying to hold their position as much as they can and trying not to press toward the side of like the part of the map that CA mentioned a bit earlier as well. Those are the compound that will be really key part in the later part of the circle, but I feel like there's not been any kind of a big rotation toward those areas.
Yeah, it's still the second circle, so I think teams happy to just hold on to their position and rather look out for teams to catch up, because like we talked about, right, if the quarry is not the center of the circle, it will put a lot of teams that are huddled around quarry in a very bad position, because then they'd have to make the moves to try and get out of quarry, which is a very open area, and it gives all these teams like A1 and B, like Astra, who are in a high ground spot in a great position to try and damage their opposition. That's exactly what happens. A1 and B now spot TRZ out 1952 with NB Esports, and everything is popping off. The fight's kicking off as teams now looking to make the rotation in the last 15 seconds of this circle, expecting that if they don't do it now, they'll be stuck again with their back against that third circle, the one that really counts.
A1 and B, they are trying not to get a bit aggressive. Obviously, they have a great position within the circle in terms of high ground as well. They got themselves a really great point, and obviously trying to as much as they can to spot anyone if they can. But this is what I talked about. You committing to a certain part of the map might just not work out for you if you can't see yourself within the next cycle. Team TRZ, no matter how great of that position was in, it's not so much right now. 221 meters away from the circle, A1 right next to them, and they have very few options in their hand right now. They have to get out. Now, while being pressured by the circle and by one of the best out there, it's not really a good position to be in, but they still have to get out. Fortunately for them, they still have a couple of vehicles on their hand. Shouldn't go for that rickshaw on the right side. They have a buggy as well, which could make a quick work in terms of like get themselves into a circle, but needs to be careful as A1, they are just committing themselves towards this fight, and K9 is just holding that high ground, is waiting for Momba to make any kind of mistake to reveal himself as he can, but Momba is being careful. He knows that someone is right there on the top of him, using smoke right in front of him, and might just use buggy to rotate out.
Yeah, he's playing it smart so far, trying to ensure that his team is in a great spot, but he's got to make a decision sooner rather than later. And again, we saw A1 and B do a lot of damage earlier on to TRZ, and they might just finish off the work right here as TRZ quite split apart in that low ground, trying to make a miracle nade land, but it just won't happen as A1 and B happy to hold on to their spots, and TRZ disengaging. A1 and B letting them go, surprisingly so here.
But one thing is A1 and B, as we were talking about their position within the circle, is not turning out to be really that great. TRZ, they realize that this is a fight that needs to happen before they try to come into the circle. A1 Nightwing gets spotted, and the wonderful performance coming from Diggy takes him down, and A1 have lost one of their key players. Nightwing, Hitman is also being spotted. K9 also take just a tiny bit damage, but Team TRZ, I feel like that's a great decision making. They didn't let the fact that there's a top team on the top of them, and they're gonna want to take this fight. A1 just being on the outer part of the circle, they were like, this is a fight, even if we try to avoid, we cannot do so. So let's just take this problem head on. Just let's try to eliminate them from the game if we can. But at the same time, Team A1 and B9, as they have lost one of their players, they tried to head back into the circle, try to get themselves a bit of advantage within that within the circle.
And look again, A1 and B just trying to contend in that 3-1 split, but they're actually made to pay the price. They've lost a time, remember? It's a 2-1 split actually. And TRZ, having caused that damage, should be able to now back off. Meanwhile, on the other side, Bad Intention X popping off against B Esports right here, as both of the teams look for a chunk of that bite, where SITM in a great position meanwhile to hold on to their high ground. Now Scooby done for, Astra not in the greatest of spots, And this is the rotations I was talking about. The idea that these teams are in such a tough position to find a good spot simply because they cannot move into a specific angle, simply because they can't necessarily play in that good spot. So it puts these teams into a very, very hard spot, because as soon as they try to rotate, they're taken out by their opposition nearby. But if they don't rotate, it becomes a game of chicken where both of them will suffer from the blue zone later on. And since we're nearing that fourth zone, it's gonna get that much harder to make those late rotations happen. But still, we see a lot of stalemates here, teams refusing to make that move. They don't want to necessarily give away free kills to their opposition.
Team Astra Esports, as they got themselves really great for elimination point, they still have 400 meters going to the circle. Siri at the same time, they have an idea there's somebody on the other side of Query right now, on the other side of those low ground. They have to be careful, and this is exactly what they're doing so, and trying to be careful of that angle. Farhad get himself into a bit of fight with Team Bad Intention, where he's taken 2 of those players out with that shotgun. Sam goes down. All the same time, Bad Intention is also providing some kind of competition to Team Stronger Esports. So it's just team players going on the other side, but SITM QB goes down at the hand of 90 degree. TRZ 90 degree takes on 0 down as well. But this is a fight on the side of MAKPEN, and with him beat Dexter A. Dexter A tries to get a bit of aggressive, didn't realize that Pelzang is coming from the left side, takes him down and eliminates him from the game, and 90 degree gets eliminated from the game as well. Team SITM, all team SITO A1 and B also bites the dust. Team TRZ also eliminated number 13. We have 11 team alive. Solus is just the team, just a player left behind. Dexter A also gets eliminated one by one. This is what we talked about. No matter how much you avoid the fight in the first part of the game, you would have to do so in the later part of the game, and this is a fight that you have no control over right now. You're being punched, you are being surrounded left and right, and you will not have a choice on what the outcome is.
Exactly, and now we're getting close to that 20-minute mark. You can see teams holding on to what they can. This compound for Bad Intention X, very crucial, especially since they were able to earlier shut one of their oppositions down in this exact position to make it happen, right? So now for Bad Intention X, just to try and hold on, and this is a team that suffered a lot of damages early into this match, so for them to be able to pull this off will be a miraculous effort, no less, and a Herculean one for sure. But it's easier said than done, because look, we still have 11 teams left in the lobby here. And I must say, RZ, today's Sanhoks have not been like the ones we've gotten used to from the semi-finals break. Today's Sanhok more like Miramars in certain sense, or rather a faster Erangel really, as teams just not going for those early fights, as teams playing it smart instead. And it really speaks to the caliber of teams that we've got here so far in the grand finals week. Every single team very smart in its approach and its decision making, but it's only a few that can find the victory, and just like that, we're cutting down on them.
Team MAKPEN, as Team Classics trying to rotate into the circle, they have been trying to land some kind of shot, but Team Classics, they have been able to do so with the 70-80% of their teammates. With the Hopeless going down, he's not going to get revived in this situation. Obviously, just a matter of seconds. As I was pointing it out, he's going to get eliminated from the game, and we got one elimination on the side of Illusion. Victor Gaming also leaves for the day number 1 as well, and we'll see him in the day number 2. 1Z goes down as well. Team Classic is in a bit of distress situation, because at the same time, they are being surrounded left and right with the Bad Intention on the right side, Team MAKPEN on the left side, and they got the low ground, the nades being thrown on their side. Obviously, Pelzang nades get connected. Kenyoxy goes down as well. It's going to be just one player, Eric left, and Pelzang trying to get a bit aggressive. He knows the last player where he is, but he doesn't have to use that nade, as Momo gets his nade connected and take one of those players down. Team Classic will be left with only one player. It's not going to be an easy situation to get himself out. It's just going to be a matter of maybe seconds or a minute before he's eliminated from the game. MAKPEN is just still holding that west side of the circle, trying to come in a bit and bit, still pushing a bit and bit into the circle as it takes a shit. But for now, they are not making any kind of sudden big moves.
Yeah, so far MAKPEN just happy to play it safe, play it smart, and like you said, don't necessarily want to make erratic moves to ensure that they're not caught out, that they don't throw this matchup away. But I think right now their best position has to be for Astra Esports. 6 points picked up in the circle as well, and able to third party any fight that happens between Bad Intention X and any other team. So Astra Esports just need to hold on to their positions, but definitely MAKPEN, considering they have no back to look forward to, their high ground available. It's really in their hands how this match turns out. They can easily do a lot of damage to a lot of teams, especially with the likes of 1952 right under them, and pick up key elimination points. But can they translate into a winner-winner chicken dinner? That's one to find out, because I talked about this team earlier, RZ, about how like maps like this really favor teams like this because of the randomness of it, and they're able to make it work. And it looks like MAKPEN might just do exactly that.
And they are trying to capitalize as much as they can, but unfortunately for them, for the next circle, they have to make 70 meters of a rotation into the western side of the circle. And before that kind of rotation, they should obviously try to eliminate as much as the player on the players as they can on this side of the circle. It's not gonna be an easy thing. So 1952 players standing. Malzang tried to get a bit aggressive. Obviously takes a lot of damage from the side of Astra Esports. 1952 draw, still trying to hold that angle, but Beast Soulless coming in from the right side. Esports Momo takes him down and also eliminates from the game. Illusion needs to be careful whether to commit, what to commit, and exactly how to be a part of this. One of the players from B comes Soulless coming from the behind. It's not going to be an easy position for Team MAKPEN to be in right now. The nades are being thrown, and that was the last nade from the Illusion side. Draw is very low on HP. One like wind or one like a bullet coming in, and he will be eliminated from the game. That's the last player. At the same time, something needs to be done about B Soulless coming in from behind. They're still surviving. That's not been a position Team MAKPEN wanna be in right now. Front, left, and every part of every side of them is being surrounded, and before they make a move, something needs to be done on their right side so that they can move from the lower angle. But Pelzang takes a bit of damage from that nade coming in.
Yeah, and they're just not in the greatest of spots here, MAKPEN. While they had a great position, the circle shift has really caught them off guard. But the good news for them is that the only player they've got looking down on them is a solo one right there for 1952. So shouldn't be a hard battle to push back into this circle, especially with Astra turning away their focus from this fight and pulling away the focus of every other team looking towards the southern side. So MAKPEN actually able to casually stroll their way into the circle, but they have to be careful of B Esports in their back, still in that blue zone. They could be like another Mondo in this fight.
But this was really going down for that drop shot as well. That was quite wonderful from their side, as he lost like 50% of his HP before he like took his gun out. But Pasta going in with that Uzi, that's a wonderful weapon for a close range fight. Gets a fight into Billy, but Billy with that SMG as well, he got a deadly weapon, takes Pasta down. Illujo gets the Soulless out finally, but Illujo also gets spotted from short outside the circle, and before he is gonna get eliminated by the play zone, we are seeing a repetition of the last Sanhok, where we had a player outside the play zone. Maybe it was Monda who eliminated one of the players from other team as well, and exactly outside the circle as team are looking for those heal battle. This is exactly how it's turning out to be. Team Classic still surviving despite the fact they were in the worst position they can be in, being surrounded left and right in the lower ground. They are still surviving, but OPX player coming from the behind spots Billy, takes him down. He's also very low on HP, but Sadie coming trading out, and we have seen the only one player left on the side of Team 2A, but he has still a good chance of reviving two of his teammates. He got 3 smokes left in his backpack. He can use that to create the cover. Team Classic still not to try to get a bit aggressive on the side of they don't want to get a bit aggressive in securing those kills, but if they don't, they would end themselves in a bit of a disadvantage.
But they're in a really good spot though, and they know exactly where Astra is coming from because they see all the smokes as well. Meanwhile, Astra have no idea where Classic may be, and this match should be in the hands of Classic. But like you said, they take too much time. If they let Astra get their man advantage back online, get Billy on his feet, then suddenly Classic might have thrown it all away, and they do exactly that. Billy's back on his feet, and suddenly Astra, they have the advantage. 3v2 in this fight. They gotta play it slow. Currently, the slope helping them out, making sure they're covered while they're able to set up the rotation, and Astra moving in nice and slow. It's all down to Kenoxy, slowly looking in towards the right, trying to find that flank angle, and Sairi takes a lot of damage. Kenoxy in a great spot, because all of the attention right now on Eric. He's been burned down, but Kenoxy might get a chance to turn it all around, and no, he gets up, he gets shut down, and Astra pick up the winner chicken dinner. Classic almost handing it to them on a silver platter.
I mean, it was a great effort for Team Classic as well, the way they made their rotation in the center of the circle, and their 3 players almost getting caught out by their teams left and right with a bad intention on the right side. Team MAKPEN on the left side, they got a great position, but there was a very slight window of opportunity where they could have capitalized into a good game. It was where Team Astra Esports were down to only 1 player. They gave the other team a lot of time to recover, to put on first aid kit, to revive their players. That was like given easy 30 seconds to other team to reestablish their perimeter. to establish their wall of defense. If there's a team that is having a fight, you need to put the pressure on them. You need to go out of your way to get those knockouts, because even in this outcome, you didn't get the chicken dinner. Maybe you could have gotten that as well. But look at the team Astra Esports. They have been wonderful with those 15 elimination points in their backpack.
Yeah, man, and a very much so a team effort all around. 700, 600, 500 each for Syri and Domi in terms of damage. They worked together. They made that early push towards the high ground count, where they were able to pick up a clinical 4 squad wipe, and just like that, after that push, they were able to then secure their way circle after circle, winning their fights, and a huge victory. 15 elimination points with 15 placement points from the chicken dinner gets them 30 points in the bag, and that might just leapfrog them all the way to the top 5 spots. So Astra Esports, a convincing one. And what I especially love about this matchup, RZ, is that our top 3 teams were teams that started this game number 10, number 12 and number 14 in our standings. That's the best part about Sanhok. It always gives the underdogs a chance.
Obviously, and with this good of an elimination points and a great 15 survival points as well in this game, they have 30 points jump onto the next day. Let's see if they keep with the momentum going. Obviously, they get great confidence from this game, but we have a head-to-head with Astra Esports in the second team. That's going to be MAKPEN. Look at the vast majority of difference between them and the second team. 8 more eliminations, 1200 more damage, and 5 more assists in this game. Obviously, they had a terrific game. This was a one-sided performance by them as well. At the same time, it wasn't easy for them. At one point, they had only one player surviving, even against Team Classic as well. So they were able to bounce back. They were able to retaliate with wonderful use of utility, creating a lot of fake cover for their team. Was able to capitalize on that. The fact that Team Classic was not pushing, and got themselves some great elimination throughout the game.
I'm curious to see how the standings pan out, but right now, the head-to-head, you can see Billy just popped the heck off. 5 eliminations, 720 damage dealt, 5 knockouts as well. He was the lead entry for his team, and he really did pay off. So I think he will pick up the MVP as well, and a deserved one most definitely, because Billy, even towards the end of that 3v1, right, he was one of the last few people that they brought back to life, and you could instantly see his impact felt, where in that 3v2 together, Astra Esports were able to pull off that victory, and they will be ecstatic about this, RZ, because at this point, this victory will not just get them into a top spot in the standings, but more importantly, it'll give them a lot of confidence going into the rest of the match. But geez, Luis, talk about healing battle. What is that healing steel shot? What?
1485. I mean, if I combine Memo, Billy and Syri, they might just overtake Steel Shot as well. So obviously a wonderful heat battle coming from Steel Shot. Obviously, after losing 2 of their players right at the start of the game, they were just looking to survive as much as they can. But Team Astra Esports still holding those 4 categories. Billy is dominating 3 of them, with Billy having most elimination, most damage and most knockout as well. And in terms of highest assists as well, he is there at number 2 with the Riley barely overtaking him with 1 more assist. So even in this game, it was Billy's performance up again and again. Even the last cycle as well, in the last fight as well, he was able to provide wonderful support to his team in terms of wonderful cover 5, wonderful revival process as well. But Team Astra Esports, you're right about one thing. The points are one thing. Into this grand finals, you need your mental energy. You need your confidence game to be on your top, and if you get a good game like this, it puts you in a really great position in terms of what you can do or what you have been able to do.
Exactly, and I think it will do exactly that for this individual player in Billy as well. Above average in almost every single regard, especially that damage part is what really counts for me, because when teams are playing relatively slow, right, when teams are playing in a way where they don't necessarily fight in that early Sanhok style we see, it's all about you making the right decisions towards the 15 to 20 minute mark, and that's where the victories are decided. And Billy doing exactly that for Astra Esports today, really showing up and making sure that Astra is also one to consider at the end of the day.
Exactly, he has been number one, like 5 eliminations, 724 damage, 25 minutes, 23 seconds survival time. Then we have bad. Okay, so there he is. Finally, it was.
Is that math?
I was like,
Yeah.
yeah, that is math. Like, he's coming on with a different name. We were like being questioned, like, what is his name? Exactly, it's going to be Dylan with like 5 eliminations. Finally, they have been showing some kind of hope for his team. It's not going to be any other player other than Math. I'm going to be calling him Math because we have known him Math for the longest time possible. You are
Yeah.
not allowed to. Yeah, but we have Riley, Siri at number 3 and 4 with 5 and 4. Then we have Steel Shot at number 5. Even that wonderful heal battle, he got like wonderful elimination as well. 4 eliminations, 393 damage, and 23 minutes 25 seconds survival time.
Yeah, just a great game overall for Steel Shot as well, but you could see it all started off with this solo drop contention where Sanchir had got Steel off to a great start, but 046 and Memo combining with Steel Shot coming through on the high ground flank, they came down, shut Steel down, and that was the end of it. And then it was that fight when Astra able to pick up high ground, got themselves into a really good position. But same can't be said for A1 and B, man. Our first winners of the day did not finishing it off well at all. Just like that, at this point, for A1 and B, it's like a one-time affair. Maybe they started off strong, but since then they've completely disappeared across the rest of the day.
Obviously, with the two Sanhoks coming in, it was difficult, but them not performing the map of Erangel and Miramar, it was quite a strange thing. But unfortunately for this, fortunately for the other teams that qualified from the semi-final, I still feel like it was a wonderful game from their side. It was a team qualifying, they had a momentum, all they was needed to find them that momentum, and they were able to do that as well. Obviously, the way we were talking about this team having advantage, they have been playing for a long time, they have their hands warmed up, they have a bit of a break as well. So while coming into this final, they have an advantage, and this is exactly what we are saying. But we have damage graph in front of us with team Astra Esports absolutely dominating the damage graph and elimination points as well. 15 elimination point, 24-37 damage. And the second team that we have seen that is like giving a very tiny bit of competition is the team MAKPEN at number 6 maybe with 7 eliminations and 1261 7 damage. And then there is Bad Intention with 6 elimination, 1245 damage. Other than that, there's not been a single team that has a substantial amount of damage.
Yeah, exactly. And look, this is very much so like a Sanhok game. Only Astra going above and beyond, almost double the damage of anyone close to them. So you can see why they were able to pick up 30 points, right? No one at all close in terms of eliminations. Gremlin Storm and MAKPEN with 7 each. Astra had double of them. So what a dominating chicken dinner to pick up and really find all value out of your chicken dinner at once. But really, I want to point out 1952 as well. With 10 points, they've been on a bit of a resurgent streak and they did really, really well. And of course, Gremlin Storm, a team that did not start off well at all, were able to eliminate one of our consistent teams in Seal and then pick off a nice set of points. 13 points, definitely very decently done. But one team that is starting to really alarm me, actually two teams now, RZ, is Stronger Esports and Victor Gaming, consistently finishing in the bottom half of the table for the last 3 to 4 matches.
And obviously, could be one of those days where you don't have like a top-notch game. We have seen that from the Stronger Esport in the semi-final as well. But Victor Gaming, that's not exactly what they are usually do. They make sure they end up in the top, like average game, like where there's Bad Intention and team 1952, this is usually their spot. But obviously, other than 1 or 2 games, they have not been able to do any kind of dent in terms of overall ranking right now. But we have overall ranking post match 6 day 1 in front of us with the Victor Gaming at number 16, with Stronger Esport number 15, and as CA pointed out, it's been a very bad day for them. With TRZ as well with 14th position, Gremlin Esport finally they're making a jump from 16th to 13th position. They are with 32 points. RGC Opex as well with 12 points. Obviously, one thing that I'm happy to say is RGC are not at the bottom of overall ranking, because this is the place that they're likely to be they want to be at, they're likely to be at. But fortunately for them, they got themselves a couple of good games. Team MAKPEN at number 11, Team Classics at number 10, then we have Team Bad Intention at number 9. Despite the fact they had a very good, not a very good, they had a decent game, last game with the Math taking like 5 of those elimination points, they still lost their position.
But NBA Esports, man, starting to really dominate. Almost 100 points off of the first day. 97 for them. SITM number 2, and Seal, despite 2 matches where they ended 15 to 16, barely made any points, they're still number 3 on the table. Shows you how consistent they were in all the other matches. And then we've got 1952 and Equinox to close us off. Astra Esports, more than doubling their point total with the last match. They went from 21 to 51 and jumped to that number 6 spots, leapfrogging A1 and B Esports, one of our first teams to pick up the chicken dinner. And it's really cool seeing how this table has panned out, because we've got NB Esports, of course, leading the charge with 2 chicken dinners, and that's something you'd expect. But then the next 3 teams, we've got are consistent teams which haven't got a single chicken dinner yet, and very different playstyles in them. Where Seal, you can see with 32 eliminations, very aggressive. SITM a lot more balanced, and 1952 a lot more safe. But hey, look at the top performers. It's all different players from different teams. Fistboy has been one to stand out, and rightfully so. We expect him to be on top of it. But Dylan, aka Matt as we know him, now making his way into the top 5 performers list. That's where we expect him, man.
Exactly, and we have like him getting like 11 elimination. Obviously, he got him like 5 in the last game, so with that he got like a bit of a jump into the top performers. Then we have Fistboy number 1. Obviously, this is a place that he's supposed to be. He has the most survival, second most survival time. At the same time, we have A1 and BK9. The team NBES, Fistboy, whose team got 2 chicken dinners, has the same survival time as an A1 and BK9. But despite the fact, A1 hasn't been able to do a lot with those survival points. Fistboy got like team from the Fistboy NBS got more kills, more elimination points as well. So this was generally a great game for them. But we have the daily recap for the grand finals day number 1. We are done with it, with A1 and B getting the chicken dinner in the game number 1 with 12 elimination. Then we have NBS number 2 in Miramar with 8 elimination. Then we have P Esports at number 3, like getting a chicken dinner with 13 elimination at the map of Sanhok. But NBES at number 4 with for the 4th map of Erangel with 11 elimination points. And at the 5th map of Miramar, then we got Equinox with 11 points. Then in the map of Sanhok, we had the most elimination points and some great damage as well. But we have 2A getting the winner chicken dinner with 15 elimination points and 2186 damage received. Twice most damage as compared to any other any other map, but in generally they also dealt a lot of damage. So 2A had it really difficult in terms of getting that winner chicken dinner, and they rightly deserved it so.
Yeah, 100%. And I really like the fact that we only had 1 team repeating the chicken dinners today. It was not like 2 to 3 teams just coming out and dominating from the get-go. So that sets us up for a really cool day 2 where consistency is going to be king. I always say day 2 it's all about consistency, day 3 about upsets, and day 4 about redemption and resurgence for all of these teams. So let's see which teams are able to be consistent, especially NB Esports, because all eyes on them. They're the kings on the hills right now, 97 points on board. But is this a one-day affair? Can they do it once again?
Obviously, I feel like this is gonna be a question that will be answered tomorrow. It has been a very wonderful day, the way it turned out greatly. Especially as the day started, we were looking at the teams from who got invited to the final. They were performing, but as the day started to mature, as the day started to take its started passing by, we had teams qualifying from the semi-finals, becoming stronger again. It was obviously we expected SITM to perform. We expected Equinox to perform as well, but didn't expect NBS to perform the way they performed, getting 2 chicken dinners in those 6 games, at the same time performing consistently the rest of the game as well, getting 100 points in those 6 matches. That is absolutely absurd on their side. Hopefully they can continue to do so, but let's see if somebody from day number 2 or 3 is able to provide some kind of competition, because SITM is not going to be as much as happy as they can be with that competition, because the lead is too much right now on the side of team NBS.
Exactly right. SITM won that $10,000 in the bag, so there got to be 1 team to look out for. But not just SITM, man. SITM, Steel, and 1952. All 3 teams that are in the top 5 right now without a single chicken dinner. Consistency is the only reason they're there. So they are the teams that are expected to shine going into tomorrow. But expectations doesn't always result in necessity, like causation, not related to correlation, of course. But the simple idea for SITM is that we got trust in them because of the way they performed in the semi-finals week, where they were the best team team above and beyond. And I really feel like individually maybe certain players didn't have the greatest of days. Like we didn't see QB popping off with his shotgun, we didn't see Desert pulling off those late round moments, and without those pop-off moments, very hard to pull off chicken dinners against such high caliber competition. So maybe SITM will find those oomph moments in their X Factor players tomorrow.
And I mean, even as it's not SITM fault exactly. They came really close to a chicken dinner in those two games out of 6. And it was NBES who exactly snatched it away from their mouth or from their hand in the last moments. Especially in that map of Erangel, where you remember they had the circle, they had the cover, they had everything they required, like every weapon at their disposal to get those beautiful sweet winner chicken dinner. But Fist Boy coming in, taking one of their players from SITM, then taking Giro out as well with that rotation. He turned things around for Team NBAS. So SITM, the way, unfortunately for them, they didn't get the chicken dinner, but fortunately they got really close. Maybe they could use this as their motivation to go into the day number 2. But NBAS, the way they're looking, it's gonna be difficult, but not impossible.
Yeah, not impossible, right? But definitely difficult to replicate this run of form into the other days. And hey, maybe they do it, and that would be the most insane of storylines, most definitely so, because it would put us in a situation where we're left wondering, does form even matter, or is it all about living in the moment, the execution of a particular team's ability to make something happen in that particular moment? I think that is what is usually key.
Obviously, and then generally I feel like this is a situation, this is a pressure moment, this is probably one of the most important tournaments you have ever played, and it could be the start of your career again, because again we have PMNC at the bottom of this pyramid, then we got the PMPL your region, then we got the PMPL bigger region, then we got like a PMGC generally. So you have to be like, this is the start of something great, and let's see if you can keep it going. Obviously you need to be in the top, by the way ladies and gentlemen, you need to be the top 5 if you want to qualify for the PMPL. At the same time, as like the champion is being questioned right now, who's going to be the champion of PMNC South Asia Wildcard 2022, who are those 5 teams that will qualify? Every one of these teams equally deserve it, so obviously, but it will be the best of the best, the top 5 who will make it the PMPL, and that question will be answered over the course of next 3 days. It's going to be very interesting. I would definitely hope to see you guys joining us for the next 3 days as well.
Yeah, most definitely, right? And hey, I will say, RZ, that it's been a wonderful day, and I think a day that we've gone through expecting a lot, but also being surprised a lot to a large extent with what can actually happen. So for all the teams that were not able to live up to the expectations, I'm specifically looking at the likes of Bad Intention, where they did step up towards the end of the day, but now need to come back tomorrow looking damn strong, otherwise they're just out of the picture, because you can see teams are starting to pick up the pace. That small gap that we saw at the start of today does not exist anymore, rather it's a massive gap that is starting to build up towards that top 5. And while yeah, you do earn a little more money by being in 6th or 7th and something like that, it's not about the money for these players, it's about playing in the PUBG Mobile Pro League.
And obviously it's the career that we talk about, is the slot to something greater, into playing against the best of your region, and taking up some of those huge giants and proving to yourself whether you can do it or not. But the day number 1 has come to an end. It has been a wonderful day, obviously a bit tiring for us since we both have to cast this game, but don't worry guys, we got your back. We have tried our best to entertain you. We are hopeful that you got entertained as well, but we'll see you on the day number 2. So this is from my side, RC, and I was joined by CA. It was a wonderful day, right?
Yeah, likewise.
Obviously, so I mean, this is just signing off. So hopefully we can see you tomorrow, guys. Definitely tune in for the same time, and we'll be bringing you some of those 6 matches. And thank you all for joining in. Thank you for the a wonderful production as well. Hopeful to see you tomorrow. Take care, guys, and until then, see you. Bye.
Yeah.